me if I'm listening. Hint, I'm not.
Only good character in Arcane. No, you cannot change my mind. Jinx is the only good character. As long as it didn't fuck up on Arcane 1 too much.
Those who judge condemn themselves.
But I already was a Jinx fan before Arcane.
The world has seen enough darkness.
Friends just get in the way.
Nice. Waar komt die aandacht zoeken vindt?
Someone scraped this idiot off the floor. This is for everyone I've lost.
These can go. Hey. What is new, huh? Oh, look at Kog'Maw. There you go.
To be blood everywhere I go.
Hmm. Hey.
Something need killing?
Radio. Oh. We lost one. That's about it, I think. Yeah.
Seems to be blood everywhere I go. Come on and play.
Those were my rerolls. Because I'm going for I'm trying to get to 30. I can close this. I'd close this, thank you. Two Glasks.
Let's be friends forever.
Here we go.
It's for everyone I've lost.
I'll sway into the front lines when I can. I want to.
Someone scraped this idiot off the floor.
Scurry, weakling.
$51 damage per. I think the spiders do more, but spiders are only 3 or 4, so. Up.
Scurry, weakling. Unmatched power.
There we go. I usually take Conqueror for the money and items it gives me. This and that.
Seems to be blood everywhere I go.
Alright. These for sure.
Scurry, weakling. Come on and play. Something need killing?
All set. Well, you have a swing.
A conquered nation is a loyal one. Sacrifices must be made.
There he is.
I found my hate in the fire.
Yeah, a bit longer than I would have liked to, but got him. Oh, hi.
Try to die with dignity.
Up.
Friends just get in the way.
Seems to be blood everywhere I go.
I remember these are just the early stages still, so could use both, but I'll take this because I want to build some more tanky on my tank. Or on my supposed tank. There you go.
I found my hate in the fire.
Ugh. It's just items at this point, like.
Weakly.
No, what here?
Friends just get in the way.
Golden Darius. Yeah. It's fine, I'll get the items eventually.
A conquered nation is a loyal one.
Like here I should get a lot of items out, or at least a decent amount. Well, let's have a look.
Seems to be blood everywhere I go.
No, 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 no. Leave that back. There we go.
Come on and play. I will carve my name in their skulls.
Conqueror emblem. Sure. Bam.
This is for everyone I've lost.
I found my hate in the fire.
Men live, men die. Change is good.
A conquered nation is a loyal one.
I found my hate in the fire.
Respect the medallions.
And there we go.
I will not tolerate interference.
Seems to be blood everywhere I go.
This conqueror is gonna take damage equal to 5 each war chest opened. Oh boy. So, since I just opened another one. Oh boy. Crits? Technically yes, but on the other hand no.
Death by my hand.
I need to get my gold back up, so that's why I took gold, and it's also an item I can use. So. There's the other shard, and this is gonna be. What do you need for it? This is the only thing I don't really have a use for at the moment. I only need 2 raws basically. Well, raw.
Seems to be blood
Ha 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 ha.
everywhere I go.
So then it doesn't go that fast anymore once I have my items. I'll take this victory. Alright, what is it I'm getting?
Hear that? Death's knocking.
The execute perk is very strong. Much well. I was actually looking to see if I could increase my gold back to 50. Yeah. I was gonna say anything else, but something else, but I already forgot. Increase my the form shapers. That was the ones I was gonna say. Shapeshifters basically I wanna change, I wanna increase, but form swapper. But I don't like Jace, so probably it's not gonna happen.
Surrender to death.
I found my hate.
And this one, There we go. Wow. That timer dinger though.
Accept your demise.
Accept your demise. Ah yes, this thing. Like they have one, like that case is just mana, and that stun just fucked everything up so badly. As stuns tend to do in this game. Okay, today is gonna be, I'm going to keep this fucking heating all day. Okay now. I'm cold. Wait, what? And how high a percentage do you execute? Wow, that's wow. Let me just do 300% damage to everyone around me. Talking about a bullshit move.
Respect the Madonnas.
A conquered nation is a loyal one.
The world news to the Madonnas.
Really? My dude, I'm looking for the spider lady here. Not fine, not... Yes, there she is.
Seems to be blood everywhere I go.
That took me 6 hours to do. Ah, you can go.
Madonnas.
The who now? Eliminate the ally. Bye.
Do not forget it. A conquered nation is a royal honor.
That's one big crab. Well, if I'm not getting my Roa, then I'll put it on.
Death by my hand.
What am I going to take? Redemption. Oh yeah, I have Spark. Okay. This, and Ionic Spark. Redemption. And these. Oh, what now? Redemption and these. There we are.
Respect the Madonnas.
What do I got right now?
Respect the Madonnas.
I'm far from done killing. We are at
You and your annoying cog
war.
mark, huh?
Forget it. Surrender to death.
Oh, he's already silver. Wow. Ah, no, I will not break that ever. Yeah, I was looking for a lot of, sure, I guess. We'll take this one for Miss Madada. Yeah. Nope. Well, I never expected that I could finish this, to be honest. Yeah. That's too much AoE damage. But hey. Third place, so I guess that wasn't too bad. I don't really feel like playing it today. You have 8 push-ups. Let's see. Where the fuck is this one?
Time to get this party started. Fire, fire, light the fire. Brighter, higher to desire.
Chasing all that we aspire.
Spreading out like wildfire. Never ever have I ever been a sinner, been a dreamer. Take the chance and with my lighter.
Got the fire.
Come pull me out. I'm out of sheep to count this overkill. Saddle stories wearing me down. Step out of the system, break out, give it everything. This is our time, we're yours to discover. Hello, brand new world. Would you welcome the light and free us from the night? Fire, fire, light the fire, brighter, higher as you desire. Ignite a beating heart, dance into the flame of light. Dance into the end of time. Time to get this party started. Fire, fire, light the fire. Brighter, higher as you desire. Chasing all that we aspire. One step to the left, 2 steps to the right. Then back
I
to
haven't
the
played
start.
Team in like what, 2 years
Step
now.
out of the circle, break down, we got everything. This is our time, we're yours to discover. Blue sky,
What do I need for this?
take us
I should
home
see the other
to
stuff.
where we belong and free us from the night. Take us to paradise. Fire, fire, light the fire, brighter, higher as you desire. Ignite our beating hearts, dance into the flame of light. Dance into the end of time. I know that I can still be the future of the story. I know that I can be free, the one and the only. They tell me that I'm crazy, I'll never let them stop me. With this, or nothing. Time to get this party started. Never ever have I ever been a sinner, been a dreamer. Fire, fire, like the fire, 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 like the fire. Ignite these beating hearts. Jump into the stream of light. Jump into the end of time. Dance into the flame of light. Dance into the end of time. Keep searching all the to the Oh no, fell into the abyss unknown. Left me bleeding heartless all alone. Yo, yo, no control. Yo, yo, don't you dare apologize. Turn my back and feel the cold light. Listen up and here's some advice. You're out of time, way out of line. It's taking over like a renegade. I pour a lie, I'll make you cry. Tearing it down to just what I wanna. Keep calling me yes and no. You think so? You got me twisted. Such a misfit. Taking the crown, now you're calling me king. You gonna hear him all sing. Now sing it. Like that. Don't back it up, don't back it up. Keep renegade. Eye for an eye, I'll make you cry. Tearing it down to just what I wanna. Keep calling me yes and no. No, you think so? Maybe, you got me twisted. Maybe, such a misfit. Taking the crown, are you calling me king? You gonna hear him sing. Maybe, never like that. Maybe, I want it all, so give me some more. Please burn me up, down into my core. Oh, you wish I'd stay down, but then I just rise. You're not my enemy, baby, you're dead to me. Hear my voices screaming out loud, no doubt, Tearing it down to just what I wanna. Keep calling me yes and no. No, you think so? Maybe, got me twisted. Maybe, such a misfit. Taking the crown, are you calling me king? You gonna hear him sing. Maybe, never like that. Maybe, la 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 la. Team Eddie, la 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 la. Team Eddie, So they show me I latte, high latte. I'm gonna tonight, I'm pretty diet again. 意味明かしてんだってあいらこれなんてんだスイスイはアイラテゲイタってあでもないこうでもないの寂しいナンセンスでおぼれとれぼれら何もない私何もない変わらない私変わらないわからないわからないはい根元以外は隠してタタタタタリタリタリタリはいさよならジョロでおねだりタタタタタリよりdirty I got should have埋めてよタタタリないない戦場感情が左ないない情緒感情をでタタタリチュッダーリンが愛だってなんでコロンコロンと何をクレイジーダイエットで意味明かしてんだって少林世代だ何もない私何もない走ってない私走ってないわからないはい自撮りは全部隠してタタタタタリタリタリタリはい体内暗証ので下げたりタタタタタリルイdirty I 多少だとめてよ
タタタリン
踊れ叫べ踊れ裏パパ踊れ歌え踊れ裏パパドキドキのしドキドキのはい素顔は全部なくしてタタタタタリタリタリタリどうしようもない感情に笑ったりタタタタタリ塗りdirty and dirty I 多少と埋めてよタタタリないない歯の返事を左ないない妄想感情をでタタタリないない尋常感情をでタタタリねたありチュー
Bullshit. Bullshit.
ミーナさん、今日の楽しいライブ配信に来てくれて誠にありがとうございます。今日もラップしたいと思います。では始めましょうか。
Fuck it, modern day kills really must take fun. More often people taking lives, rocking knives and guns. To be a murder connoisseur was in the ruins of hell. Got used to luring the audience of motive self. Cause to my surprise, snatching lives, 40 eyes, can't she? Nice try, stopping the motherfucking Da Vinci. I'm human and rage, sure can't stop at the pacer. Make sure it stands enough, or I'm slave first. Yellow haters out there, high five, I see you. No one's gonna buy this bitch, I believe you. Cute as all hell in a literal sense. A bitter pretense, but the views are all doubting the show, dollars and cents. To me, now tell the queen, sayonara. Sight another super radical, so it's to tear your heart apart at the seams. Still the killer of your dreams. Put your soul into my pocket, then I flee the scene. It's like that.
If you take my advice, you'll be killed by what you don't know. But the others saying that I like so much more is along the lines that you reap what you fucking see. So gotta know, ain't it so? Could you let go of your soul from me? So go and die, Saki. I'm not asking for much. Do me a favor and die. ごめん、失礼しますが死んでください。T bitch is so fucking kawaii. Kawaiiね。Kill with the bass till we get him to say, alright, yay, steak in the outside, so it goes. Deadbeats, listen up, it's what you want me coming in the night for ya. Content, yeah, that you go, but then hindsight, you're not collide. Bass high enough to exterminate ya. You'll dance anyway, cause it's human nature. So no, why not, though, not each only down, Shimo. And I'm gonna see you, Shima, baby. やりすぎました。なんで敬語でラップしてるちょっと変だ。Not what you expected, better tell you straightforward. Hear you all the way in hell, slamming on your keyboard. Go ahead and be so, but I won't run. Cause I'm a workaholic business lady, get shit done. Taking souls, not an industry for seconds or what. But it's a mystery, it's a darkness, it's day in the sun. C-A-double-L-I-O-P-E, I really love to say murder shit, eye-opening. Taking words and getting right up the cup and script my own thing. Murder with words ain't enough, that was the past me. I'm seeking first class masterpiece to blast me. Humans come at me and mastic, actually, whatever that means. Yes, whatever that means. Come a little closer, cause authority then laugh at me. If you take my advice, you'll be killed by what you don't know. But inside I'm kinda nervous and I don't know what the word is for the other side of the gap. Fucking say so. Then now do as I'm supposed to do. I'll get close to you. Don't mind deja vu if it's alright with you. Could I end your life? ごめん、失礼しますが死んでください。T bitch.
It would have been that anyways, but yeah.
かわいいね。Kill with the bass till we get him to say, alright, yay, steak in the outside, so it goes. Deadbeats, listen up, it's what you want me coming in the night for ya. Content, yeah, that you go, cause then hindsight, you're not collide. Bass high enough to exterminate ya. You'll dance anyway, cause it's human nature. So no, why not, though, not each only down, Shimo. And I'm gonna see you, Shima, baby. Deadbeats, listen up, it's what you want me coming in the night for ya. Content, yeah, that you go, cause then hindsight, you're not collide. Bass high enough to exterminate ya. You'll dance anyway, cause it's human nature. So no, why not, though, not each only down, Shimo. And I'm gonna see you, Shima, baby. I've been down here before.
I thought it was 2, not 3. Why? Like,
Slowly, it all begins to fade. I've got no power left today. I don't know.
he literally walks right past it like that.
These times here anyway. Those nights when your energy is nowhere to be, nowhere to be found. Do you see the light or does it feel like abyss? Oh, it's bottomless. I'm trying to figure out how to stay afloat in this world and all of its gravity. When every day the pull is grabbing me, and it's easy thinking nobody here's understanding me. Maybe I'm not alone. Maybe I'm not alone. Somewhere trying to figure out how to stay afloat in this world and all of its gravity. When every day the pull is grabbing me, and it's easy thinking nobody here's understanding me. Maybe I'm not alone, maybe I'm not alone, and I know I'm not alone, not alone. All these faces with the same frustrations. Not alone, not alone. Part of me, part of you, we're not alone. But somebody's out there just like me, feeling all the same things. I don't know what I should do, at least though you like this too. I found a bit of comfort. How to stay afloat in this world and all of its gravity. When every day the pull is grabbing me, and it's easy thinking nobody here's understanding me. Maybe I'm not alone, maybe I'm not alone, and I know I'm not alone, not alone. All these faces with the same frustrations. Not alone, not alone. Part of me, part of you, we're not alone. Open love, I thought I'd never understand. Couldn't help it when you took my hand. Once I ignored before, you left me wanting more. Destroyed everything just to get a bit ahead. When lights fly by, is it fake or reality? Not sure of much, but I know already. Soaring these streets make me complete. Full throttle, come give me your all. Engines on, keeping up with the beat of my heart. Just can't get enough. Revving up, make it fast. Only up, make it last till the sun's up. With a shot in the dark, take me away. Fizzing up in my heart, it's all okay. Accelerate me until I'm there. You and I reach the line, marking and the wheels. Keep going until the bubbles fade. I don't care if I don't see another day. Shock it in my heart, give me all that you got. Windows down, don't hesitate a minute more. Time is up, not enough, fill it up and don't look back again. Carbonated love. Bet on love, it's better than I could have dreamed. Look at what we've done, we're too extreme. Pour me your favorite drink, so much until we sink down to the bottom. Don't wanna miss a thing. The track we're on might crash, oh what am I to do? Rushing in, ignoring old avenues. Race through the night, my guiding light. Sparkling, I'm right here with you. Engines not keeping up with the beat of my heart. Just can't get enough. Revving up, make it fast. Only us make it last till the sun's up. A shot in the dark, take me away. Fizzing up in my heart, it's all okay. Accelerate me until I'm there. You and I reach the line, marking and the wheels. Keep going until the bubbles fade. I don't care if I don't see another day. Shock it in my heart, give me all that you got. Windows down, don't hesitate a minute more.
Oh, come on, my dude.
Don't look back again. Carbonated love.
I don't need this anymore. $22.7.
Make such a mess of me, don't care if I'm the fool. Another night of bliss, speed up, let's make it new. Love me despite the way I'm crazy just for you. 「 Come pull me out. I'm out of sheep to count this overkill. Saddle stories wearing me down. Step out of the system, break out, give it everything. This is our time, we're yours to discover. Hello, brand new world. Would you welcome the light and free us from the night? Fire, fire, light the fire brighter, higher as you desire. Ignite a beating heart, dance into the flame of light. Dance into the end of time. Time to get this party started. Fire, fire, light the fire. Brighter, higher as you desire. This ain't all that we aspire. One step to the left, 2 steps to the right. Then back to where we started and then over again. Step out of the circle, break out, we've got everything. This is our time, we're yours to discover. Blue sky, take us home to where we belong and free us from the night. Take us to paradise. Fire, fire, light the fire, brighter, higher as you desire. Ignite our beating hearts, dance into the flame of light. Dance into the end of time. I know that I can still be the future of your story. I know that I can be free, the one and the only. They tell me that I'm crazy, I'll never let them stop me. With this, our advent time to get this party started. Never ever have I ever been a sinner, been a dream. Fire, fire, light the fire, 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 light the fire. Night is beating hearts. Jump into the stream of light. Jump until the end of time. Dance into the flame of light. No stage yet. Dance until the end of time. Keep taking on the road that was to the day I get
Can't believe the words that came out of your mouth. Never thought that what we had would go this route. Can see the clock is ticking, but I just can't stop thinking. Every little memory's tormenting me. Counting all the risks. Wanna sleep, but it won't happen. I'm wide awake, reliving the past and still haunted by the ghost of you. Everywhere I look, it's like you're always there, despite the fact that I'm on my own. I'm in my feelings, like rainbow on the ground. They're soaking through the sheets and drenching every single inch of me. Never feelings, it's falling all around inside this never-ending downpour. It's a no escape. I wanna look you in the eyes, thinking about the night.
Oh, so I see. Valorant, that explains it. Ay, that was quote unquote interesting. See what they have to say.
We'll first talk about what they do have here, and then we'll talk at the end about all the things they fucking missed out on. So, 'cause I was gonna say, Piano Man made it. They show that. Got Piano
Oh,
Man.
thank God.
Cheer for Piano Man.
Good thing Jin is
Oh,
alive.
Piano Man.
Echo burns one for Jinx, presumably, because that's the person that he cares about the most.
Yeah,
Of
because we had
course.
this incredible story that we told between those two. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Makes complete fucking sense. Definitely. And the shot that's considered like the most meaningful by many people who watch this season is the one where he was sitting with her in the other universe, but now he's alone. Which
God,
to
fuck
me,
off.
it
Fuck
just
right off.
I hate how much it's like look at what he sacrificed. Like, no, stop it. It wasn't his. He was.
How did they not give us a shot where he's hanging out with Vi and they finally
I know.
normal talk? Like he's
Why would he hang
not
out with his
all
friends?
of his
not
sanctuary
even
people.
with his friends in the sanctuary people. This oh
Like, I'm thinking about that one girl I met for a week. or whatever.
They've actually simplified Echo, whose whole life is about a girl that's not even in his fucking universe.
yeah.
I just realized what
someone's
Echo
body.
what Echo did is what Victor was doing. He snatched someone else's body and drove it without their consent.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Victor was doing.
It's so unfair. Echo had like a whole character in season 1. He would have had less screen time in season 1 than season 2, right?
Yeah.
I checked.
I don't think so.
Again, let me double check it.
I'd be curious to know if it was close.
Echo, he has
I would guess he had more
29.
than one.
He has 29 minutes in season 1. He has 39 minutes in season 2.
It seems so. Wow, it seems like
Damn.
it's so much more in the first season.
But again, 26 minutes of that is in episode 7.
Of
If you
course.
take that out, Echo in season 2
Yeah, but that's the thing.
has
You don't
14
take that
minutes.
out because that's all characterization for Echo, but it's just fucking
Well, exactly,
wasted.
yeah.
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 Womp womp.
His
indeed.
entire deal is just like trying to be one of the only people as like a positive force for change in Zorn, like helping out his community and like fostering like all sorts of goodwill and whatnot. And they decided that the best move for him this season is to just eliminate him from Zorn for the entire season.
Yeah, remove him from his people and his organization and Vi, and
All of the
really
stuff he
everyone
was
else
trying to build
isolate him
and do.
completely.
And
But at
all
least
in the
he's
name
with
of his
Heimerdinger.
all in the name of this insipid fucking time travel device, which they're not interested in exploring at all, because the other thing from, I guess, Echo's prior characterization from the game and whatnot, he takes his time travel thing very, very seriously, and it defines a lot of his principles and how he approaches the world, and how he uses that power. But here it's just, it's a cool new toy he got. And the
Then he
main
throws it at a
centerpiece-
robot.
Yeah, then he
and
throws it at a
it
robot
saves
and
the
it's gone.
universe, I guess.
And the main centerpiece of his entire interaction in this whole fucking season is him getting the cool wish fulfillment scenario where he has everything he could ever want, and it's all great and perfect. But it has nothing to do with the actual life he was leading.
The one that he would care about. They don't treat him and I've talked about this before, but I guess now is the conclusion of.
And the
Then he
main
throws it at a
centerpiece-
robot.
Yeah, then he
and
throws it at a
it
robot.
saves
and
the
it's gone.
universe, I guess.
It's the one thing I hate about the Echo part as well, is like suddenly he takes the time traveling very seriously, but they actually made like trailers where you see him just time jump 3-4 times in a row just because he dies and he's like, I can't die.
And the main centerpiece of his entire interaction in this whole fucking season is him getting the cool wish fulfillment scenario where he has everything he could ever want, and it's all great and perfect. But it has nothing to do with the actual life he was leading.
The one that he would care about. They don't treat him and I've talked about this before, but I guess now is the conclusion of it all. When I say several, I'm talking like fucking 100 of these, like 100,000 like tweets talking about how Echo is one of the greatest heroes in basically fiction, because he got everything he could ever want and he gave it all up to save people that he already had. Like this mental gymnastics of trying to argue that he gave up more than anyone has ever given up when all of it was stolen, and it's not even people that he actually cares about. These are not his people. They are different people. It doesn't matter if it was an accident or not, right, in terms of him having essentially stealing it. To keep it would be stealing it at that point, especially knowing which for some reason is not something they discussed, but we all know exactly why they avoid it. The stealing of literal person's life. They can't exist while you do. Heimerdinger didn't work at all to get them out of there. Like you could argue that that's at least somewhat in character that they managed to maintain. That Echo wanted to get back to his world. He said it. It's almost interesting to think about. He said we got to go back to our people. Our people need us, or something like that, right? Like Heimerdinger was just like, what? Like that's an alien concept to him.
Yeah.
But Echo understood that, but he doesn't seem to understand much further. And a significant portion of the audience don't understand it either. Which is why this image to me is like hyper insulting. Like look at this, summarizing Echo as the boy who never got to be with the girl he loved. And it's like, what insane nonsense is this? That's not at all what this character was. You've taken so much from him, it's insane. He should be outright celebrating with all the people that survived in the sanctuary, while simultaneously you can see the mural in the background of all the people that they lost. That kind of thing, you know?
Celebrating the health of the tree and what it represents for the future of his community.
Address the tree!
The good tree. Unaddressed.
They don't care.
Well, that would be a cliffhanger for season 3 if there was going to be one, to show the tree, pan up, show the tree, and then there's still some goo on the tree. What does it mean? I guess is oh my goodness. Or you have Echo in his sanctuary. He's with the tree. He's having a drink. He's alone. He's looking at the pictures of the tree. He's happy. But, you know, what he's lost really means a lot to him. So he just shows you could show the different ways that different characters sort of reflect on all of this insanity that's occurred.
Savika's on the council.
Which is hilarious.
What is she? Well, wait. What does she say?
Ron from Game of Thrones.
Savik.
Oh,
that's the one from Sound.
She's there.
Well,
I was sorry. I was
her
confused by the question. I thought you'd understood at this point. Savika doesn't talk. She's not.
Oh, I just thought that. If you would have told me years ago that season 2 ends with Savika being on the council, like the Piltover Council, I'd be like, oh, that's interesting. I can't wait to see how that plays out and what moves her into that position and what political situations kind of unfold over the season. That will be fascinating to see how she ends up being on the council, the person who was Silco's right-hand man, arguably the leader of Zon now. That's interesting.
We were expected to believe at the start of Season 2 that Savika was so unwilling to work with people from Piltover that she was unwilling to turn Jinx, who she hated, over to them.
This is just not... What we're seeing here is an impossible image, especially with how they've shown the story so far.
Even...
I don't... Why would... Lore-wise, Piltover and Zom still hate each other and are at war. Why would anyone from Zon go to the council? Like, if they're already like... Zon and Piltover are forever at war. Like, Piltover just has the nice places and Zon is basically the shitty part of the city. And the war is ever ongoing between the Camp Barons and the council, I guess it's then. Why would Savika do that? Like, she probably will have more of a say in I can take this by force, especially if she has the entirety of Zon behind her. I haven't seen Arcane. That sounds like bullshit to me. Like, but then again, Arcane fucked over all the characters lore-wise, so...
If it were possible.
As she sits down?
So why keep
Even if it were
Savika
possible,
alive?
what we are looking at here, the writers need to understand what's going to happen, because she gets glared at by
She is going to murder all of them.
multiple of the Piltover councillors, right? So here's how this is going to go. Savika is going to try to do literally anything, and everyone else in the room is going to disagree with her, say no, and she is going to have no power on this council.
She will leave. She will have no interest in being a part of this bullshit. She'll go back to Zorn and she'll take care of her people.
Yep.
Like, she's not stupid, but at the same time she recognizes, well, you want to see what she does. What is, okay, this is my position. What can I do? If I stay on the council, I can listen to everything they say and voice my concerns. If they veto everything, then I'll say, well, if you're not going to take any of my stuff into consideration, you want things to go back to the way they were. I'm here so that we don't have to do that. What is their response to that? How do the other people deal? This is like the political element that was completely absent from Season 2 that I, personally, was really interested in learning about and seeing. How does this all play out in a post-Silco, Piltover-Zon world?
You know what's even crazier to think about is this is the conclusory scene for the Zorn-Piltover conflict. This is your scene, people who are interested in that.
I believe I go more with what the EFAP members just said. She will probably notice pretty quickly that she has no say and everything she says or wants to do is gonna be vetoed, and the war will just start over again in record time, because she will already have this entire part of you're not listening, still you're not listening. I wanted to avoid a war by doing this. I am not happy to be here, but I am here. And you're still ignoring me. You leave me no choice at this point.
I think they've accomplished anything.
It's
We're
insane.
friends now.
It is. I want to see them constructing this in the storyboards and seeing them like tell each other this works.
What is it? We did it, Patrick. We saved the town.
It's absolutely nuts. You haven't addressed fuck all. And if it was ever to happen that they opened up a slot on the council for a Zornite, and then they offered it to Savika, because you know why they chose Savika, there's no one fucking left. They have no characters. They can't do anything. So they're like, oh, we gotta put someone on the record. We can't just put, you know... they should have put the guy, what's his name? The cook. He should have been...
Oh, Jericho.
Jericho, yeah. But,
he's just sitting there all jolly.
Even if they suggested Savika be the one, Savika would send someone in her place. She's too busy sorting out Zorn. She wouldn't give a fuck to come all the way up here to listen to them talk completely, like, you know, naively about the state of any particular political issue. And especially when she's going to get outvoted like crazy.
Yeah, so she will have no power on this council. She can't accomplish fucking anything. At best, she gets to speak up, and then everyone here who is from Piltover and hates her says, "Shut the fuck up, Savika."
Well, if that's true, how did she even get a spot on the council at all?
I'm assuming we don't get to find out. We don't get to know that. We don't get to see that. None of that. Shut up. Like, you don't deserve it. You're not allowed. She's just here now. And this solves the problem. You see, it shows progress. Piltover and Zorn, they're doing great. They don't even confirm if Zorn is sovereign. They don't even give us that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if it was,
right,
then Savika, they wouldn't, you know, she'd have her own council in Zorn, right? She wouldn't be part of the Piltover Council if they'd given it sovereignty.
Yeah,
I don't.
Maybe they've got some arrangement.
I'm fine with the idea that a Zornite is on this council as part of a weird, like, that could eventually happen. That's a thing that might, but there's an interesting story to show us of just how useless and almost only for diplomacy that position is. But that's what the story would be, right? Like, they don't have any power, but the position actually does prompt some level of peace or smoothness in terms of different conflicts that could rise up. Yeah, like, it's something. And the idea of them being a weak tool that does nothing, that's an interesting story in of itself. Like, what does that...
It would be stupid to, like, one of the people say here, Kate put her there. Nope. Kate is an enforcer, is not a Zonite. They would never do that because she's a Zonite. She's not a Zonite, sorry, she is from Piltover. So, putting Kate there would have changed nothing. And I think Kate would politely decline after her entire debacle and the entire thing where she followed one of the council members who apparently revolted. I don't know.
Person end up doing, and do they get corrupted, and what does that mean for the people of the multiple season story that we're never going to get? Anyway.
No, you get side eyes. The season's over. Fuck you.
Why don't we see what's happening with a different fella? A lad who won it all.
Let's binge sweep, baby.
The winner of season 2.
He's unlocked daughter in robot form.
Victor.
How the fuck did he pull that off?
No idea. Victor Jews and Warwick Jews plugging in.
Yeah, basically that. He plugged everyone into each other and then it resurrected his daughter.
And it also, It's also frustrating because that means the entire visual design and aesthetic of the mannequin.
I would kind of understand it, but there's one big change they had to do to her to make it somewhat more interesting, and that is basically make the daughter Oriana. And that you had to, and lore-wise, you just say something like he had to keep it a secret that he made her. That would be the thing, because there's no name on the creator of Oriana as far as I know, so... And then the ballet thing would fit perfectly, because Oriana does ballet.
People and how they move is now just transparently a means to get us to Oriana.
Yes.
Yes.
It is
That's
now
it.
not something Singed did. It's Oriana is the way that she is because of Victor and his creepy mind-suck robots. I guess.
How much of Oriana's even in there? Are we saving that for next time trademark?
Sure. I think it's funny though. Since like right before the war happened, he just put like, okay, I gotta put some juice in this guy, some shimmer
Juice in
here.
there. Yeah, then he pocketed some of the
Alright.
juice, and Abbas was
He's
like,
like,
"What are you doing
"Okay,
now?"
I'm
And he's
done."
like, "I'll be right back. Go to the toilet. I'll be right back."
I need to. I left my stove on. I'll be right back. And then everybody died.
And she's like, "Hello, father." And then he's like, "You wouldn't believe what I did to get
Hey, hang
you like
on,
man,
this."
the day I just had.
Where's the ball?
It'll come later.
Oh, the Oriana ball.
Yeah, the
Come later.
ball. Where is it? It's like vital.
No, it's
Very important.
Shut up.
I promise.
She'll get a ball later.
Singed actually took the remnants of the Victor ball and he's gonna make one of them.
Oh, thank goodness. For a second there, I was a little worried, but we're all right.
I don't understand how Singe's daughter can have anything of his daughter in there. Because she was dead, as was Vanda, and then he turned them into something else.
There's the
and it
Oriana
didn't
ball.
have any of Warwick didn't have any of Vanda's consciousness in there until Victor started doing his magical bullshit, which
She's different.
suggests.
She's a robot. He saved the whole brain. It's all in there.
But Singe didn't talk to. Singe didn't get Victor to help with this. He
No, he
just
didn't
did it
either.
on his own.
That's
Yep.
Swain's
Oh,
crow.
good. Whatever Singed needed to do, that's what he did.
He put the plugs in the right places, and he's got his daughter back.
Looks like Swain is inspecting Jace's hammer. Don't know what is going to come of that. It's
Not a lot.
very difficult to give a
as far
shit.
as I know.
Yeah.
The
It
best
looks-
part is from commentary stuff. I don't think that's even Swain. That's the demon before Swain even like makes a deal with it. Just
Oh, okay.
demons just hanging out.
I don't know what that means, but I believe
Sure.
you.
I like demons.
Mel is contemplating, I guess, being the new head of the Medada family. Like I give a fuck. That'll come up in.
I don't even know what that
Nox's show, I
means.
guess.
I don't know what the implications are.
She
I don't know
already
what she
rejected
thinks
it.
of that.
She
She
won
rejected it in
glorious
season
battle
one.
against Ambessa.
What about her and
so
Jace?
no,
are they
she-
finished? Are they through?
She
Jace
doesn't know who
is
Jace
dead.
is. She literally
Yep.
has no idea. Who even is Jace? What did you say? Jaime Jace? What was that? I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Look, there's
Jace told
ships.
her she won't be protected.
Look, there's the Noxian ships are coming.
Whoa.
They're up to something. Maybe they're coming to be
Or
like,
they
what
go-
the fuck happened?
Wait,
What's going on?
Is this the
they go-
Nox?
or
I
maybe
thought
they're
this
going.
was. Yeah, I thought this was Mel leaving with,
Oh.
with the Noxians.
Oh, it could be. I guess the ships they made it through the whole war. Huh?
Possible, but the fucking
Mel is
evil
leaving
Swain
Piltover?
bird falls in with them.
I don't know
Well, I
if
guess
they're
that
coming or
means Mel's
going.
leaving Piltover.
Whatever. We're so close. Oh.
So, Mel leaves Piltover, gets no closure on where Jace is. Is he alive? What's going on? What about her relationship with him?
Do
It's
they have
all
some
just-
kind of connection or something? Those two?
Isn't this such shit?
Yes.
Yes.
Like, this is awful. All of that stuff. And
Yeah,
it's just
pause.
like a cascade
We're one
of
scene
bullshit.
from the end, okay, and then we can do all of that sort of conversation. We're right on the precipice. So, Caitlin is looking at her Kierman files, and she hilariously looks at the place where Jinx fell and spots that there are little tunnels. And the point of this is to be like, you see, Jinx could have escaped. You know, Jinx, the one that can travel at the speed of fucking light anyway. She could escape through those little tunnels. It's like, yeah, I guess. I don't give a fuck. But unfortunately,
Jinx can get away with it basically.
no, this is so much worse. So like the trying to give any information to the audience of how it's possible that Jinx could get away with this without anyone seeing is completely. We could have figured that ourselves. Like I said, she might just be the light. Who cares? Caitlyn seeing this, and we're supposed to gather that Caitlyn realizes that Jinx has done this, and she's smirking. She's like,
why would you fucking smirk?
Clever.
Why would you fucking smirk about that?
I need to point at the neon sign again.
Jinx,
Maybe she can
from
kill my dad
Caitlyn's
later.
perspective, is a violent, chaotic, psychopath asshole who killed her mum and destroyed everything. The additional information, right, of dying to save her sister, quote unquote, and possibly like delay, all the shit that happened at the end of that fight. I need like the writers to understand. Do you know what would happen? Like a person who kills your parent, who then does something good for someone else and does broad, confusing, chaotic things. Like, oh, I like them now. No.
Well, and whatever Caitlyn knows about the events would be from Vi's perspective, and she knows that
Just
Vi is
corrupted
biased.
as fuck with Jinx love, so... yeah, and we've had several instances of those two having a really rocky relationship anyway. So, it should, I think, instead... like, she should never forget what's happened between her and the mother and the countless other victims. And I think she should probably have like a determined, frustrated face here, if anything. Like she didn't even sacrifice herself.
My mother's a murderer.
Yeah, she's escaped, and that's that, I suppose. Wonderful. Also, yeah, if you wanted to discuss the going from converting people who were willing to unwilling, like I said, I think that the writers want us to think that it was the conversation
he got
and fight.
corrupted more over time.
No, it's the fight with Victor. Sorry, Jace.
Yeah,
that's where he changes his mind on that.
Oh, okay.
It was. Remember, he's a super smart person, and he comes across the first person who disagrees with him, and then he's like, "I guess it won't just be the willing, huh?" Because he's really smart. He thought everyone would be willing, I guess.
Right.
He's like, you know what? That's crazy. I don't know how to solve the problem of people not being willing.
People were willing in Zon, but now that I've come to a nice place, people don't want it. Interesting. I can only sell my merchandise to drug addicts and paupers. Interesting.
Darn it.
Jace, why are you fighting me? Why are you trying to stop the glorious evolution? Have I not explained it properly? I'm going to lobotomize you.
Have I not shown you I don't know what evolution is enough?
Yeah, and then she says, "You still in this fight, Violet?" And then she says back, "I'm the dirt under your nails, Cupcake. Nothing's gonna clean me out." Which, I mean, aside from different meaning you could draw from it, it's just so funny that the writers would have Vi refer to herself as dirt by the end of the season.
No wrong.
So about those like ongoing class tensions.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh god, what an inappropriate fucking final line.
Let's look at the state of the Zon Piltover relationship as has been developed in this season. You had people from Piltover get a foreign military to assist them in the subjugation of Zonites for how long? Was it months?
It was months, yes. It took them months to gain control of the Undercity.
For months.
Huh.
And now, like, that's a thing that happened that is going to be on people's minds. The Zonites are probably not going to be very happy with that. Oh, we got Savika on the council. I don't even know what that means. And
half of them wouldn't care.
And Jinx is gone, so I guess she's dead. I guess she died in the battle, and we helped Piltover, I guess. And now the the Noxians are gone. What a weird political situation is happening. This is bizarre.
And the final shot of the show is an airship leaving, and you're supposed to make the connection. Oh boy, Jinx is on that airship because she said she always wanted to be in one. Wowee. She made it, and then it goes and says the end because the show ran out of time.
Yay! The mass murdering terrorist made it.
I'm so glad.
Which
with her iconic code,
Got away with it.
Yeah, so that's the show. Now,
why did you do this to me?
I wanted to wait until that moment before we discussed what Silco said to her, for specifically the reason that This is Jinx's conclusion, and well, I can gather, since it's the end, the show's fucking conclusion, that the end to the cycle of violence is for you to walk away, which, if you broaden that out, I actually do kind of, like, there's an interesting angle to it with how Vander is treated in, or rather, what is portrayed in the first scene of the first season. He technically drops his gauntlets, chooses to stop, you know, engaging on his end with the violent side of the war, and instead chooses to raise the next generation to take somewhat responsibility and accountability, you could say, for the state of this having continued. He is walking away from the fight and instead focusing on things that matter
we all
more,
knew
like
how that
raising the next
ended.
generation, like I said, or protecting people, supporting people. No more am I going to be defined by just killing or something. I gotcha. That makes some sense. Sure, 100% you can describe it as walking away if you want to. There's loads of other angles and those are things you can talk about. Just saying. Love it, sure, 100%. Now, to then reflect that and say, Jinx as a character, what is her version of that? What does she need to do? It's like she needs to leave the whole of Piltover and Zorn, abandoning any sense of responsibility or accountability for any of the actions she's taken, doing nothing to make the place better. Because what? She's just so toxic of a person that the cycle of violence will continue to exist by her just being there. And then, of course, like, there's a problem for her character. You think that overrides her interest in just seeing that people she loves are okay? There's just no hope for her? She can't actually recover from that, even though she's clearly... Like, remember Act 2? She was almost normal.
Yeah.
She almost completely readjusted thanks to some other random girl entering her life. Not family. Like, that actually, like, brought her back from the brink or anything, and not some distinctive and difficult event that she went through. Instead, they pretend that she can be almost healed by some Randy, and then that Randy dies, and now she's unfixable. Thus, the only response, the only solution to the end of the violence is to send her away. It's like, what kind of fucking message is that? The cycle of violence is over once you abandon those you love and don't account for all of the damage you did.
And then if you were to pair that with the broader, because the cycle of violence as a message is not tethered just to, like, Jinx or Vi, it's like for the world. And the only conclusion to draw is, if you're caught in the cycle of violence, hope a bigger outside enemy comes so that you can be united against them.
Yeah.
Because that's what solved Piltover and Zorn's problems, a bigger enemy from the outside coming along to threaten them. And so I was like, well shit, let's work together. It's like, okay, just count on a big bad enemy coming from outside, and then that will stop this cycle of violence. All of your grievances...
We just blame some other. That seems like a pretty bad message. Just blame an other. Find an other to blame.
Yeah.
I know that, like, the what Silco says when he appears to her in that, like, dream, that's not actually Silco. That is her imagination, but I think we're meant to at least accept...
We are absolutely meant to buy that the show's opinion is what Jinx does at the end is the right thing. That's the right move.
Yes. Sure. What I was going to say is that I don't believe that those words and that sentiment would ever come out of Silco's mouth from Season 1.
And I don't believe that if any of the writers had someone who murdered their family, they would still have the same message to tell us about walking away.
Someone just said having an adopted child is a pretty life-changing event. Try it sometime.
No.
What does it have to do with anything?
I don't recall.
Did you see how
otherwise.
Jinx treated that child? Did you see that?
Wait. Hang on. Wait. So, but that's if that's enough to change her, why would her family not do anything to change her? That was my whole point. I didn't say it's impossible for an adopted child to change your view on life. Why the fuck would you think I think that? My point is that Jinx isn't affected by anything other than Grogu.
The thing for me is, like, even if we were to accept that, we saw the lived experience of their relationship. It wasn't good for either of them. The show thought it was good. It's not good. That shit would
ended in catastrophe.
awful for both.
The whole point is that it's a retarded, shallow, childish view of how things work. It'd be like, you know, Grogu, the adopted family, can make a difference to her emotionally, even if she's only known her for 10 minutes, but her actual family can't.
She retreated into her cave to speak with Grogu only. It was just the two of them, alone, isolated from the world and all connections with it.
It was such a dysfunctional relationship as well, because, like, it's not even... Because she was kind of treating her as if she was the sister she never had, Grogu probably viewed it as if it's like, oh wow, you can replace my parents, that I guess she's an orphan, they don't exist. But then Grogu's behavior for the whole thing was like, I just want to be you. Like, that's not healthy at all.
And in terms of, again, cycle of violence and like, oh, walk away. Like, what are we to conclude? That you break the cycle of violence by not participating in society? That's not useful. That's not useful to anybody.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to participate in society.
Well, I think you know, as Maul was talking about with
make
Vander, Vander's a more interesting one because he makes the choice to walk away, but he still has to participate in society, and that brings him into conflict with Silco. He chose to walk away.
He's walking away from the war. He's walking towards making the world a better place. The world that he has done his share of damage to by facilitating his end of the war that he clearly changes it. Like, the Vander we see in Act 1 is trying to work with the equivalent of Vander on the Piltover side being Grayson, right? Like, the whole idea is both of them are very aware of how bad things can get, and so they have to compromise and negotiate all the time. They're like the realists who've actually lived through how bad it can get. Meanwhile, the next generation and certain members like Silco have different ideas and different passions and different solutions, and the cycle begins again, even though the efforts have been made by the people who know the cycle is indefinitely going to continue, their efforts to stop it. Like, it's just so funny how Season 1 kind of has it all nailed shut and tight. It doesn't actually need any more story, because the point has been made so thoroughly, expertly, and clear. But Season 2 has, like, added a whole bunch of shit on that's either confused or contradicted what Season 1 was all about. I don't understand.
It's a bit of an easy answer.
Jinx should be in jail.
Yeah,
at the
Technically.
least.
Yeah, like it's just crazy that, like, oh, well, if we put enough distance between the bad thing that she did and the ending, hopefully you'll have forgotten what it was that she actually did and the impact that it had on people. Yeah, like you can't, like, I just want walking away, like that.
Escaping
I don't want to be curious, like, why do you? Because again, I'm pretty sure we talked about this. I don't think it was the last one, the one before that. Like, there are many stories that deal with, like, the notion of revenge and revenge bad, right? And it feels like you have to deal with the reality that, like, no matter how many times you tell that story, you're never gonna stop that, like, people, like, you can tell a story, like, how do you account, like, how does your answer account for this shit happens over and over and over again, right? That the cycle of violence, in a sense, is persistent as an aspect of the world, and how much of that is tethered to people's perceptions and views on justice, and the idea of making things right, or making the world a better place as they see it, and how that may differ from how other people see it. So again, it's the reason why Season 1 is so worthwhile, is because it doesn't provide an easy answer to what the solution to these problems are, and then it ends with tragedy, compared to here where it feels like, no, we gotta pull it back to, like, a happy ending, where all of the characters learn, you stop the cycle of violence with this easy action, like as if it were that easy.
Hey, Defrosted Robot in chat said, walking away didn't work for Simba. And I'm like, true.
No, that's right, Simba was obliged to return to Pride Rock to solve the problem, to resolve the situation.
Does not feel
to bring balance to the kingdom.
Thought through at all from the writers that all Jinx needed to do was just abandon everything. And, you start to encounter problems. It's like, is the notion then from the show that there was no repairing the relationship between her and Vi? There's no version of this that ends up that sisters can be supportive and caring about each other and learn to make the world a better place together. So it's like, no, Jinx has to go. Yeah, you know what? They agree with Jinx. She needs to leave. She's too toxic.
So she basically
Everyone
nukes
else
the
wants
city
to
and then
walk away.
leaves.
Well, everyone will think that she escaped.
Pretty much. I mean,
you have
there's a
her
lot of
understand what she did wrong and why, while simultaneously trying to explain exactly any valid reasoning behind any of the horrible actions she took, but represent, like properly saying, like, I fucked up. I really did, and I don't know that there's any way back, but I'd like to try. I'd like to invent things that help people. I'd like to help fix this world. I'd like to serve my time according to any to any kind of retribution here that should be done, any kind of balancing the sheet in any way. I want to help people. That would obviously be the... And how isn't that breaking the cycle? She's not taking revenge, she's not causing violence, she's not pissing people off. She's using all of her explosive potential for good.
To make amends, exactly. Yeah, but no, just leave. Just don't participate in the world.
I mean, honestly, Jace should have just walked away. He shouldn't have tried to stop Victor, you know?
If Jace had walked away when he was a kid, none of this would have happened. just walk away.
It really is just a matter of putting enough distance. If there was a scene in every episode of, I don't know, like the husbands and wives or the children of the enforcers that Jinx killed in episode 4, if every scene opened with, I don't know, one of the husbands has become like an alcoholic or something, or just like somebody's just crippling depression. Like if you show the effect of Jinx's consequences on these people, it gets really awkward. Like you can't have this ending
then you
if
show
you
her
don't
happy on the deck of that airship.
Yeah, exactly. Then cuts it. Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of it is that you just have to put distance between Jinx and what she did. Because if you don't do that, then it's going to be really uncomfortable.
The idea of that strikes at something that, you know, speaks to the nature of the cycle of violence. You think about that, you know, all of the misery Jinx has caused and the people's current experiences of that misery, and then juxtaposed against Jinx dancing away all happy on her airship. It doesn't seem fair, does it?
No, exactly.
It isn't.
And she got away with it.
Well, and
I
cynically assume
that's where the cycle comes from in many ways. People feel unjustly treated, and they want to right the world somehow.
Jinx is marketing and social media gold, so I just imagine she's going to get tossed into another one of these shows, and that's that.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
It's
sadly.
one of the faces of League.
But she's my favorite character. Stop it. Stop it. She was fine the moment she was created. A maniac, a psychopath, and a crazy woman. Jinx was perfect the moment she was created, and now they're fucking her over in all ways.
And I dread the idea that she shows up in any of the stuff they're working on next.
If they show her in Ionia, that would be fucked up, but to be honest, I still would see them do it just because they would go for like the more peaceful side of Ionia and try to have her meditate and find some calmness and find inner peace, those stuff that, mark my words, it will probably happen. And then you can have the invasion of Noxus of Ionia. Or her being the quote-unquote rebel that fight Noxus in Ionia, which would be... Ugh, just no. But it is like one of those parts where you can include the rest of the world in it, and then if they want to go take it further, then Mel is going with the Noxian fleet towards Shurima, let's say, to find out where her tattoos come from and what it all means and all that. Then you can include Shurima to it. If you start to include Noxus, then you can include the eternal war between Noxus and Demacia. And then you only have Bilgewater, which, I mean, you have a Noxian fleet. So you can have them resupply there, and then you can throw some characters in there from Bilgewater. The Mist is gonna be a lot harder to do because nobody goes to the Haunted Isles. But yeah, if Mel is going to seek for like the origins of her, like say tattoos, if she doesn't know them, because I didn't watch this season, but if she goes to seek for like better ones or wants to be stronger, and so she's going to seek the origin of her tattoos. Let's say she goes to Shurima, she finds nothing there, and the only thing that she finds is like a mention that Thresh was there once, or had like an alliance with them in the old times, when you had the Blessed Islands. Then she can start looking at going towards the Mists, because she's looking for Thresh, and that her tattoos basically are something that wards off the Mist, something like that.
It's
gonna happen for sure.
And then she
I don't care.
Definitely gonna happen.
There's going to be something in
and
like
then
the
she
Noxus
can run
show
into
where
Ilawi
it's
as
like,
well.
oh no, someone's in prison. Well, I know I know someone who can help bust them out.
Oh, if she's a sludgy tarnishing over anything else that happens, it'll just be...
Well,
it'll be maddening. I don't know if I can do it.
Let's say she was tossed into another show that had good writers, and they saw this show and they were like, all right, we need to actually like start repairing her and have her try to make up for the damage you did in Piltover in this new world now that we have, or whatever part of the world it is. It would be like, it doesn't really... Arcane's done. It's completed. That season is what it is now. This is the idea of... This is the story. Like, what have you done? Because, you know, aside from all the disastrous elements of Jinx and what we talked about with Zorn and Piltover, we don't actually have an acknowledgement, or even the potential for the acknowledgement, that Jace died to work with Victor to stop the end of the world. Like, that's not something anyone's going to know about or care about.
That's like a dead end, a closed loop.
Caitlyn didn't mourn her surrogate, essentially brother, right? Because they weren't actual family, they weren't blood, but they were pretty close, her and Jace.
Yep. At worst, pretty good friends.
I think that I have something for this later, actually, that relates to that. Because there's a counter to that, but then there's a counter to the counter, right? That we'll get to it. We've already been over Echo didn't tell anybody about Heimerdinger. That's just a fucking disaster. I can't believe that.
Heimerdinger.
Absolutely insane. It's difficult to properly... I'll put this up for now as well. That's because that's a screen time post. I assume that's relatively accurate.
Yeah.
So it's just the absolute disservice has been done to so many different characters. Can you see Grogu's position in this list? Like,
Jesus fucking Christ. What a fucking waste of space and time.
Those are very similar to the numbers that I came out with, so that does look accurate.
The little gremlin is like the gatekeeper to the top 5.
Yeah.
18 minutes of Heimerdinger, and it was like, it feels like 5.
Oh, it was pathetic.
I think that's something that it goes to show that it's why Echo feels like he's more present in the first season than the second. It's like Heimerdinger feels like he got 2 minutes, not 18. He just wasn't around. He wasn't here. It's because he wasn't around when he should have been, and what we did get was so terrible and not like him. It feels like he was just absent.
Giving so much screen time to Caitlyn, like, I don't know, guys.
And Jinx, look at that Jinx timer.
To those 3.
The Jinx one is obviously not going to be as surprising as one like Grogu, but at the same time, damn, you know, Jinx, we had an assumption they might have killed her in Act 1 if they had balls, but never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
That was foolish.
Indeed.
And yeah, there'll be more shows, but who cares? Like, who gives a shit?
Well, and because Rags was going toward it as well, but that final scene being like, will Mel become a Madada? What will she do with her power? Blah blah blah. And it's just like, you had her fall in love with Jace in season 1. You don't even remember.
Yeah.
Idiots. And it's to the point where you're like, did they forget? Have they just forgotten? Because you can put that in there. It's possible to have her mourn Jace and also have that little shot as well. But oh well. Never mind. And it's funny, yeah, you can look at this listing of people, their faces, and be like, Savika, you poor character. Holy shit.
What did they do to you?
No, not a lot.
Look at how they murdered my boy.
Give her a flumpy arm.
It serves to put into perspective, like, the efficiency with which certain characters were annihilated. Heimerdinger got 18 minutes, and like I said, it felt like 5. Some of the most spiteful 5 minutes that you ever did feel.
Mix your heart with mine. Let your sleeping soul take flight.
I'd rather be
Through
home
the
anyway.
night. Down by the river.
Ja, want met het antwoord via Mille van
Hanging moon in fog. This will lead where you belong. Sweep me off my feet. Down by the A clever fox is never caught. And hold it tight, 'cause you and I are underworld. The night is young, we're going down, down, down by the river. Down, down, down.
Legislador a los esvadeladores.
Mina Margitsene Taihun Dareka Ara Siva Varu de Samedes
ずっと恐れていた赤く光るその目海の底暗闇に消えていくどうして帰ら咲くのよ欲しいものなら全部手に入れた教えて私は望んでいた私になれたかな嘘はつけないでも本当じゃない本音は言わない方が楽じゃないいつかはどこかで分かり合える時が来るのLook at this so-called gem of the sea. Odd and scrawny, you see what I mean? Return to what you know, it ain't much I know. It shows. 私はあなたとは違うの。やめてよ、決めつけようの。大嫌い。理想の姿じゃなくていいの。私らしくあればただ分かってほしいだけよ。理想通りじゃなきゃ意味が出ない。希望の夢すらなくてあなたらしさあるのかしら諦めて楽になろうさずっと私なりの答え自分には嘘は
Hey Flo Welcome on in Good morning to you, good afternoon to me I need to kill this Jinx, she's wearing the ugly skin.
So, you think that's all, huh? Just gonna leave like it's nothing? Going without me? I don't know what you're thinking. Return to the sea, the shark is on your lap. Sayonara,
Arigato. Yeah.
失していた私はもういないさよならありがとうすべて受け入れて
There you go.
あなたのことは忘れないからいつでもどこでも私らしく生きていこう
Well, how are we doing today?
Self-hatred.
No, well, fixing up the apartment. Completely at work today. Oh, dead. Nothing much I could do there.
but I'm not lost.
風に吹かれて誰も気づかぬよ区別がつかないモノクロの世界色を閉じても何も見えなくてまだ私は息を止めていたもういいよ遠くても叶えたい私はこんな世界思いも抱きしめていたいのに夢のキャンバスに居続ける意味はこの胸に輝いているストーリー意味などないけど拾い集めたかけら失いそして夜はその冷たさをどかして手を伸ばしたもういいよ遠くても届けたい私は受け止めてく涙も抱きしめていたいのに夢のキャンバス
霞でかくかめるわ
この空に描き出してくストーリーそして夜は
The next word grips are gonna spawn soon. でもどたしたもういいの孤独も叶えた私の
こんな世界思いも言葉で包んだ夢のキャンバスに色を足してゆくこの胸に今輝いて強くなくてもいい壊れかけてもいいこの心は永遠に羽ばたいて響くように振り返ってゆくパレード
I should have left home years ago.
Look up at the horizon together as one. The stars on the horizon, it's only begun. The pivotal moment we're clamoring for. An infinite future's at our door. It's time to story with a new feel. Not just allegory, it's real. Wake up, big dreams about to come true. That means it's time to break through.
Never knew we could make it so far, but we're striving, thriving. Here we are, achieving the impossible. We're virtually unstoppable.
We can't sit still, we just keep moving. Now everybody sing. We're making our way to the next dimension. We'll reinvent the world that we live in. We'll greet every day with new intentions. Break conventions, run right through. This is it. Been smashing barriers left and right. Strong as we ever were, scaling high. So get together, let's reunite. Reach out, the
Riches rise.
We've been together for what feels like an eternity.
go far when we combine. So look at the horizon and then look beyond. We'll marvel at the skies and the strength of our bond. We're making a vow in the smiling stars, a powerful moment that's all ours. Seasons change but we keep shining. Now everybody sing. Keep it going. We're making our way to the next dimension. A million thrills in every direction. We'll give every mile our full attention. Breaking tension, breaking through. With endless energy, stronger too. A perfect harmony we devote. So clap along with me. Time to rise. The future's right before our eyes. A new dimension of freedom that we found. Yeah, we've made it. We're breaking out of the moon, no longer bound. We're unlimited. We're gonna spring to life and break change. Turn up the hype, can't be contained. We're shaking up the status quo. No time stop, we're good to go. The whole wide world is listening, so everybody sing. We're making our way to the next dimension. We're living out the dreams we believe in. Excitement beyond our comprehension. There's no question we'll break through. So relax, we'll keep aspiring to
Through excel.
it's so inspiring, going round. So light the fire and let's rebel. The future's brighter, we can tell.
There goes your ult.
Live with no regrets.
Have a nice look, dear. Your lurking corner is all set up for you. Just showing this to his boss. Ma'am, please. My minions. I was on my way back to it.
introduce myself. You didn't think I was done, did ya? Well, I guess we can have another fun, baby. Some people live for attention, playing the victim. But baby, I was born to do the killing. I see how you're going crazy, always thinking down me, blaming on me daily.
Yeah. You love me, honey, how you think I'm bothered? You're afraid of monsters. Are you ready for the monsters? Monsters. There's monsters. Are you ready for the monsters? Monsters. Love me, Sunny, how you think I'm bothered? No, I'm nothing like the others. After lifted the thing up, took everything I had to kill your friends alive. Baby, I'm done with you, not coming back for you. Introduce myself. It's funny how you think I'm bothered. Because I heard that you're afraid of monsters.
Back and forth and combo cut me like a knife. But then I saw it in your eyes, and it took me by surprise. 10,000 volts, a bolt that brought my heart to life. And I want you here right now, you know, 'cause I'm ready to let go. Get me through the night somehow, show me all you know. I looked our history when kissing will agree. If you're down to get familiarized and shining so bright. This scent that's filling up the air, and you're still unaware that you're falling fast
It's fire, take me high. It's like, ah, you got a masterwork chest. Uh-huh. Can't open it, can I? Ivern, Yumi, Galio, and blue. What's in here? Sivir, Rel, orange chest. Nope, cannot open. Looks like you're missing some component, as in what? Some components, ah yes. Hi, Holly, Sim, Sil, Yasuo, Set.
Oh my god. 人生のネタバレ知るっぽいな何それ無心で確認じゃそれっぽい単語
Alright, I asked for it to mix my playlist, not to play them one after another. Aratate, atate, tapatu. Ratate, atate, tapatu. I'm not gonna roll for this because it's an ugly ass skin. The only thing I might roll for is one of these. And even that is a no. Because the only one I would say is maybe Pike. And that would be it. And he ugly. Guess I better give me a life.
I'd rather be home anyway. What you gonna say now? Tired of the ones that are running the game. There's no escaping the boss. What's no cash deep with a monster? It's over for you.
Gonna ban anything? No? Are we gonna reset even? No. Yeah, we're not resetting. Oh no, I Syndra! Whatever will I pick? Card is support? Sure thing. Nocturne. What did I yes? What it got today? Good day, Satara. After this match, I'll probably have like a quick react video. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 set up. One is just for me a more funny haha one. So we'll see. But right now I'm mentally more than okay to play some more League. I'm just right now my mental is still going strong. The moment I start yelling at my other players, then that's when it's gonna take a nosedive again. Love me. And can't bother. No, I'm nothing. They're afraid of myself. Let me introduce myself. It's a sheep, so she should keep a very tight leash on the dragons, because it's gonna increase her armor and stuff. So I'm hoping for a good dragon count we're getting this game. でやつの中でもいい暗くてでもいい
この心は永遠に羽ばたいて響くように振り返ってゆくパレード
Mortal lives are so fleeting.
Taking you on below, taking you on below. Don't know me irresistible, taking you on below we go. I think they want it. They wanna get down. We take them down, down, down. Queen them in the borderline, running no surprise. You ain't gonna win, but you can try. I told you you got no luck, end up in my line. Listen, listen, run, hide and scream out already. Locked you up, full game.
You always play nothing corrupt from here.
Love it to forbidden, you'll never forgiven. No one to just forget. We got him. Rise down to the dive. Standing on the edge, don't know me, unpredictable, typical you. Got nowhere to go.
Time yourself a real high level of the
The love you should know. We gotta run in the light, almighty oh. What's wrong, what's right? Rushing in a fantasy, wanna be disease. Show that you won't ever make it out. Eyes falling now. Do it, you're talking like it now. Enemies gonna left count. See your guilty heart. We're not gonna stop. It's just a
He probably teleported as well.
get down, get down, down. Like it like that, not like that. Get down, 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 down. Take me up, let's go. Going up, go below. You already know. Don't you? They know it. Run in the light, almighty oh. What's wrong, what's right with you? Run in the night, almighty oh. Come take cover, it's never ending in the sky. Love it before it's done, you'll never forgiven. No one to just forget. We standing on the edge, don't know me, unpredictable, typical you. Got nowhere to go. Show you something real, my level. No, you'll never know. As a boss, the love you should know. Just a little unpredictable, beautiful, just the start. Let's go.
Hey.
Baby, go next level, almost criminal. As a boss, it goes below.
That was rather bad from me, to be honest. Oh well, time for a little sip.
Not even cloud fruit could erase that.
I'm gonna wait for that 15 gold.
Want it more, want it more. Love it more. 風穴開けたんだ。支配は始まった。息はもうかけたの。バチュトンも自覚ないはずよ。抑えきれない自力制御不能なパワー。捕まえてみなよ影形もない My heart I'm so crazy crazy love 半信半疑な素振り
何もないことぐらいベビー愛のプラズムしでしょ枯れゆくことを受け入れた鮮やかなフラワー知りながら送る笑顔に潜む姿心侵食される前にその身を預けて目覚めさせるのよ永遠に I never let you downからびきりに癖になるでしょ並ぶきり見足りてないのよ Yes, please 感じるでしょ運命的衝動もいつかスレスのない細胞酔わせて従来未来なら見出す意外じゃない I'm a genius 全知全能 like a Jesus 泣き起こす待ちわびてたんだ導くのすべて I'm sorry 誰もが羨む陶芸教へと I change You be crazy crazy love 天才の情と手段はきっと盆栽にはスペシャルで誰にも気づかれないけど手に入れるわパパパンパンパンからびきりに癖になるでしょ並ぶきり見足りてないのよ Yes, please 感じるでしょ普通じゃないそうといつか作り伝えろかも済ませてパパパンパンパン
Oh, because you flash, he didn't get hit. Ah, bullshit. 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 Okay, it's not bullshit, it's just me being bad, but still. Right on its time.
「
The problem with Veigar is the stronger I become, the stronger his ulti becomes. Because he steals my AP for his ult. But now fighting more. Nice.
Look up at the horizon together as one. A star is on the rise and it's only begun. The pivotal moment we're clamoring for. An infinite future's at our door. Yeah! It's time to story with a new feel. Not just allegory, it's real. Wake up! Big dreams about to come true. That means it's time to break through.
Never knew we could make it so far, but we're striving, thriving. Here we are, we're achieving the impossible. We're virtually unstoppable.
We can't sit still, we just keep moving. Now everybody sing. We're making our way to the next dimension. We'll reinvent the world that we live in. We'll greet every day with new intentions. Break conventions, run right through. This is it. Been smashing barriers left and right. Strong as we ever were, scaling high. So get together, let's reunite. Reach out, the future's bright.
We've been together for what feels like an eternity. The times are changing, but we're ready for infinity. Yeah.
Our stories align. We're gonna go far when we combine.
So look at the horizon and then look beyond. We'll marvel at the skies and the strength of our own.
We're making a bout in the smiling stars. A powerful moment, that's all ours. Seasons change, but we keep shining. Now everybody.
Ah shit, that's not what I wanted to do.
We're making our way to the next dimension. A million thrills in every direction. We'll give every mile our full attention. Breaking tensions, breaking through. Within this energy, stronger ties. A perfect harmony we divide. So clap along with me. Time to rise. The future's right before our eyes. A new dimension of freedom that we found.
Yeah, we've made it.
We're breaking out of the mold, no longer bound. We're unlimited. We're gonna spring to life and break chains. Turn up the hype, can't be contained. We're shaking up the status quo. No time stop, we're good to go.
The whole wide world is listening, so everybody sing.
Making our way to the next dimension, real out the dreams that we live in.
Excitement beyond our comprehension. There's no question we'll break through. We'll keep aspiring to excel. It's awe-inspiring, going round. So light the fire and let's rebel. The future's brighter, we can tell.
Damn. Should have backed off the moment I saw. Oh, it was a Trundle that flashed. Oh. Never mind. I thought it was Nocturne with his ult.
Something love I thought I never understand. Couldn't help it when you took my hand. It's I ignored before. You left me wanting more. Destroyed everything just to get a bit ahead. What lights my mind is the come give me your all. Engines on, keeping up with the beat of my heart. Just can't get enough. Revving up, make it fast. Only us make it last till the sun's up. I'm shot in the dark, take me away. Fizzing up in my heart, it's all okay. Accelerate me until I'm there. You and I reach the line, marking and the wheels. Keep it going until the bubbles fade. I don't care if I don't see another day. Shocking in my heart, give me all that you got. Windows down, don't hesitate a minute more. Time is up, not enough. Fill it up and don't look like a game. Carbonated love. Better love, it's better than I could have dreamed. Look at what we've done, we're too extreme. Pour me your favorite drink, so much until we sink down to the bottom. Don't wanna miss a thing. The track we're on might crash, oh what am I to do? Rushing in, ignoring old avenues. Race through the night, my guiding light. Sparkling, I'm right here with you. Engines on, keeping up with the beat of my heart. Just can't get enough. Revving up, make it fast. Only us make it last till the sun's up.
It's out in the dark, take me away. It's not the heart, it's all okay. Yeah, until I'm there.
You and I reach the line, marking and the wheels. Keep it going until the bubbles fade. I don't care if I don't see another day. Shocking in my heart, give me all that you got. Windows down, don't hesitate a minute more. Time is up, not enough. Fill it up and don't look like a game. Carbonated love. Come over from a cup, I'm empty without you. Make such a mess of me, don't care if I'm the fool. Another night, let's speed up, let's make it new. Love me despite the way I'm crazy just for you.
What is he doing?
Another shot in the dark, take me away. Fizzing up in my heart, it's all okay.
Barely fighting a knockdown.
Until I'm there, you and I reach the line, marking and the wheels. Keep it going until the bubbles fade. I don't care if I don't see another day. Shocking in my heart, give me all that you got. Windows down, don't hesitate a minute more.
I forgot you're fighting against a person who is known for his fucking range. See, if he is running in circles around here is doing nobody a service. This Trundle is gonna kill everyone. I was pressing so many buttons, I even pressed the buttons I didn't have to press. Whoops. It has a roll. She doesn't know how to use it. They have Masher. Didn't see that coming. I'm not built for this. I can clear minion waves, but supers together with actually supers that are like have a Baron buff on them. I'm stopping him. The hell? I told the fucks to stop the troll. Guys, stop this chasing. Well, I'm on my way, Carter.
Whatever that means, come a little closer cause authority then laugh at me. If you take my advice, you'll be killed by what you don't know. But inside I'm kinda nervous and I don't know what the word is for the other side of it. Yeah, fucking say so. Then now do as I'm supposed to do. I'll get close to you, don't mind deja vu. If it's alright with you, I underlineごめん失礼しますが死んでください。T bitch is so what you want me coming in the night for ya. 勝手にやってる地獄で犯罪じゃないから Be high enough to exterminate ya. You dance anyway cause it's human nature. その前なんとなく一緒に楽しもう。あなたの死ぬ日まで Deadbeats was nothing, it's what you want me coming in the night for ya. 勝手にやってる地獄で犯罪じゃないから Be high enough to exterminate ya. You dance anyway cause it's human nature. その前なんとなく一緒に楽しもう。あなたの死ぬ日まで
An ally has been slain.
Too many buttons. Too many buttons I'm pressing. Go Super Minions! You can do it! Go Super Minions! Go Super Minion! Ah, sad. You disappoint me, Super Minion. Why do people want to sell me the best viewers since I already have them? Don't know.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon. I still remember.
Don't go.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawning.
keeping up with the beat of my heart. Just can't get enough. Revving up, make it fast. Only else make it last till the sun's up. I'm a shot in the dark, take me away. Listen up in my heart, it's all okay. Accelerate me until I'm there. You and I reach the line, marking and the wheel. Keep it going until the bubbles fade. I don't care if I don't see another day. Shocking in my heart, give me all.
Are you kidding me?
Windows down, don't hesitate a minute more. Time is up, not enough. Fill it up and don't look again. Carbonated love.
Ran like a little bitch.
Bet on love, it's better than I could have dreamed. Look at what we've done, we're too extreme. Pour me your favorite drink, so much until we sink down to the bottom. Don't wanna miss a thing. The track we're on might crash, oh what am I to do? Rushing in, ignoring old avenues. Race through the night, my guiding light. Sparkling, I'm right here with you. Engine's not keeping up with the beat of my heart. Just can't get enough. Revving up, make it fast. Only us make it last till the sun's up. A shot in the dark, take me away. Listen up in my heart, it's all okay. Accelerate me until I'm there. You and I reach the line, marking and the wheel. Keep going until the bubbles fade. I don't care if I don't see another day. Shocking in my heart, give me all that you got. Windows down, don't hesitate a minute more. Time is up, not enough. Fill it up and don't look back again. Carbonated love. Come over from a cup, I'm empty without you. Make such a mess of me, don't care if I'm the fool. Another night, let's speed up, let's make it new. Love me despite the way I'm crazy just for you. Another shot in the dark, take me away. Fizzing up in my heart, it's all okay. Accelerate me until I'm there. You and I reach the line, marking and the wheel. Keep it going until the bubbles fade. I don't care if I don't see
We're done.
another day. Shocking in my heart, give me all that you got. Windows down, don't hesitate a minute more. Love the rush.
Well, good thing I said I was going to do a react after this.
Time is up, not enough. Fill it up and begin.
Yeah, I hit a milestone. Who knew, right? Still don't have any keys, but hey, I got boxes. Let's have a look at the fat electrician.
Okay, I'm just going to be honest with you. I actually debated on which channel I was going to upload this video on because on one hand, we're going over a business and the business model that it has, but on the other hand, this restaurant is basically the Roman Colosseum of the South, and I'm pretty sure if you eat there enough, you actually get a deployment patch from the US military. Regardless, I wore my schnazziest tank top for the occasion. Today we're talking about Waffle House. Okay, just to be completely clear with everybody, I was pretty sure I was not going to get caught off guard because Waffle House is already absolutely crazy. I started looking into it and then found out that Waffle House is somehow connected to the Manhattan Project from World War II. So they managed to actually surprise me, and we're going to get to it right after a word from our sponsors. Yeah, babe, what's up?
Hey, I need a boombox.
Okay, I can go get you one.
Perfect.
All right, I'll go get it now. Love you.
Love you.
All right, bye. What? With two different options. He can A, go straight into officer training, and that's a 3-year commitment, or he can just be a normal draftee and go in as an enlisted soldier, and that is a 1-year commitment. Now you gotta remember, at this point in time, like 1940, while World War II is currently going on, America's not involved yet. The attack on Pearl Harbor has not happened, and prior to the attack on Pearl Harbor, the American people did not want to go to war. Because of that, Tom Faulkner figures, hey, we're not actually going off to war. I don't want to waste 3 years of my time just being in the military, not actually, fighting a war or whatever. So he chooses to be a a draftee. Goes into the military as an enlisted soldier, E1 private. From there, goes off to basic training. As soon as he gets through basic training, the attack on Pearl Harbor ends up happening. America enters the war. He immediately opts to go into OCS training and commits for 3 years. After he completes the officer training course, he actually gets slotted to be a counterintelligence officer where he does, and I quote, a lot of top secret stuff.
You see, my identity must remain mysterious and my mission secret. I cannot reveal it to you.
You can actually tell in the interviews that he gave later on in his life, like in his 70s, 80s, and 90s, that he's still not sure what he is and what he isn't allowed to talk about. But he did end up telling us that basically it was his job to try to sneak onto military bases, not as military personnel. So he would basically disguise himself as like a painter or a carpenter or whatever and try to infiltrate a U.S. military base to expose weaknesses within the system to help counteract enemy spies. So he does that for a couple of years, and then one day he ends up getting orders like, hey, you're going to Knoxville, Tennessee. And he's like, okay, for what? And they're like, don't fucking worry about it, just show up. So he shows up in Tennessee and he's given his orders, and those orders, I'm paraphrasing here, but they're essentially, hey, here's your partner, you two are gonna hop in that truck and you are gonna drive it from Knoxville, Tennessee to Los Alamos, New Mexico. You guys are gonna dress in plain clothes, you're not gonna look at what's inside the truck, you're not gonna talk about what's inside the truck, you're gonna take this map and take that exact route. This route avoids every major city and every major highway. You are gonna drive straight there, 53 hours straight, taking turns sleeping in the passenger seat and not stopping for any reason whatsoever. And he does this for the next year and a half, pretty much non-stop, and then like 20, 30 years after the fact, he finds out that he was actually hauling the majority of the enriched uranium for all of the nuclear testing and the building of nuclear weapons. Which, as we all know, brings about the end of World War II, at which point he gets out of the military, moves back home to Atlanta, Georgia, starts helping his dad out with his real estate agency. Now he does that for about 10 years, and during this time he ends up selling the house right next door to his to another guy by the name of Joe Rogers, and they pretty much become best friends. Joe Rogers was also an Army veteran. He was actually a pilot that flew B-24s in World War II. When Joe got back home after the war, he did not want to go off to college, so he actually just took the first job that he was offered, being a short order cook at a now defunct restaurant chain known as Toddle House. He worked his way up, becoming a restaurant manager, then eventually becoming a regional manager. And then one day his neighbor and best friend, Tom Forkner, real estate agent, always looking for the next investment, comes to him and is like, hey, I'm thinking about opening up my own restaurant. I can get the real estate deal going on that side. I just wanted to know, like, if I opened up and bought a franchise of Toddle House, would you be willing to run it for me? Now at this point, it's like 1954, 1955. Joe Rogers has a ton of experience inside the restaurant industry, and he basically tells his best friend, like, hey, don't open a Toddle House. You should start your own thing. Toddle House's business model isn't that great. If you start your own restaurant, I will help you run it. He then goes off on vacation with his family, and by the time he comes back, Tom Forkner has already bought the real estate and comes to Rogers and is like, cool, what's the business we're starting?
Where's Pancake's house? What? We stop at Pancake's house.
And within the span of like 6 months, the very first of what is now the legendary restaurant chain of Waffle House opens. And Waffle House is legendary, probably for all the wrong reasons. I mean, even if you've never been to a Waffle House, you've heard about Waffle House because, well, I mean, Kid Rock got in a fight there. You've got Haley Booth, the viral Waffle House cook known as the Last Chairbender. There's entire subreddits and YouTube channels almost exclusively dedicated to all the fights that break out at Waffle House. I remember the first time I went to a Waffle House, I stretched first, I grabbed a GoPro, I was ready to yell World Star, Nothing exciting happened. I just had delicious breakfast at like 3 o'clock in the morning, which is probably 99% of people's experiences because despite all of the negative PR, Waffle House makes a ton of money and has an incredible business model. Okay, Waffle House had about $1.4 billion in revenue last year, which is about $650,000 per location. And when you take into consideration that each Waffle House is absolutely tiny, that's really impressive. Out of their 2,100 tiny Waffle House locations, their yearly stats are 58 million cups of coffee, 124 million waffles, 153 million servings of hash browns, 272 million eggs, which is about 2% of all the eggs consumed in the United States of America, and 85 million strips of bacon. Yes, I did the math. That is about 8,000 miles worth of bacon.
I worry what you just heard was, give me a lot of bacon and eggs. What I said was, give me all the bacon and eggs you have.
So Waffle House is obviously doing something right. What exactly are they doing? Well, it all comes down to their business model and their branding. Now, with the Waffle House branding, all the negative PR about fights always breaking out at Waffle House, in a way, has actually helped them out a ton, because Waffle House, by and large, is pretty much a regional chain. It's primarily down in the South. Yet, Waffle House has become a household name pretty much everywhere in America. You could have never even seen a Waffle House, and you already know Waffle House is open 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, and they serve breakfast. Why do you know they serve breakfast? Because their name is fucking Waffle House. I mean, look at the sign. You're driving down the road, you see that, you know everything you need to know. They sell breakfast. The end. Do that with another breakfast place. If you're not from there and you don't know what a Denny's or a Perkins or an IHOP is, you have no idea. It's just a restaurant, maybe. Waffle House, they're selling waffles, which means there's like a 99% chance they sell other breakfast food. Fucking sold. I'm in. So already, the branding is absolutely incredible, but here's the true genius of it. Why did they call it Waffle House? Why didn't they call it Breakfast House or Bacon House or Hash Brown House? It's because waffles had the highest profit margin. I cannot stress to you enough how absolutely genius that is, right? Because you don't need to sell breakfast, all right? Everybody's already in on breakfast, okay? I could be blackout drunk at 4 in the morning, and you could ask me, hey, do you want breakfast? I'm coming up like the Undertaker every single time. And then you go, the only thing open right now is Waffle House, okay? I was already sold on breakfast from the get-go, but because Waffle House is where we're going, guess what I'm getting? A motherfucking waffle, and they're making more money. It makes sense that Tom Faulkner was a counterintelligence officer, because the man literally said 2 words and has already subconsciously tricked you into ordering the most expensive thing on the menu that makes him the most money. So the branding of Waffle House is both simple and brilliant, and the rest of the business model matches that to a T. Okay, all Waffle Houses are like virtually identical. They're very small. They only seat like 30 people, and you can actually see the cook making you your food. Now, at a glance, you're just like, oh, they're just going for that like 1950s drive-through type of a vibe, which they are, but there's way more to it than that. Because the restaurant is so small, the kitchen never has the opportunity to get bogged down, meaning that they're moving tables very, very quickly. So instead of having one kitchen and 100 customers, you've got one kitchen and 30 customers, and you can just turn those tables over 3 times faster, which pretty much guarantees that every customer is going to get exactly what they wanted, okay? They're not going in there for 5-star dining. They're going in there because they're hungry and they want breakfast, and now they're going to get breakfast really quick in a small setting that doesn't feel like a packed restaurant where they have to wait in line to be seated. And I know what you're thinking. What if one Waffle House just reaches its maximum capacity, right? What if it's just completely full with a line out the door 24/7 every day of the year? Waffle House surely would build a bigger Waffle House, right? No. We're gonna take the same parking lot, and right next to that first Waffle House, we're gonna build a second fucking Waffle House, okay? The plan is working, and if it's not broke, don't fix it. Which is one of those things that seems dumb, but is actually brilliant. So obviously, speed is key to this business model, and they've done themselves a big favor with their menu, because their menu is overwhelmingly simple, okay? It's literally one side of one piece of paper. Okay, the entire menu is comprised of like 10 things. They have waffles, sausage, bacon, ham, eggs, toast, biscuits, gravy, butter, and syrup. Guess how many flavors of syrup they have? 1. It's fucking syrup-flavored syrup. The entire menu is simple, exactly how it's supposed to be. Oh, sorry, they have hash browns too. Sorry, 11 things, not 10. Anyways, moving on. Another reason they do so good is they actually might be the best fast food chain when it comes to taking care of their employees. They pay them higher than average, they have super flexible schedules, and they're one of, if not the only fast food chain that actually offers all their employees healthcare and dental insurance.
Ooh,
And
nice.
I know what you're thinking. You're like, okay, but really, how good are they actually treating the Waffle House employees? I got the one stat that's everything you need to know, okay? Waffle House treats their employees so well that employees are willing to commute into a natural disaster to work at a different Waffle House when the occasion arises. Yeah, Waffle House is open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and they
I don't really have a I think here you should. I don't think we actually have like natural disasters, so I cannot really speak of it. Like the worst we had was the heat wave, and we were working in the kitchen at that point, so yeah.
mean it, okay? Whenever there's a hurricane coming or some type of impending natural
So yeah, those things we don't have.
disaster, Waffle House organizes what they call a jump team, a bunch of Waffle House employees from a different region that's going to be unaffected, because they know that their local employees are going to be busy taking care of their own family and their own houses during a hurricane, so they bring in teams from outside the region to work inside of a natural fucking disaster, and they're willing to do it.
I never said thank you.
And you'll never have to.
Okay, McDonald's can barely get their employees to show up on a good day, and Waffle House has employees volunteering to commute into a fucking hurricane to make breakfast. And this is the most impressive part of the business because Waffle House has the best logistics and preparedness of any company I've ever seen ever. The only entity that beats them in logistical capacity is the United States military. Waffle House is literally ready for absolutely anything. Every single Waffle House has the playbook inside of it that details exactly how the staff is supposed to handle literally any type of emergency or situation that could possibly arise. And if for some reason the situation comes across that isn't in that playbook, after it happens, they immediately add it to the playbook. It covers tornadoes, hurricanes, floods, a hole in the roof from a branch falling, a car driving into the restaurant. You can drive a car into Waffle House and they're still planning on staying open. The playbook even has detailed plans for every type of disaster for what the local employees, while they're not working, should go home and do to make sure that their house and their family are safe as well.
Nice.
Every single
Very
Waffle
nice.
House has a backup generator. The stovetop, it runs on propane, and they have a bunch of extra propane tanks on hand. Flashlights, candles, batteries, backup water. They have a special menu of what they're able to serve when the water is out and they're running on reserve water. When a Waffle House location is going to be in a disaster area, that Waffle House stocks up on extra food, and then all of the neighboring locations in the unaffected area also stock up and stage food there to get them more food when they need it. If Waffle House is a standing structure, those motherfuckers are serving breakfast come hell or high water.
I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm not fucking leaving!
Waffle House is so good at this that FEMA uses them to gauge how bad natural disasters really are. Yes, FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, literally uses the Waffle House Index to gauge how bad a disaster is. Okay, green, Waffle House is running as normal. Yellow, Waffle House is using the backup generator or having to use an altered menu. Red, Waffle House is closed. People are probably already fucking dead by that point. Waffle House is the king of the fast food industry, okay? The fact that the federal government, probably the most powerful...
I can't blame you for this, that I find that super funny. I, as the part of the government that has to check out how bad a natural disaster is, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna look if the Waffle House is open still there, and if it's open, we're good. If it's closed, send in everything we've got. We need to get people out if they're still alive. Like, it's also something that I can only say it's like so typical American. It's like the Waffle House is open, yes, we're gonna live through this, it's fine. Waffle House is closed, everyone into the bunkers quickly.
Entity on the planet, maybe ever, looks at a chain of restaurants and is like, man, if Waffle House is closed, we need to mobilize the National Guard, is fucking crazy. Now, maybe you guys are thinking the same thing I was at this point in my research, and I'm like, man, I need to invest in this company. I need to see if I can open up my own Waffle House franchise. This company's awesome. And this is where the bad news comes in. I mean, technically you can franchise a Waffle House, but most of us probably can't. The company is privately owned. It's not on the stock market. It's still owned by the families of the original two founders. And while they do allow franchises, they are super picky about who they let buy.
The moment you open up for the public, it's a bit like what people say now with HoloLive. Once they went public, the moment you go public, people start to get like their fingers in basically that you don't want. And that apparently now as also a lot of people hate set companies, like, to name the simplest one is BlackRock. Like, nobody wants them to even have money at this point, yet they have the most amount of money and they're buying everything, so... And they're making and destroying everything that they touch.
to have a franchise, and they make it very, very expensive to buy in to make sure this is actually what you want. And while that is unfortunate, I think it's actually kind of awesome. It's a company that actually has morals and cares about their image.
I actually want them to keep it that way.
More than they care about next quarter's profits, okay? It's a company that has committed themselves to making breakfast under any circumstances, and they're gonna see that through till the very end, even though they could probably make way more money by just selling franchises and letting whoever the fuck throw up a Waffle House. And now for the fairy tale ending, Joe and Tom worked together as best friends for 62 years to build Waffle House into what it is today. They both passed away at the ages of 97 and 98, and now Waffle House and their legacy lives on as that company is still being operated by their kids, and that is the American dream. Get together with one of your best friends, pick a goal, even if it's something as simple as serving breakfast to people, and never let anything get in between you and achieving your goal, even hurricanes and floods and natural disasters, apparently. Work with your best buddy for 62 years straight, and then die together and hand it off to your kids. In conclusion, Waffle House is the most American company ever, and that's why I love it. Thank you.
Yes, it is very American.
Happy New Year! Let's make 2025 amazing. Well, just to give you some context of exactly what the situation is, this Niji sister released a 270 plus page Google Doc calling out anyone who's been critical of Niji Sanji over the last year, 2024.
Wow, that's gonna be a lot of them.
Ranges from YouTubers, including False, myself is even on this document,
Next
etc.,
Ring.
all the way down to people who tweet. So let's kind of get into what this is. Alright, so this post on the Kuro Sanji subreddit posted by Cost Channel, and it says, might be the final bang of NDF in 2024. Someone organized a whole crappy long Google Doc essay about Niji antis and tried to get any color's attention. So you can see here, I'm sure this is a throwaway handle, and they tagged Niji Sanji World, Niji Sanji App, Any Color Legal, Any Color Inc., so like all of their social media handles. And it says, Google Doc I made of all the hateful attacks, slander, threats, etc. towards Niji livers / fans that I saw take place this year, as well as debunking of certain claims, comments we've seen on Twitter. This is just alluding to Doki. The 270 plus page Niji hate doc was taken. Anyone else put the words in those livers' mouths? They said it themselves. I have been doing.
But you know what caused me to make the decision?
They were not the most healthy when they interacted.
Able to see our VTubers grow even further through exciting opportunities in mainstream media, such as appearing on TV programs. Thanks to these experiences, we've attracted many talented people to join our company over time. On the other hand, we faced challenges last year in various aspects that raised fan concerns. We realized that we've grown too fast for the initial operations and structure we established several years ago, which has caused inefficiencies within the company. Presently, we are working hard to make changes to our organizational structure and create a system that provides a more sustainable environment for our talents, creators, employees, and staff to work together with a shared vision towards the future. We realize that some of these changes will take steps and time, and they may continue to worry our fans, but we are urgently committed to creating an optimal and enriching environment that everyone is proud to support. We are actively hiring to improve and reach our goals, so if you are interested in working with us, please apply through the link below. I will say it's a pretty good statement, because he's not like, yeah, 2024 was all sunshine and rainbows. He's like, yeah, you know, we had a bit of a struggle.
Maybe a few bumps in Hololive,
We did
yeah.
lose a lot of people. Fauna, Chloe, Ame, Aqua, Achan, and Mel, that was everyone who left in 2024. These people had been at Hololive for some time, especially Achan. Achan was involved with actually like starting Hololive. A lot of powerhouse talent, unfortunately, left. Let's see what some of the people on Reddit gotta say here. So OP says, what I like most about this message is the acknowledgement that 2024 became a worrisome one for fans, and that their expansion caused a lot of issues, even if it's not the same kind as Niji Sanji Accelerate. Hoping 2025 becomes better in this regard. Gillian Guillotine says, notice how he mentioned talent first and not investor. Big difference, right? I mean, like, Hololive hasn't had a good year in 2024, and definitely made some questionable decisions, including their neglect to pay artists that they rely on for models. The non-Osama is an AI VTuber. Okay, so 1,225 bits gifted to her creator Vito. So the Lazy Ninja 22 says, honest question, no hate whatsoever. I see a lot of dislike towards AI artists and the like, but nothing but support towards AI VTuber Nero. Let's see what some of the people on Reddit gotta say. ECB says there's actually a fair bit of debate within Nero community, especially around AI-generated fan art. And Vito specifically avoided talking about AI-generated artwork when asked. That being said, the only generative AI that Nero-sama uses is text generation, which isn't nearly as controversial as image generation. There is still some potential ethical questions about what training data Vito used to make her. Ella Podia says Nero isn't claiming to be real / as valid as a real streamer for one. She effectively just a personalized chat box with text-to-speech functionality tied to a VTubing avatar. So she's not stealing in the same manner as AI artists when they...
Debatable. You can say she's stealing spot away from people and that this shouldn't even be allowed. Like, that is something you could throw in there, because the thing that people will say about the AI art, it's stealing the spot of artists. I agree. But I'm also going to have to agree in the part that if someone says Neurosama is taking the spot of an actual VTuber. Like, say, like a few friends that I have, I would say she would, I'm not saying specifically, but like that is what you could basically derive from this. Like, because this is the same, like they're stealing art. Not always. The AI art has their own flaws that are very obvious, but if you look at it, Neuro has also some very much flaws. Because sometimes she just becomes rambling with words and everyone is ha ha ha, and I'm like, this is so fucking boring. Like, there are comparisons you can draw, and people are saying like it's not the same. I agree, it's not the same, but you can put everything to the same lines if you want to.
Create drawings or videos. Another important part of Nero's stream and that they're usually collabs where her programmer interacts with her. So the stream focus is actually on the programmer. It's interesting seeing him fiddle or interact with the AI. You can tell she's his pet project, and he's pretty charismatic in general, so he creates good streaming content that way.
I mean, I've seen one Vidal stream, and I didn't see any charisma there, but maybe that's just me. Siri, go away. So yeah, I don't see why people people will defend Neuro on this. Because if she is just an AI and all that, then don't even give her an avatar. Don't call her a VTuber or an AI VTuber, just have it be a text-to-speech bot. But that's not gonna be as interesting and it's not gonna sell as much.
Solo Nero streams are actually significantly less interesting and coherent, and you can see the AI just kind of devolve into nonsense when there isn't a real person present carrying the stream. I can see the point that they're trying to make, that is mostly you're watching Vidal more than Nero-sama, right? Okay, on to our next piece of news.
Debatable.
So this was Niji says, I was at the Niji Sanji Countdown Live. I got the feeling they couldn't hear the voices of the people at the venue, and I wish they'd told me beforehand if it was going to be recorded. Even though it was a live performance, they showed a pre-recorded video, which made me feel like I was watching a broadcast for 14,000 yen. So essentially, for around 140-ish bucks, they just went to a pre-recorded show. I would be pretty peeved too. This is the next tweet here. It says, I thought that VTuber live shows were based on trust due to the nature of being VTubers. I'm sorry if you saw the countdown, but I can't trust Niji Sanji. They're making a fool of the fans who paid for tickets and spent their precious time to come to the venue to celebrate the new year. Yeah, no, I have to agree. And then this tweet says, the theory that Niji Sanji's Countdown Live was almost all recorded is pretty amazing. In that case, the audience must be sad that their idol wasn't there, but what's even more painful is that they're hiding it in a weird way and acting like the countdown is happening in real time. And then this one says, when I saw the white guy at the front of the Niji Sanji Countdown in real time, I wondered what he was doing. But I think he was probably disappointed because he went all the way to Osaka to spend New Year's with his idol, but the live streamer wasn't there and the concert was just recorded. I thought this when I saw his tweet. And then this says, doesn't the Niji Sanji Countdown Live website state that it includes a live broadcast and recording tentative? Doesn't that violate the Premiums and Misleading Representations Act? Whoa. Just one thing. I saw a tweet that seemed to be contemplating too much about the Niji Sanji Countdown Live. You can imagine how you would feel if you bought a 14,000 yen ticket thinking it was a live concert and you would be able to spend New Year's with your favorite idol, only to find out what you saw was pre-recorded video.
Yep.
And this says, Niji Sanji Countdown Live was really good, but it was probably an in-studio and not on site. It looked like it was recorded. On top of that, not everyone was there during the countdown. Did I pay 15,000 yen for a live stream? LOL. Why don't they just do a live stream at the same time in reserved venues all over the country? I should have watched the stream free. I couldn't buy any Niji Sanji goods either. And that's a missed opportunity. Like, come on, you don't even have merch.
Wow.
Niji Sanji management is so stupid. They don't even notice anything strange about showing a recording or live broadcast to fans who paid the 15,000 yen ticket price and other expenses to go to the live show. The meaning of a live show is completely different from a paid countdown live show. So you can see, like, scheduled for January 31st. So they are closing as of the end of this month.
Nexus is closing. Never heard of Nexus, so. Name band? Huh?
On Twitch. And this is something I haven't really seen from other creators. So let's take a look here. So Crayon says, WTF, literally in the middle of my stream, and my account gets taken down for having a sexual username. WTF is sexual about Crayon Twitch support. So then here's the actual screenshot. It says, your account requires a username reset. You must create a new username before regaining access to your account.
Whoa.
If you believe this is an error, you may request the appeal. Like, what the heck? Like, Crayon is like nothing. I mean, okay, let's look at hold of someone in Twitch. She says, hello, I'm hoping you can help me. Hi, Maeve here. I'd be happy to help you today. My screen username was Crayon. It got... However... And then Maeve says, unfortunately, Twitch support is unable to facilitate a manual name change, as we do not release you ticket. Crayon says, wow, this is so unfair. You're punishing the innocent. And then with changing your username. This one-time benefit can be used to change your username back to the one you previously had. Get solved. Crayon in no way did anything bad. So if there's anyone in that creator group that watches my videos, first-person shooter VTuber, which is super exciting. Anyways, make sure to carve out some...
Then it's more graduations and something like. What was this what I looked at again, Chris? Oh, that's an entire hour. Maybe... That's also an hour. Stop it. Okay, this is 10 minutes.
There will be no dawn for men. So at least claimed one futurologist in 2016. Many people feared the inevitable result of changing technology will be human obsolescence, but one futurologist is saying first, we will see the end of men, or at least women's need for them. This is of course in the now rather infamous women will have more sex with robots than men by 2025.
We're probably already there and don't know it yet. With robots, I just mean vibrators and those kind of stuff. Like probably already there.
Article from 2016. Oh boy, how things have changed.
Yeah, I don't have a button to vibrate, or I cannot really go into. I have set different speed settings, but I get tired and the other things don't. So guess that's the disadvantage of it all.
As this turns out to have been, in part at least, an accurate prediction, but the wrong gender. Or
yeah.
AI. That is just too good.
Orifice.
Please, YouTube, don't ding me for this.
The first robot for China. Alright! Powered by AI.
Powered by AI. We'll get deeper into the Orifice AI in a little moment, but I I want to just talk a little bit about this article. As a funny aside on the beginning of the new year before we need to get all serious again, it was accompanied by this image, which is now no longer available apparently, but this was the image that came along with this. And, you know, like in and of itself, the prediction isn't actually that crazy. Back in 2016 and earlier, we kind of assumed that technology would kind of just keep moving at the pace it had been in the 2000s and earlier, with massive leaps forward near continuously, but not really. It started slowing down quite significantly, although it's still advancing at a pace that we have rarely before seen in human history, of course. But the assumption was that we would figure out AI, and we would figure out how to enmesh that AI into a fairly convincing, you know, ambulatory robotic body. And hey, we're closing in on that now. We've more or less figured out the whole walking bit, although it still looks a little bit weird, and our AI is getting surprisingly competent already. And once we do manage to make convincing AI that can act like a human being, except, you know, never angry, never upset, never frustrated, always happy, chipper, and perfect, and then ensconce that within the perfect physical form as well, yeah, I honestly predict that by that point, the idea of human-on-human relationships will be considered a bit weird, a bit, you know, crusty and old-fashioned, and probably a little bit gross as well, honestly. Not to mention risque. I would happily predict that within the next 100, 200 years, we will arrive at the point where human-on-human relationships are not only rare, but probably actually regulated, where you can't bonk another human without previous permission for dangers of spreading diseases or becoming pregnant, etc., etc. But we are deviating somewhat from the point here. The prediction was, of course, that we would see the end of men first, or at the very least women's need for them. It's hardly a secret that women have been banging robots for quite some time already. Although by robot we mean plastic toy with a battery. So
yes.
We're stretching the definition somewhat here, but see, back in 2016, we still had this intriguing interpretation of reality as if, you know, how do I put it? On the one hand, it seemed as if we were in kind of a gendered competition. At the very least, the feminists kept arguing that we were in a war. We have to defeat the men who have been oppressing us. Meanwhile, men were kind of just like, oh, yeah, you, go girl,
queen,
power,
slay,
Is there any other rights we can give you that you need? And it was much like technological achievements, assumed that this would kind of just continue, with men continuing to grant women whatever, because if you stop to think about this, this makes no sense. Why would a sex bot for women be developed first? Why would this be the, you know, goal of technology?
Technically already there, so.
The smaller market here, men are far more likely to spend a frightening quantity of money on a robotic waifu than women are, seeing as they still have access to the fleshy ones.
True.
Not to mention, of course, that the development of a robot waifu is really goddamn complicated and really goddamn expensive, to the point where our orifice AI.
Yeah, just wait until they can bring out the not just the waifus, but that they can make cat girls and everything for robots. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be so jover.
I mean, this is basically the most advanced waifu we've created, which isn't saying much because, well, it's essentially just a fleshlight that you pin to your desk with LED lights on it. Granted, I do not touch. It's like, listen, we're gonna pin a fleshlight to a desk. How can we make this more immersive? And one person was like, let's have it like moan when you poke it. That's a feature.
Great.
And the other guy's like, oh, I know, light up display.
I am totally immersed.
I don't know why that's so funny to me. Really? You wanna You want to mount LED lights inside of your table-mounted flashlights? Are we sure?
No. I don't even want a table-mounted flashlight. Or do you want a normal one?
Again, I don't know why that's so funny to me, but it very much so is. And as laughable as this kind of is, yeah, no, unironically, this is probably how it will start. Where you take a simple interface like this, I think they're talking about like being able to generate like an AI companion in the future. So you'll have a companion character on the screen who will then be the waifu in question, right? Then you pin the flashlight to the desk and engage in your business. And the character on screen will then be given a AI so that it can, react, I suppose, and then eventually expand that into more of a chat GPT level AI, where you can, I mean, they always go Gatebox, those little Japanese thingy bobs where you've got the little hologram inside of it with a waifu. That would then be the next step. Give the waifu the ability to communicate with you via voice or writing, etc., and then begin to integrate it into more software. As that is also something that they're planning here, to basically have like content created for their desk-mounted flashlight. And as gentle of a beginning as this is, I mean, there is definitely a market for this.
Probably,
and the potential for evolution here is enormous. I mean, one of the biggest gaming successes right now, the Me Side game, which I was gifted for New Year, so I'll probably have to look into that. What is that? People are basically presenting it as if it's a waifu sim, and it's sold like 9 million copies already. And ironically, if anybody's going to be replaced, it ain't men, but it might very well be women. Already women have in many cases developed rather unreachable standards, shall we say, and the dating market is often lambasted for being rather savage in this day and age.
I mean, the standards I put on a woman is just be a nice woman, and the option is she'd like a good personality and optional big titties. That's it. Those are my standards.
Do you really think that if you give the majority of men the ability to generate
all the rest will just be a bonus?
An artificial waifu whom they can then pleasure themselves with?
I think that even one guy, but this is a statement I don't agree with, went with the statement of what his requirements were for a woman, and that was basically be a woman and then optional, and I'm like, for me that's not optional. It is be a woman.
That they might not simply check out of the dating market entirely? I mean, we've already seen a microcosm of this all in Japan, where several generations of men have grown up with anime waifus everywhere, and they couldn't even bang those. Oh yeah, no. Once this technology begins to mature, and honestly, it won't even require that much for it to do so, we're going to see something rather interesting happening in the gender wars. The orifice is one hell of a name. The modern stands AI women are in fact women. If the code identifies as one, then it is. I mean, hey, can you argue? If we have, as we have indeed done, arrived at the point where mere identification as a gender means you are that, well, shit. There you go. AI women are women. Incidentally, I really hope we don't get to the point where we're talking about robot rights anytime soon.
Same.
Because that's going to happen. And I kind of hope I'll be around for that discussion, because I have some pretty strident thoughts on the matter. But anywho, mostly just for the funnies orifice. The first robotic vagina. Powered by... I feel like, honestly, I feel like maybe we didn't need the AI for the desk-mounted flashlight. But again, gentle beginnings and all that, right?
Yeah.
But the funny part is, again, in 2016, when women and feminists, more correctly, not women, feminists, let's be more precise here, were whining the loudest about how they didn't have any rights, they didn't have any powers or privileges, and they were outcast and victims of society, they were still thinking that they were the ones to get AI lovers developed for them first. Well, once more, accurate prediction, incorrect agenda. Till next time, I've enough.
To be honest, personally, it's never gonna be anything for me. Ever. The AI thing and all that, it's fine. But there's nothing that beats an actual woman. But a good one. The moment it goes on to the case of like the one that only complains constantly and has this entire view of the oppressed part and all that, then it's gonna go downhill from there. Not gonna lie. Well, let's try bottom lane this time. With my mid lane, even if I win my lane, it doesn't matter at all, so let's try bottom lane. I know it does the same, doesn't matter if I win there, but hey. I don't know, I think the entire thing of like replacing people with robots is good for the workspace and all that, because it will make it more efficient and faster, and then you will have to train the people to actually... Then you can say you're gonna train some of the people already to work with the robots, to like repair them, check them and all that, so yeah, there will be some jobs lost for sure. But it also creates new openings and new jobs, so...
Shall I turn in my badge and rifle as well?
I mean, I already dislike you, Caitlyn, so don't tempt me to take your badge and rifle as well. My first pick? No, they get first pick. No Jinx, no Misfortune, and no Caitlyn. Whew. Those are 3 80 carry bans. 4, Tristana is there as well. Maybe I took the wrong time to play 80 carry.
All the world on one arrow.
I just need to know her runes. I don't know her runes on the top of my head. I know the ones for Ari, Syndra, and Ari and Syndra and Jin, those are the ones I have. He's fine. Oh, I have a Leona. Nice. Yeah, I know it's smaller AD carry. Nunu top? No, I think it's Fiddle. No, Fiddlesticks made Nunu probably as support. Okay, that's fine. I have a Nocturne, a Shogun, and a Victor. I hope this skin still looks good on Victor. Because if it doesn't, I just don't like Victor at all anymore. I already dislike most of his skins now. This is the only one I used to like a lot, so... Nope, don't like it. It's still this very, like... very weird slash funky skin that I don't like. Leona has her items, so... Shogun has his items as well.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
These games that can't be here, haven't you noticed? What you keep down comes back around and makes you like it.
Open the cage, I'll fly away, my new horizon. Only need one chance.
When I hear siren, 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 you know how I like it. Siren, siren, I regret like it. Siren, siren, I know it. Don't need a rewind, don't care what's wrong or what's right. Turn it up a notch, make it dangerous. Shifting through the night, we're outrageous. Coursing through our veins, you can't tame us. Turn it up a notch, make it dangerous. Hey, silence.
Give me adrenaline.
My breath, the chase, the trace, the day, the way.
I hear your call.
Come on, give me a sign. Siren, siren, siren. You know how I like it. I like it. I regret it like it. Siren, siren. Oh no, yeah. Running, don't need a creep and don't care what's wrong. Even siren, 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 loud. Chasing, spinning round and round. Play all night, I love the sound. Never hear the siren. Up and down and underground. Sirens flashing all around.
Oh baby, it makes me feel so.
Are they going to remake? Because I don't see their support. Oh, y'all stuff ranges is great.
Something up, I thought I never understand. Couldn't help it when you took my hand. Once I ignored before, you left me wanting more. Destroyed everything just to get a bit ahead. One life fly by, is it fate or reality? Not sure of much, but I know I'm ready. Soaring these streets make me complete. Full throttle, come give me your all. Engines on, keeping up with the beat of my heart. Just can't get enough. Rev it up, make it fast. Let me else make it last till the sun. I'm shot in the dark, take me away. Fizz it up in my heart, it's all okay. Accelerate me until I'm there. You and I reach the line, working in the field. Keep going until the bubbles fade. I don't care if I don't see another day. Shock it in my heart, give me all that you got. Windows down, don't hesitate a minute more. Time is up, not enough, fill it up, and I'm on for the
dream. Look at what we've done, we're too extreme. Pour me your favorite drink, so much until we sink down to the bottom. Don't wanna miss a thing. The track we're on might crash, oh what am I to do? Rushing in, ignoring all bad news. Race through the night, my guiding light. Sparkling, I'm right here with you. Engine's not keeping up with the beat of my heart. Just can't get enough. Revving up, make it fast. Oh yes, make it last till the sun's up. The shine in the dark, take me away. Cause up in my heart, it's all okay. Accelerate me until I'm there. You and I reach the line where the end are real. We're going until the bubbles fade. I don't care if I don't see another day. Shove it in my heart, give me all that you got. So don't hesitate a minute more. Time is up, not enough. Fill it up and almost like again. Carbonated love. Moving from the cup, I'm empty without you. Makes such a mess of me, don't care if I'm the fool. Another night, let's get up, let's make it new. Love me just like the way I'm crazy just for you. The shot in the dark, take me away. Fizzing up in my heart, it's all okay. Accelerate me until I'm there. You and I reach the line where the end are real. We're going until the bubbles fade. I don't care if I don't see another day. Shove it in my heart, give me all that you got. Windows down, don't hesitate a minute more. Love the rush, be shredded. Don't give up, fire it up again. Our turn is up, not enough. Fill it up and begin. Carbonated love.
The Freljord shall unite. Now what you expected, better tell you straightforward. Here you're all the way in hell, slamming on your keyboard. Go ahead and be so, but I won't run. Cause I'm a workaholic, this lady get shit done. Taking souls, not an industry for suckers for what? But it's a misery with the darkness and stay in the sun. C-A-double-L-I-O-P-E, I really love it. Taking down shit, I use for name. Taking words and getting right up the cup. It's from my own thing, murder with words ain't enough. That was the past me. I'm taking first class, masterpiece to blast me. Humans come at me and mask. I think actually, whatever that means, whatever that means. Come a little closer cause I'm Cody, then laugh at me. If you take my advice, you'll be killed. I want you don't know. But inside I'm kinda nervous and I don't know what the word is from the other side of the gap. Fucking say so. And now do what I'm supposed to do. I'll get close to you. Do mind deja vu if it's alright with you? I am July and Nash. Finish you must go see in the side. T, bitch. It's so fucking kawaii na. Kill the bass till we get him to say alright. Stay in the outside. So it goes. Deadbeats, listen up. It's what you want me coming in the night for ya. Confident, yeah, didn't you go to bed outside tonight? Collide. Baseline enough to exterminate ya. You dance anyway cause it's human nature. Solo, why not? They'll not eat showing down. And I've never seen no heat my day. Deadbeats, listen up. It's what you want me coming in the night for ya. Confident, yeah, didn't you go to bed outside tonight? Collide. Baseline enough to exterminate ya. You dance anyway cause it's human nature. Solo, why not? They'll not eat showing down. And I've never seen no heat my day. You walk on the line and free us from the night. Fire, fire, like a fire, fire, high as you desire. Lighter, beating heart, dancing to the flame of light. Dancing to the end of time. You desire, chasing all that we aspire. One step to the left, 2 steps to the right, and back to where we started.
They tell me that I'm crazy, I'll never let them stop me. With this, or I'll pretend to get this party started. Never ever have I ever been a sinner in a dream. Fire, fire, like a fire, 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 like a fire that keeps beating hard. Jump into the stream of light. Jump into the end of time.
Yeah, no, you don't touch my support. Because I will try to save him.
spirits guide us, and our lives are our own.
Look up at the horizon together as one. A star is on the rise and it's only begun. The pivotal moment we're clamoring for. An infinite future's at our door. It's time to start with a new field, not just allegory, it's real. Wake up, big dreams are about to come true. That means it's time to break through. Never knew we could make so far, but southern brother, here we are. But she can be impossible. We're virtually unstoppable. We can't sit still, we just need to go. Everybody sing. We're making our way to the next dimension. We'll reinvent the world. We'll create every day with new intentions. Break conventions, run right through. We're smashing barriers up to life. Strong as we ever were, scaling high. So get together, let's reunite. Reach out, reach
Probably report Nunu for trolling.
We've been together for what feels like an eternity. The times will change.
I'm just gonna give it to Leona. Just so I never get to play with him. I think ending and this one, probably.
Alright, let's do it. 3, 2, 1, boom.
25-year-old Bonnie Glee from Derbyshire is making headlines around the world for filming herself having sex with teenagers and posting the footage online.
I'm sorry, what? Is she in jail?
I am too old for this.
Is she in jail?
Back to hell. And as per usual, before we launch in, today's video is sponsored by Incogni. And of course by me and my company, Lions Tea Exchange. I am in fact drinking my own peppermint white chocolate tea, and I have no regrets. As you all know, this is by far one of my favorite teas, and you can try it too, along with the apple cider.
Off. Whatever. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. Yeah, no, I turned it off. I don't know what happened.
Pressure. Links will be in the description box. Now, those of you who've been here for any length of time probably already know how much I don't like the platform OF. And if you don't know what that is, well, good for you. But if you do want to find out,
have a look at
just
fans.
Googling it, because if I say the word only wind-blowing implement, then YouTube will probably demonetize or even age restrict this video. And I don't particularly want that, so I'm going to just say OF for the purposes of this video, as well as other fun phrases that I have come across. Anyway,
yeah, we'll say only friends chat.
Like for
Yeah, basically what you get when you go to the site, you will only be friends, and not even that, you're just a cash grab.
this platform has been very obvious since day one, and I've made a lot of content talking about how bad I think it is for society. But over the last number of months, some of the things that have crawled out of that hellscape, not to be confused with our hellscape, have disgusted even me. And honestly, that's really saying something, because I feel like I've seen everything.
But the most exciting one I did was a dad and son. I slept with the son first.
That's custom.
I mean, there's a lot of people that would be into that. I can't bring myself to be like, yeah, that's so cool. Wow. Wow, that is so awesome.
That is so
Some of you have probably come into contact recently with the news surrounding two OF creators. Models? I'm gonna call them models. Called Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue.
Oh yeah, we know about this
Both
one.
have been popping off for different reasons, but the central theme between them, if we can connect them here, is that they've both gone beyond standard adult entertainment and entered the realm instead of insane, and some might even say immoral stunts, designed to get them more and more publicity in the fight for more audience share on OF as it gets more saturated.
I think this is a result of social media. This was not a thing like 5 years ago. Anything for views has popped off.
Yes, and it's everywhere. Like anything for views is everywhere. It's in streaming, it's in TikTok, it's in OnlyFans, Fansly, whatever that shit is. Patreons, like all those things, anything for clicks goes at this point. It's either the idiots that go to another land and just basically are being assholes in that country. Then you have the girls who just make it a contest of how disgusting can they get with their sexual deprivations and the sexual things that they do. Like the same with the things that you... God, I hate these sites. They just make like the people who you think who had morals, suddenly they go to that site and you just immediately know they don't have any morals no more. Like morality went out of the window the moment you stepped into that site.
In the last year or two, and it's also saturated Twitter to an insane degree.
Sorry, that was a long sentence. Even to the point of self-harm. Some of you might think I'm being dramatic for saying that, but hold on to your trousers because I'm about to show you some stuff that you can never ever unsee. You're welcome. During a recent segment on GB News, OF lady Bonnie Blue, whose real name is Tia Billinger, I think that's how that's pronounced, made the statement that it was her objective to have adult relations with quote-unquote barely legal teenage boys because the current sex education system is not effective.
So I was like,
Okay, hold the phone.
It's not effective, so I will have to do it myself. You have to pay me for it, but I'll do it myself. Is that the reasoning? Really?
Pause. I think that the predatory... Hold on. Before everyone's like, oh my gosh, that's so disgusting.
It is.
There are so many models that get into porn as soon as they turn 18. Like girls.
Yes. Still disgusting.
It's really freaked up, and it happens a lot. Like again, as soon as they hit the legal mark for being over 18, legally speaking, they instantly jump on them and tell them to go do content like that.
Still disgusting. If it's a woman or a man, I do not give a shit. It's disgusting for both. Like, it's for me, there's something completely different between having a girlfriend where you do that with, or when you have just when you just pay someone for it, and the person who pays actually has to go like, oh, what's your age again? Can I have your passport?
Or they groom them into it. That's also very common.
Yeah, your point being.
It's terrible when it happens to any child, or I should say like barely legal adult.
Yeah, but what is your point?
It's so bad.
I want to make content that people...
Okay, so why can't people say then that it's disgusting? Because it's on both sides, it's disgusting. Granted, a guy that is... Well, I think here usually the sexual part usually starts around 16, 18. Where it is not that looked upon that strangely as long as you have like a boyfriend, girlfriend you do it with. But the moment you go over that like 18 range and you're yourself, or you aim for the boys that are 18 and you're just over your 20s, I'm already like, no, just for the money, because that's all it's for. It's not for the money. It's not for anything else, it's just for money. Like, the sex education is so bad. Okay. Are you gonna improve it? Or are you just there for the money and go like, yeah, no, I just want the easy route to money again. And we all know horny boys are the easiest route to money, so I'm taking that route, give me money. Which one is it?
Can watch, can
She's
relate
a
to it
predator.
also.
She is a predator, and I think it's
Yes.
weird when people do that. I think it's gross. I think it's not immoral because it doesn't go over the legality, but I definitely think it's gross.
Can learn. So it's when I speak with students, or fairly legal, as I said and the media have said, it shows me discussing consent with them. It shows me saying to them, this is what I enjoy, this is what I don't enjoy.
Not gonna lie, but usually you get consent. Like you already know beforehand that you have consent because it's your boyfriend, girlfriend. So there's no entire discussion about consent or non-consent. That it's just more of a part of, are you gonna do it or are you not gonna do it? That's the part. And if one of the parties says no, it's a no. The entire idea of consent to me is in a lot of places overruled already by the part. It's either that they are your partner. I will use that word, your partner. Like you already know you have consent. The part at that point is which way it's going is, are you gonna do it or are you do you want to do it or do you not want to do it? It's like, make a stupid comparison. You already know you're going to out for dinner, but you don't know, are you going for something fancy or are you going for like a fucking McDonald's? Like that is basically the discussion you have at that point. It's no longer are we going there. It's more like, what part are you? It's still the are we going there is already discussed. Like you know you're gonna have dinner out because you don't want to cook. Then it comes like yes, no. It's like whenever I say something like, yes, for consent you have to have to fill in this document. Make sure you fill it into triplets. Give someone a phone. Give the phone of your parents. Make sure all your ID info is on there and stuff like that. It's stupid. Like your boyfriend, girlfriend. At that point, you're at consent. It's more of a today yes, today no question. Then is that still consent? Probably not. It's more like a mood. Are you in the mood for it or not? And then you can change that part from not being into mood to being into the mood. Like consent has been given. Like it's something completely different when you're at a party and you just start touching women. Because then I will say like, my man, you don't have consent. If you start touching your own girlfriend, then she will have to make it very, very clear that either you don't do that or yes, you're allowed to. Like that, there is always like, the moment that partner status is on someone, almost the entire consent rules falls away. There are, as I said, there are always things you can say no to, and you should never be afraid to say no to. But the consent of just touching someone and trying to go there is there. It's just up to you and the other partner if you both are in the mood for it.
And it also gives them an opportunity to tell me what they like.
They're boys, they're 18. They haven't. Well, I used to say this, but I don't think I can say that anymore. Like, they haven't seen that much, but the internet exists, so. Moving on.
Wait, she's a teacher too? Okay, now we're getting into the. Is she a teacher?
She isn't a teacher. She thinks she's a teacher by teaching kids, like the just adults, what it is to have sex. But she over exaggerates it, which makes it worse than the entire fucking sexual education you get on school. Like, never, ever in my life have I had a woman say like that they didn't consent to something. They could say no and they could say yes, but I always had consent to touch her. if I touched her. And a lot of times you can turn the no into a yes as well, but you also don't have to be pushy. It's just boundaries and knowing what you can and cannot do. It's easy. You get that is the entire thing in a relationship. You do as well. You feel out what are the boundaries you cannot cross and which are the ones that are like you can sometimes slightly cross. To make an example of how can you slightly cross the line, I will never ever in my life hit a woman. I choked one once, but that's... Well, I slammed her against the wall and choked her then, so yeah, probably... I did violence to a woman once with a very, very good reason for it, but... I will never hit a woman if I don't have a very, very good reason. But by crossing that line, I would spank a woman when we were having sex. Like, that is things that will happen. And that's then again where you have to see where is the boundary here. If she has a boundary of you cannot do that, then you know that for the next time, and you never do that again. Man, sometimes I think I should just like be a relationship advisor, as a guy who is single, and doesn't have a girlfriend.
No.
I only had like 6 girlfriends.
Let me hear this out before I go off, because I'm not understanding the context.
And so I guess use me as a guinea pig. Trial what you like and what you want to do. So when you go to the next person, you know exactly how to pleasure them and how to receive pleasure as well.
No. You don't. Use me as a guinea pig so you know how to pleasure someone else. So here is the thing about this. Use me as a guinea pig so you know how to pleasure someone. Okay? Very extreme example. The guy might be in BDSM, you let him do all your stuff, he wants to do his BDSM stuff with this next girl without her knowing it, and she just goes like, no, I'm not into that. You have no idea further what to do. Also, pleasure spots are different for some girls. How they react and how they act is always very different with different girls. Like, most of the time you can find a few things that are like generally... Yes, that's generally how you can find like a pleasure spot for women, but they're all built different and very different. Every woman you have to treat differently, so if you're gonna say use me as a guinea pig, you can maybe go for the general part, but then, as I said, you might teach them wrong and they will be wrong their entire life, asking themselves what they did wrong because it worked at one time. Like,
I know how many of you are probably going to defend this, but
yeah, but I'm not even looking at toys at that part. Like, for in general, let's go with basic thing. Like, everybody at that point knows what missionary is. If you haven't, at that point, I'm pretty sure boys will have already found out the internet and set sites to look at it, what it is. And if not, they will be educated very promptly in what it is. So you know that basic line already, like that one good. Then you have doggy style as one that is also kind of sort of most of the time accepted, but then you get to the part of what quote unquote extras are you going to add to it? Like, are you going to add spanking? She needs to like it. Are you going to add hair pulling? She needs to like it. And if he can do all that with her, and the next one says no, the guy will be confused as hell, because you're gonna say you know how to pleasure someone now, and he basically is doing stuff she doesn't like. So, no, I think that is a very bad idea. Do I think the educational videos about how babies are born and how sex is had are good? Not really. it gets the basics across, but man, those videos just need to be like a bit more as in talking to an adult instead of talking to like a child. I know they're technically still children, but they're just so boring to watch that after like 10 minutes you're no longer watching. I think the only time someone actually woke me up during those videos was like they nudged me on the side. I went like, there's boobies on screen, and that's about it. Like that was the only interesting bit I woke up during those videos, that they during the sexual ed videos. And so far I have to say I haven't heard a girl complain yet about my quote-unquote skills in the bedroom. They usually leave very tired, and I had once that she couldn't walk the day after, which was funny to me. Good thing we had the house for herself for 3 days.
I need you not to defend this. This is weird. I'm sorry, but this is creepy.
Oh, but Sydney, she's attractive.
No. Billinger has been very vocal about her interest, so to speak, in barely legal teenage boys. To the extent that, in one interview, she said that she's done the devil's tango with hundreds of them.
I mean, how many 18-year-olds have you slept with?
Hundreds and hundreds now. Must be like 400, 300, 400. Okay, so it's no...
But, okay, here's the thing though. They get interested when they're 17 or 16 and she starts grooming them through this content.
Yeah, your point
She's
is.
a self-proclaimed teacher, so it's not as bad as I thought, but she's basically, yeah, she's spawn camping them.
Yeah.
She's spawn camping them at age 17.
Yes, and you should feel, and if you have to follow her logic, like the woman making the woman in the OnlyFans, she's helping society by basically being the guinea pig for guys to try out sex, basically. Like doing sexual education better. So she's like, I'm providing here mostly. No, you're not. You're just finding that quick route you want to take towards money. You find that guys around that age are pretty horny and want to bump everything that is close to them, which is true. It kind of wears off at around 2022, because then it's like, it's more of, well, I don't know when college ends. Here it's definitely 2022. Because then it's more of a, let's get jobs, families and all that going, instead of just let's hump everything in the club that is slightly drunk and that I have a chance with. And of course you have consent with, but you know, that is all. And to me, if I say like let's hump everything in the club, that is for me everything that you have consent with, because if you don't have consent to touch a woman and you still do, jail. If you go further than that, buried underneath the jail 6 feet under. No questions asked. Well, the only question asked is, it needs to be proven somehow. Like, I need the proof for it. I know it's terrible to say these days, but if people can prove that they did this, 6 feet under. If they do not have the proof, then it's going to probably come down to a jury, and then they can only give lifelong sentences, not 6 feet under, because there's always that small smidgen of chance that they didn't do it, because if there is no proof, there is no proof.
16, and then she's like, alright, boy.
Also, not going there.
Time 10 with me, it's like...
I agree with what Gideon San says. I think she's ugly, to be honest.
Man. Again, I think this is a symptom of nymphomania.
A secret, I have a hobby, which is pleasuring fairly legal 18-year-olds.
She calls it a hobby. That makes it even worse.
You've been having lots of fun with the students.
I have indeed, all 120 of them. I want to sleep with 130 fairly legal 18-year-olds.
Why does she always say that? Do you not think that you maybe sound like a freaking predator? I'm finding it hard not to gag.
Here's my other answer. People like this that have like a mediocre beauty, I would say, because who probably are is probably selling nudes and stuff as well. Probably, not 100% sure, because I don't check. But people like this, or people in the higher echelons, or the people that people think are like, even streamers have it. People who have a lot of people following them, believing in them. They can basically commit murder and get away with it if it just depends on fans. Because the fans will still be there like, oh no, she didn't do it. Even though if there is proof thrown in their faces, it will all be the same. Who are we going to shoot today? I don't know, Flo. She's not from my country, so it's a little bit far to do just today. She's probably from Britain or from America, one of the two. But yeah, it's like, as I said, if you have streamers or anything, like the Niji Sanji one that came out that was basically doing harassment of people, I already forgot his name, and all that, the fans are already defending him. It's a him, so I'm taking him as an example. Fans are already defending him. When the entire thing of Luca came out, same Niji Sanji again, but Luca Kanashiro, the entire thing came out, people were defending him immediately. Then the one that we know that got her things out, basically that is already over. Like the law that lasted like what, an entire week or so. ADP, huh? When that happened and that document came out, people were defending her. Like when even the suggestion was dropped for like fruit and that she was a bad friend and stuff like that, her fans were defending her. The moment you have that group of fans, you will always have people that defend you, and in this case pay for whatever service you're providing. Be it streaming, be it OnlyFans, be it Fansly, be it whatever. You basically can get away with murder and your fans will still be there like, haha, this was funny. Please show me more booba.
23 barely legal 18-year-olds.
She's even made a point of going to events specifically designed for school leavers to celebrate graduation and going to university. Like,
and this is what I genuinely hate the most, is that a guy doing this.
What is
like,
ADP?
Imagine a man says, yeah, I want to find barely 18-year-old schoolgirls and I want to have, coitus with them.
It's a woman, so she gets away with it. Moving on.
I want to sleep with them so bad. Instantly, like, the Twitter set on fire, national headlines.
Yeah, if a man would do that, yes, that would happen. But if a woman does it, it's fine because it's a woman who does it.
But this somehow flies under the radar because it's a hot, attractive woman. And even if it was a hot, attractive guy, I still think they would get an insane amount of shit for it.
Yeah.
Even if it's like an attractive young man that's doing it, or like a 25-year-old man.
Freshers, which is basically the orientation week for first-year university students in the UK, where I think she claims to have done adult things with 122 young men.
And the most I want to take in one night is 25, but I'll let you into a little secret. I did 30 on the first day alone.
Oh my God.
So come and get me on my knees and let me celebrate you getting into uni, boys.
And to the Gold Coast and get drunk for a week.
Please remove her from society now. Oh, the guy didn't get caught for the one in Niji Sanji, at least as I know. Like you had the Luca Kanashiro thing was where someone started releasing documents about how abusive he is in private discords and stuff like that. And then you had the other guy in there as well that apparently was harassing the females, like trying to, or was it emotionally blackmail them, harass them. And was it worse or not? I can't remember that part, so those things happened. But the one I was talking about was a more personal one. Luca. Who is Aster again?
Oh, before her Australia.
ENG Aster. Or Aster Arcadia? No, this wasn't the one. Oh no, it was, yeah, Aster. Aster Arcadia. Oh yeah, they in like the Google search I typed in Aster and they showed me the photo of Ren and I'm like, it's not Ren. But yeah, Aster. He is not caught because basically they're just doing the research now into him to see if he did anything wrong. And as most companies at that moment go, like, we investigated ourselves and find that we did nothing wrong. That's usually how it goes. So yeah. They're looking at Aster now. I don't think there was ever like an investigation on Luca.
Australian visa was cancelled because Australia don't play like that.
Adult content creator Bonnie Blue, who'd been on
W Australia, funnily enough. Actually,
WD Aussies, thank you very much. Yeah, can we do the same?
They barred her from going.
offering her services to, quote, barely legal schoolies, has had her Australian visa cancelled.
It's worth noting, and actually now that I'm saying it, this is something important to realize through this whole video, but Billinger records these interactions with these young men and then uploads them to her OF account.
Why am I not surprised? Like, do you even know how many videos are out there about OnlyFans girl fucks a lucky fan and stuff like that? Hundreds, if not thousands, by now. And people stick around in OnlyFans mostly because they just want to have that one chance to be the guy that fucks them. And, well, you know, boobies. But I don't get OnlyFans and Fansly I don't get at all. Like for Fansly I don't get because for the streamers that go there, because you pay here for $5 for no ads, and then they hop onto Fansly and then I have to pay $10 there again to be subbed there, which to me is just like you're doubling the price for this just because you might show some titty on a model. Not interested, really. Like this, the same thing now with when Cinder went over. She has one subscription tier, like tier 1. And it's like $10 for the subscription. The only thing that's on there is the VODs and like some non-safe for work art. I know the rest is coming. Like let's not be, I'm not beating around the bush on that one. I know that the naked model is coming. That she's probably the vibrators being hooked onto Fansly is coming as well. Because money. As I said on her first statement when she said I'm going to own that she's going to Fansly, my first statement was greed is a hell of a drug. And I'll probably keep making that statement every time I see it. Because it is. It's just plain greed. Because I already said if she just wanted to have the entire part of like play hentai games or like the more risque games and not have the Twitch rules, alright, no subscription based, everything is free. But now the subscription for that just to watch the VOD is already double of what I have to pay on Twitch. Sadly to me, Twitch right now, she is usually on that. God, I hate that angel model so much. I like it the most with most of the color, with most of the clothing on, to be honest. But even then it looks wrong to me. Man, I almost wanted to go just back. I almost am going to start asking, can we go back to the 1.0 model? Because I like that one a lot more, or the ice model. Because I like that a lot more than the ones she has now. But that's just me probably complaining. Just screaming my complaints into the void. But yeah, it's like I don't know, man. As I say, it is all just a cash grab. At first I thought of the same about VA, but then I made up my mind about it because it does take a lot of practice and stuff to do a decent VA. Still of the opinion need more than 2 voices. But if you have a VA range of like 5 to 10 different voices, you are more than talented to me. Yeah, in my opinion, yes. But not even for the eye candy, like for like, let's say, I can say the same for like the Spite model. I have a very weird taste in that. You have, like now I see a lot of her in a bikini model, which is fine, like it looks gorgeous still, but the moment she has like that, the model with, what is it, the ripped shirt and the shorts on, I like that one more than the fucking bikini model. Yeah, the angel model of Cinder for me, just something is off about it. Do I have a picture of it here? To have a quick look at it, because I have some of these saved for my for references for my artist if I want to use them in art. Like for Spite, I have a few and stuff. Where is it? Stream? No. What? No, side project. Yes. Other VTubers. Is she in the one to-do list? No, already posted them probably. I didn't even save it. Okay. These are the ones that I no longer will post because she changed model. Vampy I just have to be serious about, but I cannot use. She asked no longer to use the one with the white hair, and the other one, well, we know why I'm not using that. Yeah, I might not save for work ones. This one is in the making. Like, I have her normal model. This one. Like, I like this model a lot more. Yeah. Do I have... Let me have a quick look if I can find her new model. Why do we go here? I said Google. It's in the new model. This was okay. I didn't like the horns in this one. That was about it for my only complaints about it. Like the horns were, and I would preferably, but that might have been like a computer thing, have these like that's fluff, which I think might have been her tail, but I think it was more like those fluffy boa things you can carry around. have it go from here, up here, over her shoulder, go to the back and back down here. That would have been my idea for that one. And yeah, nothing beats this model. Maybe the ice one, this one.
Hi.
Why is this a thing that I have to watch? They put it on YouTube. Here. There's nothing not safe for work on this model. So one, the wings, I think she is trying to go for phoenix form wings, which is off to me because you're also trying to maintain your hellhound, but you paint an entire phoenix almost behind you with the wings, which is wrong, in my opinion. The mask is a no. Just looks weird. Two shining eyes. Maybe it's just the shape I dislike. And here with the fingers, as I said, my point would have been to make these fingers work for me is make a slight gold thing up the finger, like on top of it, so that it all seems connected, or even like a small chain. I know it's extra work, but a small chain here, 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 and there, just to make it all look connected. Because now it just seems like she's wearing finger tops, which is weird again to me. Like, why would you wear these finger tops? Like, they're nothing. Even in battle, they would be like useless. This, yeah, it is connected to the back. Okay, that seems fine then. But yeah, I also think she has her chains here, which is something I like about it. And then you have like these random chains coming from the back. Like, this thing doesn't appear to have like any function for me except aesthetics. And if you wanted to go like, I don't know, more naked or something, you could have just put a chain around here and then this and that, and then have this be like connected, like this one go to the side. But I think that is what they're going for here, that this is like to the back and then connected to the middle part. But there's not enough to see it because it just appears to be squeezing down her, like her sides to keep the posture it has. Then these things totally not needed. I know the thing is that with her when she is wearing clothes more, I think it goes up here. Like, yeah, you get the sock. This is why I like her in clothing a lot more, because it makes sense to me. Like, you have these little lines of cloth in between which basically connect the entire part, which is what I would be looking for. The entire cleavage part here, it's more covered up, but it's also more of the part of it seems connected somehow to be a piece of clothing. And if you go to this just seems like so random, not connected at all. I'll just have to say it's probably half of it is just magic or thickness keeping it all in place. Like, this one is a lot better than this one. This one seems to be like actually attire, and this just seems to be fan service 101. That's it. That's all I have to say about this model. It's just fan service 101. But the one thing I can't see, but I think it's very obvious if I probably will look at the model longer than 2 minutes when she's wearing it, is here. It seems to be that the cloth is still in between here, because it seems to be still white, so it might still be connected. But having all the other white disappear from it then, and just have fan service, it's not really worth it, because this is, to me, is more worth it than having just the model there with basically almost everything out. And to me, my favorite model is always gonna be, at this point, it's is it here somewhere? No. This is the fan art of it, the snow model. I like the entire change that she did with it. Like here you just have blue and red flames, which is fine, you know, everyone says blue flames are hotter, who knows. Maybe it's a magical standard thing that I do not know about, but like this model to me was always one of the better ones. The ice one. And then her 1.0 was also a good one, and then you went to this one that I was like, okay, we're going into that direction now. Like I knew with the succubus one it was already like, you know, we're going towards more not safe for work things. But this one I can stomach, still just remove the horns, because they look silly. Like, do I have a picture here of the entire, like, her model for that one? This one is also good, but I like this the most. Like the middle one where you have just this over it, and then you could add this as a remover or keep it in your chats as well. This one. The horns to me look silly, because there's no need for them at all. Like, they just look not even like a crown or anything you would wear. This, as I said, if you want to have this as a boa and it's not really like your tail, to me the better thing would be have the fluff here go up around your shoulder, behind your back, go back down, and then on your other arm. If you say so. It's I believe it, so I'm not going to discuss about it. The same with the nails here, they seem attached to the what is of that wrist glove that she has. The chains actually go from tail all the way over her body, so they seem to have, they accentuate her body, but they also have a purpose. It's not with the other chains, which is basically just, now I have to wear less clothes. Little skull in the middle is fine, like these little grippers here. I think it's gonna hurt if she ever walks or does the entire jumping that she did when she had a meat, because these will bounce and get stuck in them. So you're gonna bleed a lot, unless this is very, very tight around the chest. All the rest is fine. It's just the new Phoenix model, no. That's why I use this model usually. For when I'm going to do art with Cinder, I'm gonna use this model. Anyway, enough model bashing before I get someone that clips it and sends it to Cinder and she's going to get angry. It's the same when she said something on YouTube. She had like one of those videos. What was it called? Where are the people who were mad about the CPR song? Now, because she made that boss bitch song, whatever it's called, Boss Rush, sorry. I think it's a step down from CPR even. I have listened to it twice and I don't really like it that much. CPR I have in one of my playlists even. But even that playlist I don't really listen to anymore. Like, I'm not saying she can't sing. She definitely can. But what she has put on for like Boss Rush, half of the text I can't understand, like what she's saying. Part of it doesn't even sound like her. And three, and this is just a personal opinion about just the characters that are in this. I think if any of the characters that are in Boss Rush ever become a boss, they will only be the level 1 or 2 or 3 boss, as it says there, because the moment you put them as a higher boss, people will think it's a joke. What do you bring with a boss battle? It's in the be fire resistant and you're fine. Like, it's just like, I don't hate the song, but it's not in my lists. It's not high enough up there for me to be in my playlists. And I think she said something about where are the people who hated CPR now, and my response was something in the nature of the people are left already. Because they heard CPR, it was not for them, they left. And for Boss Rush, you have 3 entire girl fan bases that are like fawning over it because it's Vienna, Tricky, and Cinder. So you have those 3 fan bases already together. Yeah, of course it's gonna be looked on a lot. Anyways, that's my rant for now.
Social media has done irreparable damage to society.
But basically, so does everybody in this video. So there's that. Once she got booted from my homeland, Australia, she took her expedition over to Fiji, where she was also soon deported. And of course, produced some weird content with the Border Patrol agents, because of course she did. Although I'm actually not sure if these are real Border Patrol agents. And to be quite honest with you, I don't really want to find out. Okay.
Oh yeah.
They're not. It's staged.
No,
Move it up.
Guys, I don't equate men to corn actors. My brain is not that rotted out of my fucking skull, okay?
Move it.
Yeah. Guys, don't do that, okay?
I don't want to get into the weeds on how weird or how predatory or not predatory it is to seek out young men like this, because I know that there are some of you who are going to be like, oh, this is every young man's dream. You guys largely.
And I hate people that say that.
It's every young man's dream to find a girlfriend to do that with. To have someone that has more than 1,000 dicks in her and gets paid for it. To have your son/friend bone that, I would be like, man, there's something wrong with you.
After I did the shoe on it video, like, I reacted to it about a man basically, well, not a man, I think they were like barely 18 or they were 16. They said, oh, that's so hot. Like, I wish my teacher did that to me. And I'm like, you are such a freak for even typing that in my comments unironically. And then that guy kept fighting everyone in the comments section and saying I'm a prude. And I'm like, you're actually such a freak.
You know where I stand on this and how weird and creepy and icky I think it is, and how this woman is taking advantage of teenagers to advance her fame and fortune. And basically she's utilizing the ignorant and eager to, once again, advance her own ends through degeneracy. But the issue I want to focus on is how these women, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips, and so on, are doing more and more extreme and absurd acts in order to.
And now we go to the 100th guys in a day.
OF platform. Everyone loves a train wreck, and many people seemingly love to consume content of adult relations.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that anything for views unfortunately does work, because even bad publicity is good publicity.
This combines the two.
Shit, maybe I should publicize all my opinions. Start putting them in like small 1 to 2 minute videos and put them on YouTube, all my opinions, like just when I like the entire thing that I just said about Cinder and her model, just make that a small video of like 2 to 3 minutes.
And these women seem to know this. The tragedy is that as OF continues to get more and more saturated, this behavior will inevitably turn up more and more, encouraging copycats and leading young women to believe that fame and fortune is possible, but only if they degrade and humiliate themselves in the most extreme ways. So that's what we're going to talk about today.
I mean, if you want quick money, sure. Will it bring you happiness? I mean, the woman broke down at the moment after she did that thing, so if you want to have quick money and be damaged for the rest of your life, go for it.
The lie of this platform,
Your body, your choice, girl.
Creepiness of some of the
She's never gonna listen, man. Like, that is the problem that I found with a lot of advice or things I will give to people. It's basically people never listen to any advice you give. Because the only thing they will say then is like, I like it, and done. Or like, let's say about this video now where I was talking about its quick money and probably years of therapy, and they will be like, yes, but money though, I like the money, and that's it. Like, I can even go over like other instances that I had in my family where I went like, don't do this, no, you have to do this like that, or you want my advice, this is my advice. Them just ignoring it, and me then 2-3 months later going, alright, told you so. All I can say then is just, I told you so. Like, that is my most used phrase in like my entire family. I told you so. Oh, this person is doing that. Well, you have this, and this are your options. Okay, but I'm gonna stick with this one. All right, that's your bad decision, and it's gonna end like this. But hey, if you wanna go for it, go for it. 2 months later, they're crying, exactly telling me how it went, how I predicted, and I was like, okay, told you so. Like, I don't know why people are so hard at this entire part of people who are hard to understand, because they're not. You just have to, for some people, it's just look at their habits and how they react. Look at their mannerisms, look at like a quick quote-unquote scan of 10 minutes conversation with a person can tell you almost everything you need to know about a person.
people who are participating on it and all of the.
But yeah, as I said, people like that, like Cinder, and people alike that, never listen to anything I say. Because one, just compare viewer counts, they have the higher viewers, so they're probably right in what they're doing, even though it is just sex sells. Two, they don't even know I exist. And I actually tested it out with a few VTubers and streamers. I just didn't pay for like 6 months anymore, like 6 months no longer subscribed, or like longer than that. But keep typing in the chat and being active. And the only thing that has happened, I think 1 or 2 keeps three, sorry, I have 3 that keeps remembering me. The only thing, one I haven't checked it on is Silverveil, because she hasn't streamed yet, or I haven't seen her go live yet. But all the others forgot my name, forgot who I was, how long I've been like in chat with them, so they don't even know the fuck who you are, and they don't care. Like, it's the same, like, this ridiculous tweet from Zen I read yesterday. I commend her for it, but on the other hand, it's like ridiculous to me. Because she said something like we're going to start the streams now with basically her doing walking exercises for, well, basically walking or like jogging for 30-40 minutes every stream. But then she adds it's for the viewers, and I'm like, it's not really for the viewers. This is for yourself. Because you're not taking them outside or anything. You're probably just using like a treadmill at home and walking. So it's not really for your viewers. If your viewers want to do that, they can do that every time they want, if they have the treadmill or want to go outside. Like, so let's not start this entire thing over like it's for your viewers. No, it's for yourself. Which I still congratulate her about, because healthier lifestyle, definitely. But don't use this entire thing as it's for my viewers, because no.
Extreme and crazy ways that they attempt to separate.
Chunky is a darling. I just don't. I'm not a lot in his streams because I explained this once. If I hear a male voice and I see a female model, my brain just short circuits. But I raid into her from time to time. I spam my potato emote because she likes potatoes. So sometimes I do go towards Chunky. But yeah, I can name you now. I can name almost everyone who has forgotten me and doesn't even know my name anymore. Like Vex, Cinder, Tricky. Those are at least 3 that I go to. Cottontail I was in for a year as well. Doesn't know who I am. Were there others? I'll quickly just, you know what, I'll just open my Twitch for this to see. If there are more than that. Vienna, Giga, I have no idea who I am anymore. I was there for it's all those people that I have been more than a year there. Evertrua, no idea. Fifi, no idea. Camilla, no idea. Here she is, Shunky. I haven't been there in a while, so. Avi has skipped me over the last few times as well, so I don't know if she still remembers me. Haven't been with Huntress yet. Yeah, if Kula would forget me, that's weird because she's in the same rain team as me. Sanson has no idea anymore. That would be it. That is like the list for now, because obviously I left a lot of I left a lot of people out of their Discord and everything when I did that quote-unquote test. I wasn't there around when Chunky started. Like, I wasn't, but I think the one who was to me closest with like the starting out part where I was Spite. Because I know her having like, but it wasn't like starting out, because I think she was at like 10-20 views when I joined in. Then Spite was definitely one where I joined in before she boomed. God, I have to check one day how long I'm basically in her chat. Cinder, when she was, I think I joined Cinder when she was below 100 viewers, because it was usually I think around 70-80-ish. Was going up, but Tricky was already known when I joined, so Vienna probably the same. Yeah, I don't really have anyone that I stick by for like from the start because I was quote unquote late to the VTuber party. But yeah, and Silver Veil, I think I was with Silver. I think close by when she joined Vishojo. I think that was my closest I gotten to where Cinder when I Silver Veil, sorry, where I joined Silver Veil, not Cinder. Cinder was 70, 80 views, so yeah. Yeah, so a bit after me then. But you know, Spite is the one that keeps me entertained because it is quote unquote lewd, but on the other hand, it's also just chill time. That's how I see Spite streams mostly. I just sit there and chill in the back, and I don't really say a lot. That's how I see it. But I already know most of the like Vampy. I think I joined also the same as like. Sorry. She already was. I think at that time she was more known than Blooms at the moment. Because Blooms at the time when I joined, she had like 40, 50 views, and Vampy was around 80, I would say. When I joined her. I think Rose is the closest I have with someone that I have been like from the start, because she is like US time, so it's already hard for me to go there. But Rose, when I'm there, is usually around 10 to 20. Thanks. But yeah, that is about everyone that I know. I think recently I joined a few new ones, but I also left a few old ones just because it's also like very egotistical maybe for me to think, but I raid into people, I shout people out, I hang out in people's chat, and usually from the people that have like that a certain amount of viewers, let's say, it's never gonna be returned. I can never see those people in my chat. I never see those people like say anything or do anything. Like the only two streamers, and I do mean streamers, that I know of that are in my chat is Morla and Sunny. Those are the only two streamers that are in my chat. Sunny is, by the way, is kind of popping off recently, which is nice to see. Anyways.
Separate themselves from other creators in an effort to get further ahead as it grows in popularity. And obviously
that's also happening with VTubing and every other general streaming platform, like social media desire, is that the more outrageous shit you say, the more attention you get, even if you don't mean it at all.
Oh, is that why I have so little attention? Because I just say what I think. I don't go for outrageous shit. Although some of the things that I think, and I will say probably are considered, is considered outrageous because, like, just the simple thing, as I said, like with the model thing and all that, some people will think that is outrageous just because I don't like a certain model. But as I said as well to a few times as well, it doesn't make me dislike the person if I dislike something that they do. Like, for instance, again, Cinder going to Fansly, I dislike it. I don't dislike Cinder. I dislike her going to Fansly. I dislike the fact that she has this, in my opinion, ugly ass model. And I cannot stay in a chat when that model is on because it will annoy me that much of how ugly it is. Don't get me wrong, my model is not like 10 out of 10, but my model is also my model mom made that from a contest that I won. I'm happy about it because it's a model. The only thing I'm going to look at now is trying to get a new PC so I can keep the model on at all times. Maybe get a new webcam as well that I can use to actually have better movements and tracking on it, but yeah.
It's kind of annoying because I don't get clipped by. Oh, that was my thing. I don't really get like YouTube clipped because I don't do like horny bait posting, and I don't.
Correct. You don't do sex and that's why it doesn't sell.
Like intentional, like licking my microphone or saying like outrageous shit for attention.
Or with model. Or with your model. Oops, I had a model dysfunction here. That is something that also happens, and to me that is just the same as when you used to have those people that went like, oops, I had a nip slip. It's the same with a model dysfunction part. It's like, okay, moving on.
Clicks, like what I say doesn't really get clicks, to be honest, and that's fine. Like I'm not mad or anything. It's just it's not worthy of like social media points.
Yeah.
All of my regular disclaimers. This video is by no means exhaustive. I won't get to everything.
Also, to get the clicks on that, you already have to be known. Like, you already have to have a certain set of views before it gets like outrage out there, which is meh. Like, I could go through all my videos and every time I say something about other streamers, I could point that out in my video in like even like time frames and all that, but one, too much work, two, that's not my main content. Weird as it might sound. I will point it out in points where I can use it, and I will not use it at all. Like, I think yesterday I had an entire talk about relationships and all that. I didn't even mention anyone else. It's just like, I just go from my own experience then and tell you what I think and what I have done and what I have experienced and all that. I don't go into super messy details either because that's for me to know and for you to never find out. You know?
Because there is a lot to this topic. Like a lot. So with all of that said, and before you once again board my hell gondola and together we sail down this weird river into this very uncomfortable and creepy topic, let's hear from today's sponsor, Incogni. Ever wondered why you get annoying spam calls at 50% off an annual plan? In early November 2024, a former spicy creator called Nala Ray appeared on the internet show The Whatever Podcast.
I don't know if she'll touch on it, but this chick that's behind me, apparently she found God. That seems to happen a lot for some reason.
I found God.
Something's happened.
Look, girl, you talking to God is fine. The moment God starts talking back, you might have an issue.
Almost 2 hours into the episode, Nala was asked by a super chatter about an interest in cheating she purported to have when she was making mattress-based content. Nala responded by explaining that basically everything she said on podcasts and appearances was done with virality in mind during this time.
Yeah.
In order to...
Yeah.
And a lot of... I've seen it happen.
It is all scripted.
But with VTubers, when they go viral for a tweet and then they get really upset when...
It's the same as I say like Fresh and Fit and the Whatever podcast, both to me are scripted. Not in the same way as like it is a script they have to follow and talk about. No, it's they look at people like, let's say for this one, the Whatever podcast. They will basically send out invitations of, do you want to come to the podcast about this topic? We will talk about these topics and what are your thoughts about it. From those, like, let's say 1,000 people they invited, they picked these 5 And that's for a reason. They know exactly what they think and what their points are gonna be and how smart they are in that object as well.
People are like, hey, where's more of this content? And they're like,
And
oh,
push-ups.
well, I did
God
it just
damn
for
it.
the clip. I did it with streamers and VTubers. Yeah.
Here I was finally fucking laying back in my chair. No, can't lay back in your chair. God damn it. Ay, 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 ay. That would be a tragedy, wouldn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. God damn it. Right. There you go. Time to talk some more about thoughts. And thoughts.
More and more people towards her content.
I am so happy we get to finally address this. So, as a viral creator like when I was on about 8-9 months ago, I went on so many podcasts because I knew the only way to grow my own was to be viral, and it's such an oversaturated platform right now. And I've been on it for like 5.5 years.
Still is.
So everything I've said on podcasts is complete clickbait. I did it to go viral to then make money, and so many people believed it, and it worked. So that's what's so like crazy about the internet. And if you've heard it before, it's very true. The internet is not real. So like everything I said, like, oh my god, I love cheating. Like, dude, I was so freaking dead single at the time. Like, who would I have cheated on, bro?
Point taken. But it's the same as with the entire fucking the corn industry, let's say. Where you have titles of like, I accidentally fucked this person, and I'm like, how do you accidentally even fuck anything? Like, there is no accident in that part. Or I accidentally cheated. Like, no. That is not an accident. That is not something that just miraculously happened and you're like, oh no, I did this. No, usually it's like involves alcohol or anything else, but hey, I accept it. So I have accepted it and I'm moving on from it, but I'm also looking into like, so I have a small hope, a very small hope that I might get a new PC soon, but it's a very, very small hope. And if I get a new PC, I'll probably start like try to immediately get everything better that I do now. Like, for example, cook my food more, because I want to do that again. Recently I've just been in this rut where I have like nothing really that I do that makes me like super happy or anything like that. And I've been in this position now where I'm like, I really wanna do something about that. So, and I was like, if I can get this new PC, then I can finally start streaming games that I like again. I can like stream for like 12 to 16 hours again, as much as I used to do in the start, because now it's usually 6 to 8. Because there's nothing to do, but if I have that new PC, I can finally start streaming Path of Exile 2, because Path of Exile 2 is fine to stream until apparently I get into Act 2 and then it keeps crashing on me, so I can play it without stream, but not on stream. Then I have what other games did I have like on the side already to play? Path of Exiles, I will be streaming Wuthering Waves. I will be starting to stream Apex Legends again then, because I had to delete it recently. League is still gonna be up there, but it's gonna be less. Like, technically I think I have around too many games around now that I want to stream but I cannot stream. Then I'll probably do some Baldur's Gate 3 as well, so that I can finally play that game. DBD is gonna be in there as well. Diablo 4 probably not, but Elden Ring is gonna pop in there as well again. Helldivers most likely as well, just for shits and giggles. Marvel Rivals things probably gonna be in there because I tried it. I can't play it, even like non-streaming. I cannot play it. Metal Hellsinger is gonna be in there. Monster Hunter is gonna be in there. Bannerlord is gonna be in there again. Maybe some Pal World again as well. RimWorld is gonna be in there because I haven't played it in a while. Throne and Liberty is gonna be in there. Warhammer Total War definitely gonna be in there. Warframe is gonna be back in there, and I'll probably start playing The Witcher 3. So I have like a list of like more than 10-15 games lined up. It just, I need the PC to play it at the moment. And stream it basically.
I said whatever I needed.
And a friend of mine already made a PC, like went with all the parts and put it in a box, and he was like, the price for it is around 2.2k for the cheapest. And it will last me 2 to 3 years at least, but I can also go for like more individual upgrades than having to buy an entire new PC after that time. So, and recently, well, technically I have the money on my account. Yeah. So technically I have the money on my account, but according to the people that manage my budget, basically, it is not money I can touch. Okay. So I'll have to see. I think this week somewhere I talk with the person that basically helps me with my budgeting. And I'm gonna see, and I'm gonna ask if I can touch that money for a new PC because I need it, and then I also can follow like a homeschooling basically for video editing, which then I can use as well for like making YouTube videos and stuff, and making more content.
Because I understand the male brain, and I needed to make money, and I was like, bet.
This isn't the only time that Nala has expressed something like.
And then there's people who say that I don't believe in inequality and that I don't believe what I say because they see this shit on the internet. They see this shit on the internet and they equate it to me because I'm a woman.
Wow.
I went silent after hearing her speak. It's sped up because of copyright, by the way. Just so we're clear, all of these clips taken are sped up because of copyright reasons. Just putting it out there.
On November 18, 2024, she went on a YouTube channel called Caru Ellington. Once again, scoring up the names. Where she again explained how she based her online personality off of virality.
So that podcast aired, and that was the first time I'd been on the whatever podcast, but at that time I had this mindset. I was like, I need to go viral to make more money. How are people gonna know who I am or what my audience is if they don't know, like, they haven't seen me, you know? So when I get on these platforms, I'm like, I'm gonna rule this podcast. I'm gonna rule whatever I'm doing. Like, I will take it over. So I went in there with this mindset of like control. And I was like, I'm going to get more money from this. Like, and
again, it's a shrewd business decision, and it worked. She started acting and doing ahagao faces like Belle Delphine, and it made her stand out because Belle Delphine, first of all, she kind of fell off, right?
Yep.
But second.
The question always is, why did Belle Delphine fall off? And everyone says it's because she went into porn. Because people were always are always curious, like what is under the clothing, what is underneath there. Always gonna be a curious thing. And for Belle, she had that thing going for her, like what is underneath there. People want to see you naked and blah 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 blah. The moment she went naked, it was all over because everyone was like, "All right, I can now buy you naked basically for $5. Bye."
Well, it's a recognizable theme or like way of making OF content, so it made her look and stand out. And that's ultimately smart. If you want money, you gotta stand out.
That's the whole purpose. Like, you want to make money. Like, that's it. I want to get my bag, like as girls say now.
Also, now I just need to make sure that I business more in the channel. So I have more people to raid out with and more people to talk to.
Not too long after, during another appearance on another YouTube channel called Lecrae, Nala explains that OF creators become puppets for their subscribers. And as her success on the platform grew, she became consumed with wanting to top her earnings month to month. She also talked about how her dad encouraged her to keep making this kind of content.
Hey, first of all, second of all, and third of all, if I ever have a daughter and she does this, I will never support her in making this kind of content. Ever. I'm not gonna say you have to stop. I'm not gonna say anything about it, but I will not support it either. I will not say, yeah, keep doing it. No. I will just shut up about it and act like it never happened and it doesn't exist. That's my ruling about it. So yeah, no.
Sweetie, I gotta get the down payment for my mortgage. If you do this for another month, if you keep showing your butthole, sweetie, just do it for a little bit longer. Come on, man. Come on, I need to pay off my mortgage, please.
I don't have time to get into this at all, but woof. That's actually just another thing I've never seen here.
Yeah.
Maybe a topic for another video.
How long were you on?
5 years.
And how much money do you think you made in total?
Millions. Yep, thought so.
My first month I made 87 grand.
Oh my.
What?
Every month was like, how can I top last month? That was my
bro.
And it's not just her brain that does it, it's everyone's brain, because you can see it now with the 100 guys in a day video girl that goes like, oh yeah, let's add another 0 to that to make it even more broken. Like, let's go for 1,000 people in one day. It's definitely not gonna scar you if you already start crying after 100.
Man, no wonder there's a lot of YouTubers that started doing, you know, that kind of content. It clearly pays, bro.
Yeah, I hate it, but it pays.
brain. Like, I fed off of that thought. You're a puppet. You're a pimped out puppet, and your pimps are your subscribers.
Bothered at all?
I'd say it really started getting bothered when my family found out. My mom, like, cut off contact with me. My dad...
Oh my god, no way.
Based mom. Based mom. 100% based mom. I wouldn't cut off contact completely. Like, I have this weird thing where I see someone do something wrong, even if they cut off contact with me completely, my answer will always be, I'm only a message away. Like, there is always a way to contact me if you ran into real trouble and stuff like that. Then yes. But I will probably do the same. Like, I don't know you.
Hey, again, you have to take what she says with a grain of salt, because she literally just said that she lies and makes more content.
Yeah.
I don't know. I could believe it, but I also could believe that she's lying.
I think it's more of the mom cut off contact for that fact, but also I think if she would have said like I quit this entire thing, I seen like how damaging it is to me or something in that kind of way, that mom will probably fix contact again. Like I'm the same with all people. The moment they come back and go like, I see that what I did wrong or that I did something wrong, I'm more like, all right, fine. My answer will always be I forgive, but I do not forget. And I can forgive a lot, like of course there's a limit to everything, but you know. Because people always say forgive and forget. I think it should be forgive but don't forget, because for some people it's a pattern. Some things are a pattern. Like for hers it could be like she quit OnlyFans now because she has the money and everything that she wanted. Then my question will be, what will she do when she hits like that roadblock and she suddenly her finances go down the drain somehow? Like let's say she is stupid and she invested everything of her money into Bitcoin or whatever that it is. And suddenly that market crashes, she has nothing left. Is she going back to OnlyFans or is she going to get a job? That would be the real question then. If she goes back to OnlyFans, then well, yeah, you know that she is in a pattern again. A lot of people, it's just like pattern recognition to know how they are. And you find these patterns really quick. Like that, the hard part is not seeing the pattern. It's the part of convincing yourself that it is a pattern and that they are not going to get out of it. That is definitely a thing.
It was a very different story. My dad encouraged me to stay on.
Yes, I did steal this little intro from the Craze video because I liked it. And I liked how it was edited, and I liked the music. Don't yell at me. I know I just said I wouldn't talk about it, but I genuinely cannot wrap my head around someone's dad telling them to make this sort of content.
Same.
Yeah, because money talks. What if you're really, really broke and like you really need to pay off a mortgage? What if you're in debt? You're essentially kind of pimping out your daughter. Whoa.
Yep.
I once tried to go out of the house in this very short, very skin-tight dress when I was about 18, and my dad saw it and was like, no, you will...
You know what? Me too, man. I went out with a skirt with no stockings underneath, and my dad got mad and told me to go put on stockings. You know those really thick ones? Not the sheer ones. Not the sheer ones, chat. The other ones. The thick ones that are like for winter. You can't see through them. They're just knitted. My dad freaked out, and my mom was like, oh, I didn't know she was going out like that. She said she was putting on a skirt and like stockings, and I didn't know that she was doing that. I was bad for shorts and skirts. Yeah, it's pretty common. Again, you want a daughter until you don't.
Well, change! That is what I consider to be a normal parental
Correct.
reaction. At the end of this interview, Lecrae asked what advice Nala has for other young women. She expresses that there is a steep price to pay with making this sort of content, something that is often glossed over by those in the industry.
Like, obviously I could just say don't, but like it doesn't even give a depth to what you pay for in price. Like, it's not just your soul, man. You pay for it in your thoughts. You pay for it in your body. Like, you are a slave, and you don't even think you are. Like,
and you want to know the funniest part is they hit a wall, as all women do, around about at age 30 to gracefully I think you can probably keep doing OF until about 35 if you're playing your cards right and you take care of your body and your skin. You can probably play it up to 35 and then you fall off.
Probably.
You can't do it forever, man.
Now that I'm out of it completely, I'm like, I was literally hundreds of thousands of people's slaves.
Wow.
Like, that's what I felt like. And this is what I feel like.
Yeah.
During it, didn't feel so bad, didn't look at it like that. And during it, I was like, I'm the boss. I'm like, no, you're not. You're really not. So if you want to pay that price, like, that's your choice.
Yeah.
I'm not here to tell you to do whatever you want with your life, but, like, you need to make the decision very carefully.
Yeah.
Because there is a price to pay, even though you're making money. Man, the devil can give you things.
As an aside, it is worth.
Yeah, but in 9 to 5, you're also slaving away for another person. Like, it.
Yes, you're slaving away for another person. But it's not going to take my entire mental to do that. Like when I have a 9 to 5 and I don't feel like it, there are so many ways to get away from that. Like, it's not that hard here, at least, to just get like a doctor's note and not go for like a day or two to work. You can always find a new job. The moment you do the OnlyFans thing, most of the new job parts are gone because there will be a certain gap of where you technically haven't worked then, and you will have to explain it. And if you say like I did OnlyFans, people will look at you weirdly because definitely if you're like working with people, which is mostly what women do in jobs, or with like even like colleagues, like just imagine you're going for a job like as a waitress and every day like 5 people mention that you were an OnlyFans model and that they were subscribed to you and have all your pictures and seen you completely naked. It's great, isn't it? It's not a great PR move for the fucking part where you're working.
You're always to some extent, like, unless you're completely self-employed, you're still kind of, like, slaving away for someone else. Almost always. How do Twitch streamers feel? Well, some people feel really, really pressured to keep streaming forever and doing constant content because if they don't, then people will unsubscribe or stop watching them because they're not putting out as much content. But you're not putting your butthole on the internet, you're just putting out content.
Some people do feel that way. For me it's a little bit different because to put it very bluntly, my viewer base isn't that big. I like the people that I have, don't get me wrong, but my viewer base isn't that big, so if I take a day off, I know people will not be angry or leave because I take like a day off for my mental self. 2, if I ever get to that point and I need like a day off for my mental, I will take the day off. People who leave at that point were never gonna stay to begin with. So, but some people do have that feeling like if I don't keep producing content, people will leave, and if people leave, I don't get to be like, my money will go down, I might lose the entire partner thing. And I'm more of a, I've been affiliated for like 10 years now, I think, or something around that. There was like a time when Twitch almost made everyone like affiliated. Like, what did you need? Like 3 concurrent viewers and just stream over 75%? No, not 75 days, sorry. Like in 3 months or something like that. It was like I got it like almost immediately. I think I just asked for a few days for friends to be in my chat as long as they could just type like a lurk and then keep it on the background so that I could make it with this affiliate push, and I made it then. The next goal is partner by the end of the year, but we all know that's not gonna happen, but it is the next goal, so I set an impossible goal.
It's not that that bad. Jesus.
Worth noting, and I probably have to say this, that Nala is a very controversial figure because very recently she reconnected with her faith and decided to stop making this sort of content. And people have deemed this a publicity stunt. This will come as a surprise to none of you, but I'm not.
But she did earlier say that she does things for virality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Personally particularly invested in whether or not she's being legitimate and truthful about
Same, I'm not
reconnecting with
invested.
her faith. But I will say, for those of you who are interested, that having watched now a ton of her interviews in order to make this video, I get the impression that what she is saying is truthful. And she seems to me to mean what she's saying. So, you know, do with that what you will. Now, Nala's point here that this platform is incredibly oversaturated and more creators are focusing on virality is actually correct. I've discussed the hard numbers of this in other videos, which I will link in the description box, but for the sake of brevity and just summarizing, the platform itself was started in 2016 and since then has become a multi-billion-dollar enterprise.
Yep.
I know, right? Shocking.
Sex sells.
Who would have guessed?
This content before, it is outfitted with recruiters, covert sales tactics that often come in the form of women advertising how much money they've made on the platform.
It's a pyramid scheme. Again, there are so many people that post themselves making lots and lots of money, and then it turns out it's like a rental, or it's a rented car, or it's a rented handbag, or I don't know, they got a loan for making themselves look good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's totally like a thing. Like this has been a thing for forever.
The only way that this works, I think, is how a lot of streamers are already doing this. Because most streamers that I see begin are like the very shy ones. They're shy at the start, they don't really bounce around that much. Recently that already has changed to the moment they debut their model, they're already bouncing around, and it's like, okay, fine. But it used to be like, let's keep it at a word as say-so. These very say-so streamers as they start, then you see them become a YouTuber within the year. If it even takes that long, like. But I will keep it for brevity's sake. Within a year they're a YouTuber. Take a year, half a year after that, suddenly they start moving towards OnlyFans or Fansly. And that's when you make the extra bucks out of it, because you already take your entire viewership that cannot see the nude parts on Twitch. You take those to OnlyFans or Fansly. And then you make extra money out of it. Because just jumping on it with like no subscription base on whatsoever, like hell, my Instagram, I think I have like 20 to 30 of these like people that all have OnlyFans just in their bios and in their descriptions, and I'm like, I have no idea who you are. I use Instagram as basically as Facebook chat, because my Facebook is banned, blocked for some reason, and I'm not going to bother starting one. So yeah, it's more of a, I see all that from there, and they try to get people from Instagram, from Facebook, from like Twitch, because sorry, now in a lot of these Twitch streams you see basically females promoting their OnlyFans as well. It's like they just try to get people from everywhere. And it works a lot better if you already have a viewer base that are into that. I think there is only 2 I'm not sure of that it went like that, because I don't know for Cotton. I think she already had like the 18 plus side. This is me thinking, I'm not sure. She probably already had like an OnlyFans, a Patreon or something like that before she went into streaming. And well, Melody probably, because Melody started with Chatterbait, so.
This is like basically like the dawn of the internet.
But But I have to agree to someone that said like streaming these days starting to VTubing most likely and streaming is starting to become just this pipeline towards porn. I agree with it most of the time now. Like especially just look at the bigger ones. Like the bigger streamers, I think most of them either have fansly OnlyFans or have a shit ton of non-safe for work art that they look at, make their characters very sexual. I think the only ones who don't really do that constantly are the ones in corpos. And I think even corpos at this point are starting to see that that kind of content sells because I start to see it more and more in corpos as well. So yeah.
Form of women advertising how much money they've made on the platform, and its pool of creators is only growing year on year. The sad reality, though, is that these women don't seem to realize that the vast majority of them won't make much money at all, with most bringing in somewhere between $150 to $180 a month. Depressing side note, this actually reminds me of a video that I saw the other day of a Pakistani PhD student who has announced that she is quitting her PhD to pursue
No, Sarah. Why?
full time. That's
Yeah, okay, yeah, she
Sarah.
Dropped out of my PhD. I've cried so much over this decision to quit my PhD, because it's a stressful decision. So all of that in
We already saw this one.
If the gender
My answer will still be stupid. There you go.
roles were reversed, and
It's fine. As I said, if you wanna do that shit and lower yourself and make yourself cheaper, cheapen yourself, go for it. But please, if you're going for a PhD, first finish the PhD and then jump into your OnlyFans shit.
women were the ones purchasing. Somehow, I think a lot of men in this chat even would probably do it.
Thing continues to be sold as a way of achieving financial freedom, but I think if we're being honest, the more and more that this goes on, the more that that's just not the case. The actual reality here is that the majority of women, and some men, will end up posting compromising images and videos of themselves that very few, if any, people will actually watch, but can be 100% used against them later on.
Yeah.
So what does all of this mean? Not only for the women who are already doing well, but the women who want to do better. It means they need to tap into
It's like as I said, they had a base of people that were already watching him because she is an attractive girl. Let's get that out of the way first. She has a PhD. She is going to be looked at as one of the bigger catches. And then she goes to OnlyFans. As I said, the bigger catch is suddenly going to be something for $5 to $10. You cheapen yourself only with OnlyFans. And the entire oversaturated thing is like, yeah, it's like me suddenly deciding I'm going to open a Fansly account, and all I'm gonna post there is like my non-safe for work art for $5 for people, even though I just posted on Twitter and everything as well. Like, no one is gonna look at it. Hell, I barely have people looking at my Twitter now. What is the only Fansly is not gonna do anything for me.
into virality and more extreme behavior.
And as I said, if that ever happens, it's just gonna be my non-safe for work art that you will find there. That's it.
And that's precisely what they're doing. Lily Phillips, a British mattress mountain creator that I mentioned earlier,
Mattress mountain creator.
horizontal monster match with 100 different men in 24 hours.
I also think she probably hired the guy that did the mini documentary as well. She definitely probably hired him and told him that she would give him a massive cut of the money from the documentary because that also made her go giga viral. Like the whole segment of her like crying and stuff. I don't think she was faking it. I don't think she's an actor, and she did genuinely feel really bad afterwards, but I think there was a really funny part to the segment where the cameraman walked into the room where they were doing the deed, and he legitimately gagged. He was like, you can hear it audibly behind the camera. He's like, oh god, oh.
This was of such great interest that Phillips found herself the subject of a documentary about the initiative, which was released only in the last month or so. Naturally, all of this has led to lots of speculation and commentary, most of which we won't be getting into because we don't have time. But rather than slowing down and basking in
She
her
goes for
newfound
1,000 now.
Phillips instead decided to go full throttle. She announced that her next
And also keep in mind, chat, in the documentary, like I watched the whole thing, just out of curiosity for context, because I thought this was an over like exaggeration. The issue with what she's also doing is self-destructive. It seems like she's an nymphomaniac, and to top it off, they were struggling to find 100 dudes, and they were just taking anybody. At the end, when they said, oh, we're gonna check everyone for STDs, we're gonna check them for STIs, she started taking, like, anybody that she could find. Ew, really? Yes, really. Like, you can go watch it. It's not, like, super graphic or anything. It's
Yeah, she said it in the end.
you know, mini documentary that
Because a lot of people were no shows, they didn't do it, and blah 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 blah. It was too far away where they did it, all that stuff.
talks about this shit, but they also said, like, oh, we're gonna have them tested, and, like, they have to have proof of them being clean, and we're gonna use contraception. And then they couldn't even find 100 people at the end. They had to, like, struggle. And
Makes you think if they could find 100 condoms.
exploit is to do the snake dance with a further 1,000 men in another 24-hour period in an attempt to break a world record.
And she's hurting herself in the process.
Guinness Book of World Records is really letting themselves go.
This is why the men wanna put us in buckets. I spent 14 consecutive hours getting run through, and now I'm going to be doing 24 because I'm going to be going for the world record early February next year.
I'm not allowed to be concerned.
I hope you get all the ugly bastards just signing up.
How do you even do that? Like, you get like one dip? You get like one dip every minute or something?
I'm going to go for 1,000.
This is
Oh
also
my
being
lord,
attempted by
1,000.
Bonnie Blue because, of course it is. Interestingly, during an interview on the show The Reality Check in November, Phillips discussed both of these plans. At one point, the host asked her how much money she made from her planned 1,000 men experience. Phillips answers that the money doesn't come from the filming of the event itself necessarily, but all the virality that comes along with it.
The thing is, I'm not going to earn anything directly from the video. It's more
You're not selling it?
indirectly. No, because I don't really care to sell it. I was actually going to stream it. Because it's going to be so hard to sell it. You can't
Oh,
really...
mad.
Unlike...
What are you talking about?
No, but unlike with... You know,
Used to it, yeah. Yeah, I understand what she's saying, but, like, that's still so bad. Like, anything for views, man.
The news and stuff.
Pardon?
Like, in news
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like it going a bit more like viral.
During this interview, too, one of the hosts asks Phillips, that is really hard to say. One of the hosts poses a question to Phillips, suggesting that she might not feel so great about what she's doing now in the future. This, of course, reminded me of Nala and her comments about the regret and sadness surrounding this topic. Are you impressed?
And again, that's my argument, is that there's a lot of people that don't like my opinion of saying, like, for example, oh, your kids are gonna find out.
Oh, you're never gonna have kids because... No.
That you did this, and it's like, oh well, my kids can cry in a Lamborghini. At least they're not starving. And it's like, but
Look, if you're one of those women that says that, then most likely you're not gonna have a Lamborghini because you will have wasted all the money you made on it and you cannot pay for anything by that time. Taxes are a
Your
thing.
children deal with the consequences of
It's like the same that people usually forget, like if you win like something stupid, like you win the lottery. You know that only the first year you don't have to pay taxes on it, right? Because the moment the second year hits and you still have that large number in your bank account, or you suddenly have like bought a house and all that, suddenly you will see that your taxes have gone up so much that you will be sitting there like, how much do I have to pay? But I don't have that anymore because I spend it all. And that's how usually people who win the lottery and stuff go broke almost immediately after. One of them actually got killed. That was kinda... That was just disgusting.
Well, and I'm like, okay, it's society's fault, but you're still doing it and making it worse for your kids that didn't do anything. Like, you can't change society overnight. Like, this is being, quote unquote, a stigma that you dislike for hundreds and thousands of years.
People forget that it's a stigma.
What are we talking about here?
We've come full circle. Now, obviously, you don't have to look very far at all to find even more mattress-dwelling ladies doing more and more psycho and extreme things for publicity's sake. I'm very sad inside at all the things I had to look at to make this video. I don't like it. There are just some things that should never go near some holes.
Amaranth.
Two women who you've all definitely heard about for their exploits are Amaranth and Belle Delphine.
Belle Delphine, yes.
Pillow pounders.
They are so soft compared to what is like.
It's going on now, yeah.
Reality. Genuinely,
like those were the ones that were the big exclamation point, what the fuck are you doing kind of women in quote unquote my days. Now this is to me is like, I don't really care. Like, just look what we have now. It's gone so much worse.
Still crude businesswomen. Don't get me wrong. They made millions and
Oh,
millions
yeah.
of dollars. But yeah, compared to like now, 10 years ago, when Belle Delphine and Amaranth were like really, really popular, like 8 years ago, what they're doing is kind of softballing,
so to speak, who have had their own massive amounts of publicity for some of their antics. Do you guys remember when Belle Delphine reportedly sold her bathwater and made a boatload of cash? Stop being led by your man pickle. But in a quest to stand out against the likes of behemoth accounts like the aforementioned, we've ended up with the likes of Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips, among others.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, the bathwater thing is like so tame. wait, I just remembered there was a chick that landed herself in the hospital by farting into jars and
Like, I never saw something from Belle Delphine. I kinda knew what she was. She was like for people, if you looked at it, because there were no moments you cannot look next to it. She was like that anime woo girl that was very quirky that everyone thought, but still sexy at the same time. At that time I was like, yeah, I'm done. And then Amaranth I actually looked at for a long time, because she usually started talking about how she wanted to start like a dog shelter and all that. I think I signed off on that one the moment she did this like entire I'm gonna buy some gas station things, and I was like, I thought you were doing this for dogs, but okay.
selling it for money. Like, they even that.
So that was my entire thing with like Amaranth. I know she now does just porn and that's it. So yeah.
That seems really tame. In
Probably
comparison
streams still,
to
but
what Phillips is doing, the one that's plowing 1,000 men or 100 men or whatever.
To the schoolies of Australia, I have one question for you. Tonight at Fabric Nightclub here in Surfers Paradise at 10 p.m. Congratulations on finally finishing high school. I can't wait to see you.
And if you're
run,
Kinda weird.
hide your kids, hide your wife, hide yourself.
point you in the direction of an OF creator who makes spicy content with his.
Wait, this is actually
With his-
so relevant to what we were talking about in
With
the
his
article.
partner,
99%
I guess.
of people in this chat are probably weirded out and grossed out by the.
Oh, and I think I completely shut off when the entire thing of the quote-unquote court case against her boyfriend came out, and then, as far as I know, nothing came of it. Like, because there never was like a follow-up as far as I saw. So I was like, yeah, no, that's enough lies.
That this girl is wanting to pork 18-year-olds. Isn't that like what we were talking about in the previous article, talking about how men have a stigma that women don't have, that porking a lot of women is like good for them?
It's something that women believe men have. Like, if I see a man go, like, if I see a man do that, I will not be like, woo, you did another one, great. No. After a while, I'll be sitting there like, my dude, what is it you're missing? Like, is it just intimacy? Is it just you trying to get some joy out of something? And the only thing you can do is pork someone to get some joy. Like, what is it you're missing that you have to do this? I actually had this talk a few times. Worded differently, of course, but it was basically like, man, can't you just keep a woman longer than a day? Or is that too hard for you?
It's like, it's not though. Like, most of society doesn't think it's healthy.
No.
18 is legal though? I'm aware it's legal, but it's still really freaking weird. It's gross. I still think in the court industry that if you're barely 18 and you just turned 18 and you're hopping right into the sex industry, I don't think that's healthy. I think that's extremely weird, even if it's legal.
His dad. I haven't called on Scotty in a while.
With his dad, no.
But I suppose that now is as good a time as any. Scotty, please! At the time of this article, which was published 2 years ago, Jake Herbert reported that during his 2 years on the platform, he made between
Oh, hell
$10,000
no.
and $12,000 a month. With the inclusion of his father, this guy
Why?
rocketed to more than $38,000. Obviously, this isn't on the level of some of
Bring the bleach.
but it's still very creepy and weird. And obviously, lucrative. Is it too late?
Bro!
Bring the bleach.
Yeah. Now, what probably doesn't get stated enough is that there really is a price to pay for all of this. Once again, I have already made content discussing OF regret on this channel, but I think what is on the horizon, what is coming down the pipeline, is going to be a lot worse than what we've already.
Yeah, probably.
In the wise words of Bald Man Gold, we are probably reaching the pinnacle of where someone is going to die for content.
Oh, we're already gonna go there, yeah.
The point of where we're going to have gladiatorial fights and someone's going to die and live stream it. Already happened? No, it has not happened yet. Like, full blown, I signed my life away so that someone else can make content of it. Not like, oh, I hit someone with a car and they passed away. No, I'm talking about, like, literally dying on purpose. On purpose kind of thing.
Sounds like my kind of content. Let's go.
No, you guys are adding me and fucking trying to correct me. No, I'm talking about quite literally signing your life away.
It's fine.
Yeah, snuff videos, Alana. Yeah, what about those? No, that's illegal. I'm talking about signing it away legally for content.
Former OF mattress actress Riley Reid spoke out in early 2023 about her regret making this sort of content. She talks a lot about how it upended her life, destroyed her family, and has made her fearful for her future children. And although she doesn't really touch on it, I dare say there are mental and emotional scars here left from her time on the platform. Also, full disclosure, I don't know the extent to which Riley Reid went in her content. I don't know how extreme it'll got. Probably
Funny enough, it has been done in the past. Probably. But I will make it happen in the future.
reasons. But I will say that if she's feeling this bad over what many people would consider to be pretty normal, spicy content, then I can't even imagine the fallout that is coming for the women who are doing the most extreme stuff right now. During the aforementioned Lily Phillips documentary, people pointed out...
But guys, remember, Alana, she could be on the street homeless. She could be on the street homeless or making not enough money or working at McDonald's. It's fine because her kids are gonna have a warm place to stay. Yeah. Yeah, it's worth it, Tran. It's worth it.
Out a few key moments where Phillips...
It's one thing I can provide. It's fine. Can always find I can always train Abyss to be the DM and then he can give you your fix.
After doing the squiggly wiggly with 100 men. Towards the end of the video, Phillips is visibly very upset. She tries to explain what the experience felt like, getting emotional, and almost comparing herself to a woman of the night, if you know what I mean.
It's not for... What do you mean compare?
You are at that point one.
Why do we say
5, 6 guys, 10 guys.
By the way, when you dissociate in such an act,
It's okay, you're crying now, but you're gonna do 1,000 now because, you know, that's not gonna scar you, you know. Do 10 times more.
it's supposed to be an intimate moment.
It's fine.
It's almost like your soul leaves your body, like you're just turning off your brain and just doing it.
I remember, and that's it. But it's just, I don't know, it's just weird, isn't it? Like, if I didn't have the videos, I wouldn't have known I've done 100, you know?
As many others have pointed out, this is viewed by some groups as empowerment, but in my opinion, and I know this is shared by lots of people, this is really anything
Let's not talk about it.
In my opinion, this amounts to self-harm. Disassociating...
Yeah, and also think about her hoo-ha after 100 guys.
It's okay, we're going for 1,000 next.
I tell you not to overdo it because you don't produce enough and you can damage your hoo-ha.
Is not a good sign, and I'm sure there are some people who would even chalk this up to a trauma response where the brain is trying to protect itself from what is happening to the body. Phillips said in another interview that she kind of wishes that she didn't have a camera shoved in her face directly after she finished doing what she was doing with all those men, because she was obviously very raw and she said more or less what she was really thinking, but...
She was very raw, I understand that part, yeah.
Of my actions, I hired an entire film crew to film me for this stunt, and now I'm upset. Yeah. I bet she was raw. She's freaking raw, chat!
I think it's actually a good thing, because I think it demonstrates that this is not... This is not...
Because otherwise she would have had time to think about it and glorify it, in my opinion, I think. It's actually good that they filmed her and she decided to, like, put it online, because it does show the damage that she inflicted upon herself, and she probably regrets it. Which she does say. She literally said, I kind of regret it.
Happy person.
She's not mincing it.
This event, it was not a good thing. Like I said, to me, this feels like we're watching somebody self-destruct in real time. It's also no secret that the mental health implications of this kind of work are pretty grim. There is data out there that suggests women and men in this field go into it with significant mental illness, but leave with even more. And I anticipate...
Why are you analyzing her regrets? Adults make adult choices. Let's move on. Does this make you feel uncomfortable? I'm sorry, does this make you feel uncomfortable that she decided to post this online and people are criticizing her? That's crazy, man. It's sensationalism? No, it's not. We don't see this enough. It's not sensationalism. I disagree. You're allowed to have your opinion, but I don't think this is sensational. Sensationalism is seeing an OnlyFans girl make $1 million, chat, and posting it on social media saying, "Oh my god, like I made $1 million and you should do it too. If you're a young hot teen or a young hot woman, you should totally do this." I think this is not sensational. This is real journalism, if anything.
That's only going to get worse. There is also a conversation to be had about the culpability of the people who are subscribing to these individuals and paying them for what they are doing and egging them on and encouraging them and basically being an active participant in their self-destruction and all of that fun stuff. But that is obviously a conversation for another day. But I do want to leave you all with some final thoughts here. People doing extreme and crazy things for publicity is not remotely a new phenomenon.
No.
But with platforms like OF and with the rise and bettering of the internet, so to speak, we have definitely seen not only the oversaturation of specific kinds of content, but also the acceleration of specific kinds of content. And as I have mentioned,
well, we started off with pranks, and now we've moved on to literally risking our life for views. And totaling cars and endangering people's
It's only a
lives and
few
still
years in
continuing to
jail.
post
What are you talking
and
about?
make streams on the internet.
I will be a millionaire once I get out of jail.
Women are guilty of this
No,
as
not really,
well,
but
just
you know.
different sides to the same coin.
so many times because I am a broken record at this point, there's just no tangible benefit for the vast majority of people. And realistically, if one must become more and more and more and more extreme in order to maintain the existing subscribers but also encourage new ones to sign up, that is not a good sign. That is not good. If this is also becoming so normalized that insane people are even penning articles saying that they let their 16-year-old do things with Bonnie Blue, I think we've officially gone to
why I'd happily let my 16-year-old son.
Nope. Nope. Just no. No. Get rid of that parent, he's not a parent.
CPS. That needs like an actual like. You need to be checked on.
You need Jesus is what you need.
we will have to eventually reckon with.
What do you mean let your 16-year-old son? That's gotta be bait, bro. No way.
The very deceptive tactics used to get women onto this platform, and all of the many awful components that go along with this kind of content creation, the consumers, and so on and so forth. The evolution of this form of content can really only go in one direction, and I think because we've seen this platform become so normalized over the years, the fallout that is coming is going to be catastrophic.
I wonder what VTubers are going to do for anything for views.
They're already there. What are you talking about, Alana? What are VTubers gonna do? They're all gonna move to Fansly. Most of them already are. And the rest will follow because their friends will tell them how much the money they made on Fansly. So it has to be a good thing, right? Fucking bullshit.
Shall I turn in my badge and
That would
rifle
be
as well?
like because VTubers are in their infancy, because it's also becoming slowly more and more oversaturated. What are we going to see in the future, chat?
Fansly streams are already there.
I believe that probably the
And they're already on OnlyFans and on the hub as well, so what do you even mean? Just have to type my opinion here after I pick the champion. Who to play as? It's a brand, so go for Jhin.
In carnage, I bloom like a flower in the dawn.
Where are you?
Couldn't help it when you took my hand. Once I ignored before, you left me wanting more. Destroyed everything just to get a bit ahead. When lights fly by, is it fate or reality? Not sure of much, but I know already. Soaring these streets make me complete. Full throttle, come give me your all.
Why is my screen frozen on the on Iris Harass?
With the beat of my heart, just can't get enough.
Oh, it's because I swapped to playing League. Give me a second. I shall release you from Iris Harass. Because, you know, it's definitely not something you want to look at. Don't see another day. Ashana. Okay. Technically, we should outpoke this. What's the jungle or a hacker in? It's gonna be a small problem. But a problem nonetheless. In fact, Cyrilta is also kinda meh.
Pour me your favorite drink. So much until we sink down to the bottom. Don't wanna miss a thing. The track we're on, like crash. Oh, what am I to do? Rushing in, ignoring old avenues. Race through the night, my guiding light. Sparkling, I'm right here with you.
Engine smash. Maybe that's the reason why I like corpos more these days, because they're not so over-sexualized. Oh, we got another one. Smashed by Autobahn. What you have there? Well, he lost his blood. I cannot go for my usual tactic, but Damn it.
What is watching?
Go me. That was not worth it, my dude. I could have gone back, shit. I did my calculations wrong. I thought I needed 1,100. I just needed 1k. Mistakes were made. Why are you running around that much?
expect the best.
Falling, I've been down here before. Almost like a bad boy. All begins to fade. I've got no power today. I don't know if things would ever change. I think I'll just be stuck here anyway. Those nights when your energy is nowhere to be, nowhere to be found. Do you see
This brand is costing me a lot, not gonna lie.
I'm trying to figure out how to stay afloat in this world and all of its gravity.
Like this entire thing with the ash arrow would have been nothing.
And it's easy thinking nobody here's understanding me. Maybe I'm not alone. Maybe I'm not alone. Somewhere along I lost my aim. Honestly, coming up my day. I know it's really tough to say. I'll probably be stuck here anyway. Those nights when your energy is nowhere to be, nowhere to be found. Do you see the light or does it feel like the abyss always bottomless? I'm trying to figure out how to stay afloat in this world and all of its gravity. When every day the full is grabbing me. And it's easy thinking nobody here's understanding me. Maybe I'm not alone. Maybe I'm not alone. And I know I'm not alone. All these faces, the same frustration. Not alone. Not alone. Part of me, part of you, we're not alone. Somebody's out there just like me, doing all the same things. I don't know what I should do. At least though you make this too, I found a bit of comfort. How to stay afloat in this world and all of its gravity. When every day the full is grabbing me. And it's easy thinking nobody
Thank you.
maybe I'm not alone. Maybe I'm not alone. And I know I'm not alone. All these faces with the same frustration. Not alone. Part of me.
Yeah, no, it's not that easy. I know Brand is giving you the easy deal out, but I'm not.
I can't believe we got the euphoria of performance.
Look, dude, you can ping me all you want. I get a kill out of it. You only get a death out of it. Why is he waiting so long? Like he had 5 or 6 seconds he could have started moving and he just stood there. Was it for an item? Yeah, man. And an arrow as well. GG. Right, there's nothing I can do there. They would have dove me there anyways. And our top laner in the meantime. Anyone? Maybe? Look, you're gonna die to a puppy now. Can't laugh. Nope, I cannot laugh about missing ults because I missed mine a lot. The fuck was that? Where are you going? Again, she's doing nothing of substance. Now she's gonna recall and they will and that push would have meant nothing. Oh yeah, no, wait, lost the tower, that's what it meant. Sorry. Oh, she's dead even.
ゆくことを受け入れた鮮やかなフラワー知りながら送る笑顔に潜む姿心侵食される前にその身を預けて目覚めさせるのよ永遠に I never let you down パパパパパガラビ切りに癖になるでしょパパパパパまぶきり目足りてないのよ Yes, but 感じるでしょ運命的衝動も必殺ブレスのない最後酔わせてパパパパパ時代未来なら見出す意外じゃない I'm a genius 全知全能 Like a Jesus 巻き起こす待ちわびてたんだ導くのすべて I'm sorry 誰もが羨む峠境へと I change 天才の情と手段はきっと盆栽はスペシャルで誰にも気づかれないけど手に入れるわパパパパパガラビ切りに癖になるでしょパパパパパ並ぶ切り目足りてないのよ Yes, but ブレス感じるでしょ普通じゃないこといつかブレス伝えろかも済ませてパパパパパ
Bye bye, I guess. So, it's just me, huh? Okay. Dining, dining, dining.
象と海手を立つたり笑い場の風を光したりないない妄想過剰を出させたりないない尋常過剰を出させたりねだあいちょ
This is gonna be one of those where I have to sweat too much.
Fuck it, modern day kills really must be fun. More often people taking lives, rocking knives and guns. To be a murder connoisseur was in the ruins of hell. Got used to luring the audience of motive sells guts. To my surprise, snatching lives, Tony eyes, can she? Nice try, stopping the motherfucking the dance. She a human erasure, can't stop at the pace, sir. Make sure it stands and not around slate first. Shows haters out to high five, I see you. No one's gonna buy this bitch, I believe you. Cute as all hell in a literal sense, a bitter pretense. But the views are all doubt, no show, dollars and cents. To me now, tell the queen sayonara. Sight another super radical, so it's to tear your heart apart at the seams. Still the killer of your dreams. Slip your soul into my pocket, then I flee the scene. It's like that. If you take my advice, you'll be killed by what you don't know. But the other saying that I like so much more is along the lines of you read what you fucking see. So gotta know ain't so, could you let go of your soul for me? So go die, Saki. I'm not asking for much. Do me a favor and die. 死んでください
Tanoshi, bitch! More crits!
Kill him with the bass till we get him to say, alright, yay! Staking the outside, so it goes. Dead beats, listen up, it's what you want me coming in the night for ya. Content, yeah, that you go, but then hindsight, you like a lot. Bass high enough to exterminate ya. We'll dance anyway, cause it's human nature. Solo, my not though, not each only time. And a person in my day. Now what you expected, better tell you straightforward. Hear you all the way in hell, slamming on your keyboard. Go ahead and be so, but I won't run. Cause I'm a workaholic business lady, get shit done. Taking souls, not an industry for seconds for what? But it's a mystery of darkness, it's day in the sun. C-H-O-L-I-O-P-E, I really love to say murder shit, eye-opening. Taking words and getting right up the cup and script my own thing. Murder with words ain't enough, that was the past name. See, first class message, you to blast me. Humans coming at me in mass, to actually hum, whatever that means. Yes, whatever that means. Come a little closer, cause I'm 40, then laugh at me. If you take my advice, you'll be killed by what you don't know. But inside I'm kinda nervous and I don't know what the word is from the other side of the gap. Fucking say so. And now do what I'm supposed to do. I'll get close to you. Don't mind that you feel. If it's alright with you, could I end your life? 失礼しますが死んでください D bitch Murder is so fucking kawaiiね Kill him with the bass till we get him to say alright, hey, stay in the outside, so it goes. Dead beats, listen up, it's what you want me coming in the night for ya. Content, yeah, that you go, but then hindsight, you like a lot. Bass high enough to exterminate ya. We'll dance anyway, cause it's human nature. Solo, why not, though, not each only time. And a person in my day. Dead beats, listen up, it's what you want me coming in the night for ya. Content, yeah, that you go, but then hindsight, you like a lot. Bass high enough to exterminate ya. We'll dance anyway, cause it's human nature. Solo, why not, though, not each only time. And a person in my day.
I swear each performance is the last.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
風に吹かれて誰も気づいてるように区別がつかないモノクロの世界色をしても何も見えなくてまるで私は息を止めていたもういいよ遠くでも叶えたい私はこんな世界思いも抱きしめていたいのに夢のキャンバスに居続け
is not an elder yet.
Places, everyone, places.
Yeah, they're gonna get elder. And Baron probably.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
Behind every man.
Uh, let's see what they are gonna do with this. Hey, stop running after that tank and go for their carries. Too late. Good thing I have an entire hour video left to play.
That's helicopium.
Just kidding, everything has gotten worse and nobody has learned anything.
Yep. Sure, you have a great poker face, but I'm like, your lips are moving and we all know it's fake.
The witches on The View cackling about how men are useless.
Do we need men?
Yes!
Men are useless.
To women online saying they'd rather.
You know the weirdest part of women saying men are useless? You fucking birthed them and raised them. I'm just like, hello, lady? You're literally saying that women are incapable of raising men at that point. I'm just like, make it make sense.
To be stranded in the woods with a bear than a man.
Would you rather be stuck in a forest?
I hate this one so much.
The bear.
Dude, I hope that they see a real life bear in close range so they understand exactly what they're saying. Like, I hated that trend so much. I saw it so much on TikTok, and every time I just rolled my eyes and I scrolled up I didn't even stop to listen. I was just like, I saw the headline of like,
Bruh.
would you rather? And I'm like, nope, this is another bear video. I don't wanna engage in that.
Aw, you don't like the.
no.
You wouldn't
that
pick the
things have
bear.
gotten more
The bear is
toxic than
going
ever,
to
and the
get.
gender divide couldn't be any wider.
The bear is gonna
especially
get
politically.
hurt in
In
his fifis.
2008, 58% of young people lean Democratic. 2012, 53%. And in the last two major election years, that percentage held steady at 55%. But in 2023, that number dipped below 50% for the first time since 2005. And you'll notice right here, they've started to lean more Republican. And that's partly because
Yay,
of one
politics.
specific group, young men.
I didn't even know where this was gonna go about. It just said America is cooked, so I was like, alright, let's have a look at it. Apparently it's politics. Let's get ready. Pause this politics. Let's have a look.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I know I said I was going to focus on the gender war and not talk about politics for a while. However, I found a loophole. Politics is talking about gender war.
I found the loophole. Oh, sure, never change. Oh, they've never seen real woods. Exactly, that's my point as well. Right, as someone that, like, I live in a country with a fuck ton of bears. We have so many bears. No one in their right mind is gonna pick a bear.
With this election being hailed by the media as the man versus woman election, according to any and all data coming out recently, men all around the world have shifted more right, and women have shifted more left.
Holy. Gee. That is a pretty damn huge shift. My political stance is I don't trust any politician no matter what side of the fence they're on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, pick the lesser evil. That's the truth.
That is the true definition of politics. Choose the lesser evil of the two. And I think what has been shown for me through the years is just the entire left side isn't working anymore, so let's try something different, because I am not one of those people that wait until someone explains them the definition of insanity.
Read the game nowadays. It's like, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at South Korea. It's absolutely insane. Like, the divide in South Korea is like crazy. It's almost like majority of people just got tired of the shit going on. It's a wild take. I mean, no shit, Sherlock, at that point. You try and be supportive and understanding, and people just shit on you. And they don't want equality. They just want to replace you and make you feel like crap. It's like, wow, I wonder why people are
I don't need other people to
done
make you
with
feel
it.
like crap. That's why I have my brain for.
It's not wildest common sense, but common sense is this rare.
But women going more left was not the focus of this month's outrage. The outrage, of course, was about men. That's right, we got our yearly, oh no, what is happening to men? Why are they moving to the right freak out? But unlike last year, this freak out isn't solely happening on the internet, no. It's also happening in Washington, D.C.
There are only 46 days until Election Day, and the Harris-Walz campaign is struggling to appeal to a group of voters that could determine the outcome of the election, and that is men.
The Harris campaign is making an aggressive last-minute effort to win over younger male voters.
Am I really gonna make a video, Chris?
Look, if you have to do the aggressive last minute ditch attempt, the Hail Mary to get them on your side, it's not gonna work. You have to have at least some policy set up from the start to keep people interested in what you're saying. If you're gonna throw it in last minute, people are already gonna say like, look, you didn't care about it in like your entire thing, you just added it to try and get my votes, and yeah. At least smart people.
Criticizing the Democratic Party days before the election. Of course I am. But before you celebrate or grab your pitchforks, this is not a pro-Trump video. This is a do better video. This is a mommy's not mad, she's disappointed video.
Mommy's not mad, just disappointed. Oh, I mean, when your strategy is just saying your opponent's worse, and people should have common sense and use their brains, you're not really gonna do well.
Actually, I lied. Mommy's pretty mad. In this video, I am going to be addressing the Democrats' so-called man problem, the recent discourse about men moving right, the last-minute pandering the Democratic Party is doing to get them back, what they could be doing instead, and of course going over some terrible opinions. Not my opinions. I have never had a bad opinion in my life. Except that one opinion. We don't talk about that one opinion. In a world where it seems like everything men do and like is
I do want to talk about that
from
one opinion.
eating meat to working out to even having a beard. Oh wait, that reminds me. Before we get into this video, let's quickly give a shout out
Sponsor.
to today's video
What?
sponsor.
Interesting.
Just a close
A close shaving experience. It's so close it gets you straight to the bone.
People as well. Yeah, back to the video.
regular
Do you-
viewer to the Shoe on Head channel.
Now you even can get the new Skelly look with this new razor. It gets so close that it's immediately to the bone. Get your Skelly look today. With a with Fiddle Me Timbers.
First of all, I'm sorry. But also, you know by now, I have been documenting the internet and society in general's growing and widely accepted hatred of men. This has been happening for a very long time. And if you dare spoke up about it, you were called an incel or a pick-me, depending on your gender. But seemingly, almost out of nowhere,
Incel!
there has been a change of heart.
It's funny because I was never called a pick-me, but I have heard of people.
Yeah, I'm going to quickly rectify this because apparently it hasn't happened. So pause as a pick me. There, I said it. Moving on.
Being called pick-me for like siding with me. Here, like, I don't know, maybe it's where I grew up, but like we never really had that where it was instilled in us that men are useless. If anything, men have always been useful in every. Like, it's so very weird, right? Like, I grew up thinking my dad is the most knowledgeable person in the world, and that my dad can do everything. That's how I grew up. I was like, my dad is the hero. He can do everything. And then I had my uncle who was good at like chess and engineering. And then I had my grandfather who was able to like, you know, provide and grow life on, like grow crops, grow life from the ground, right? And I was like, whoa. So I grew up very much with men around me that were very capable. Where's the uncle that decapitated a pig? Oh, I was part of that one too, Jin. I told my dad I never want to be part of the pig killing process for Christmas. I'm not a person that looks at blood and is squeamish, right? I'm not a person that looks at gore and is like, But it broke my heart. Like, it broke my heart in the sense that I felt bad for the poor pig. So I was like, never again. Never again. But yeah, that
Understandable.
all the people like that were doing the killing, right? They were all men. And all the women were on the traditional side in the kitchen preparing like butchering the pig afterwards. So like, they all had a job and a role and something to do and a reason for existing, right? That's just how I grew up. And it wasn't that, oh, I'm a girl, so I need to be in the kitchen. No, they showed me both sides and they were like, what do you want to do? If you even want to do. Like, they didn't even force me to do anything, right? But it was like, what do you want to do? So yeah, like my dad taught me how to.
Girl is shown man stuff and woman stuff decides she wants to do woman stuff. Surprise!
To separate laundry, how to like do my laundry, how to like make sure like to pick fabric and stuff like that. I'm just like, bruh, if I have any question, the first person that comes to mind, it's not my fucking phone, it's not ChatGPT or Google, it's calling my dad. I still go like, oh hi dad. So
I have a little bit of an issue with this because not for the fact like normally I would do the same, but since my dad's memory is kinda getting pretty bad, I wouldn't do this anymore. It's not really an option anymore for me to do. As I used to talk to my dad a lot, but since we're like living like an hour, 2-hour drive apart now, and one, I have no car to. We at this point we rarely talk to each other, sadly. But yeah,
I have have a question. Obviously, not for simple things that, you know, anyone can just Google in 2 seconds, but like, yeah, I don't know. I love my dad, so that's why it's weird
Same.
to me, right? Hearing people go like, men are useless. I'm just like, no, they're not. I don't know what kind of men you have around you, but like, holy shit, they do so much here.
You know, I think men are in crisis, actually, in this country. I think that plays out different ways, but I think we need to have a real conversation about that.
Wow, that's interesting. Mainstream media talking about this? I wonder why they care so much now. Democrats fear Harris losing too many male voters to Trump. Oh. Signs have been mounting that, for the first time in recent decades, Democrats may lose majority support from young men in 2024. The risk to Democrats is that this is not just a one-time fluke, but an indication of growing trouble with men in coming elections. Democrats can celebrate the support they are getting from young women, but they also need to take the disaffection of young men seriously, engage them directly, and respond to the visions of manhood and masculinity that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are offering. Alright, Kamala, you got 2 weeks to reverse anti-male propaganda and resentment fueled by our government, media, and institutions. How are you gonna do it? Harris campaign creating space for white dudes.
Ah, yes.
What is that racist title, man?
I mean, it's just racism with a different
What's
color.
going on in America?
Oh, that's a great idea. I mean, a little too late, but I'm glad you're finally doing to be honest about role in history. Oh. It's always a space for white men to talk about how much they suck.
What made you start this group, White Dudes for Harris? And I suspect some of it has to do with the polling.
Yeah, for far too long, the left has essentially ceded white men to the MAGA right. There's large parts of the left who have gone out of their way to alienate white men over the last couple of years, and that's understandable in many ways. We decided that we wanted to...
This is literally on your media? What does the skin color have to do with anything?
I just love how detached she is from this entire part. I absolutely adore it. What does skin color has to do with anything? Takes chair, sit down, sit down. We're going to have a 6-hour talk about this, what skin color has to do with, because apparently everything.
Just like, America, are you okay? You're literally being...
It's America and it's starting to creep in, well not creep in, it's starting to get into Europe as well, and the UK, so maybe it will get to you soon, Pauls, who knows. Nah, we're not okay.
What the fuck?
Everything is not daijoubu.
White men to be a part of electing Vice President Harris.
At the top of the call, White Dudes for Harris organizer Ross Morales Roquito said he wanted to address what he called the elephant in the room, criticism surrounding an event organized for white men given the country's history of racism.
Seriously? He wanted to address it? Wow.
I'm listening to your racism. I'm listening. Because that would be my call, like, yeah, we brought in slaves, okay. Are we going to talk about the slaves that are still in Africa right now? Because they're not led by white dudes. Want to talk about slavery all around the world at that time? Because we can. You're just not gonna like it. Like, slavery at that time was a common thing. The first one I think that got rid of it was it UK and then America? I'm not sure anymore. But once we started getting rid of it, like, the thing was also like it came more from like from the Slavic countries. Because what they had a rule there, what was it? You own land, but basically you do not own the land. You have to pay like the landlord 40 years of your crop or anything like that, and if you ever have a bad crop, that also goes into the entire plan of paying back. So basically they make an entire loophole, so you had to pay generations long basically of paying that landlord that piece of land you lived in, and it wasn't even your piece of land, to be honest, because it still was the landlord. So you were basically the landlord's slave for generations, sometimes families. So yeah. And those were white dudes.
Yeah, you could have left the racism out of it.
A lot
No,
of
they
people
don't.
felt uncomfortable
It's
about the
America.
fall,
You
he said. Throughout American history,
we cannot keep racism out of it. It's America. It's America. It has to be racism or guns, one of the two.
when white men organized, it was often with pointy hats on. They can't even have their gay little Zoom call where they circle jerk about hating themselves without their own movement going, yikes! A bunch of white males in one space? Seems kind of like the KKK. Black people can have their little groups and that's fine, but if a bunch of white people get together, well...
Shoo, we call that a D&D campaign. Then again, I really can't call mine a D&D campaign if that is the thing. Because I think I'm the only white guy in our campaign. And I'm the DM. Damn, I must be so racist because I have to be God over a Mexican and to... Is Cinder a black guy? I thought he said he was a black guy. A Mexican and 2 black guy. I am God over them. I am the ultimate racist.
Well, that's just called bread tube. Never mind. White dudes for Harris. I mean, she's doing pretty bad with Latinos too. What's next? Hombres con Harris?
It's because I've seen the shoe on head video already like 3 or 4 times that I'm not really thinking it's funny, but just hearing that pause laugh was fantastic. It just made me giggle.
I do have. You guys know the meme with like that one person being surrounded by like 5 dudes? Like that one person on the couch and 5 dudes behind? That's what I'm imagining. White men for Harris, and you just have Harris and a bunch of men around her, and I'm just like.
That is not a mean pause. That is not a meme.
Someone tell me that you memed it. Someone tell me that that's meme. It has to be.
It's not a meme. It's not a meme. It's just porn.
Oh.
Oh, wait, I missed that because I was laughing. Hombres con Harris. Seriously? How incredibly racist is the... How incredibly fucked up is the... How... Why do you have targeted ads? Like, sure, you have targeted ads for specific demographics. That's not...
I'm just the idiot, but if I'm gonna say something as racist as this, I might as well put like on the big Mexican hat and start dancing somewhere. Just to make it extra insulting. Like if I'm gonna do something as insulting as call something like hombres con Harris, I might as well go the full thing, right? Have like an entire Mexican head that's basically a tortilla filled with like dipping sauce, dancing around with maracas. I might as well go the full mile then.
Nothing new, but like making it your
And that might actually be less insulting.
public campaign talk. I'm just like, are you guys? Why are you openly racist? What is wrong with them?
I always thought like politics is so easy to do because for example like if you want to reach out to like the Spanish ones, like as I can see here, surprise, a lot of them will be around the border. If you want to reach out to the Mexican community, I want to say Spanish, but it's Latin American apparently. Look for the places where the density of these people is the most, like where you actually have the most percentages of them, and have a talk. Don't stand there grandstanding on a jury, just have a talk where the people can basically have a Q&A. They can ask you questions, you can answer it, which also gives you the moment basically where you can find out what is it they want. But on this time for the elections, it was basically easy. No illegal immigrants, because nobody wants them. Nobody. Because the moment you send them to the cities where they say they want them, they kick them out. So Nobody wants them. Legal immigration is fine. Only legal immigration is fine. Close the borders. That is only like the immigration part. Then try to reduce prices over everywhere. Get prices back to the normal state of prices, I would say, so that people can buy food at a decent price, because right now there is no such thing as a decent price for food. Then 5 would probably be bring gas prices down as well. Have a look at minimum wage, but I don't think you can change a lot about it. Because if you're going to say you need to pay people this much, then they will say, alright, then we will have to lose 2 or 3 people to be able to pay that, and these people will have to work extra hard to make it, so doesn't work really like that. So yeah, that is something you can look at. What else? Reduce taxes, but that is also always a thing. Always a thing in politics, you have to reduce taxes. Then I agree with even the JFK, is it JFK? That does it, JFR? The one who does the food things, like look into the thing of like have less chemicals in food and more fresh food. That's one I agree with. Like people were complaining like, oh, this guy baked something in like lard, or what was it, like pig lard, that they went like you can use that to fry things in, and they were like, and he almost blew everything up, and I'm like, that just means he has no idea how that works, because I don't even know how you blow anything up with lard. So skill issue on his part. Maybe he should learn a little bit more about things before he uses them.
Eric, I don't understand it, man. I just like, can't we just leave race and
No.
skin color out of it?
No,
Why-
pause.
Can't you just be normal and make a poll for everyone of all
Bad
ethnicity?
bad pause. I need like a water bottle here. Bad pause. No. We have to be abnormal. We have to go extreme every time. What are you saying, be normal?
Of all skin colors?
No.
Of all the people?
No.
in your
Every
country?
skin color has to be a specific
too
thing so they
high?
can feel special.
So basically, men are leaving the Democratic Party in droves, and it's not looking too good for the Democrats. So it wasn't long until everyone's favorite discourse hit Twitter again. If Kamala loses,
Hey.
which is very possible, there needs to be a real discussion about how Democrats speak to and reach young men. If Kamala loses. If.
She did.
If she wins, there doesn't have to be discussion. We shouldn't change anything.
Because
Clearly
everything
we're
is
doing
fine.
everything right.
Yeah.
To be clear, I'm not saying we need to worry about women less or change any positions. I'm saying the polling around young men is concerning, and if it turns out to be true, we need to have a discussion about how condescending we are coming off to a huge part of the electorate.
Oh boy.
Oh my god!
How bad is this guy getting roasted?
That he's condescending in the text in the first place.
Yeah, you have to say that part of like, it's not that we have to we care less about women or change your position on that, because else in the let's just call it as it is. Else in the left part you're going to have these creatures already going like, but what about my problems as a woman? Moving on.
It's like the cherry on top of the cake. It's like, if it turns out to be true, we need to have a discussion.
Look, there was sadly I just missed the chat, but the chat was correct in this part. Europeans aren't racist, we just do racism differently. But with the entire thing flying over from America here, you start to notice that a lot of things are getting like, well, not racially difficult, it's just like, it's never good to put one race over another. Not whites, not blacks, not yellow, not brown, not whatever, not purple, not blue, none of it. We should all be equally under the same law. Which is no longer happening.
We are. I'm just like, yeah.
To be clear, I'm not saying we have to change anything, I'm just wondering why men aren't voting for us. What? I am gonna regret posting this so hard. And oh boy, did
You're alright,
The
well.
replies were insane, to say the least. I must admit, I cringed reading most of this. I feel that one thing you didn't address is the systemic entitlement bestowed upon white men in the US. That sense of entitlement, that privilege they felt for eternity, is eroding.
Yes, you mean... Well, she said US, so I can't speak of it. I'm in Europe.
Systemic entitlement they have felt for eternity.
Yes. Just like, well, we're changing that now. How does it feel? How does it feel to be in our shoes? I'm like, oh yeah. What happened to equality? It's just literally proving.
It is very simple to make a feminist get away from feminism. More than 50% of them will jump on the entire I'm just a woman, I'm not doing this part the moment you start letting them do the man jobs. Like there's even a part of like stories I've seen and written, not written, sorry, read, that was basically the woman just had to was complaining that she wanted to do everything equally, so the man went like, alright, I'll do my own washing and all that, but you're gonna loan mower? Yeah. You're going to cut the grass for half of what the lawn we have. After like 2 weeks of that, she just started crying because she had to do that. And he was the guy was very nice because he actually went up there and was like, alright, just get inside. I don't want to hear you talk about this ever again. We will keep the jobs that we all have before you had this crazy feminism idea. And everything turned out fine right after that because they're still married. Like, I don't know a lot of girls who have that entire mindset like that. Like, it's probably more frequent with, like, I will say probably more frequent with single moms because they already have to do a lot of it. But that doesn't mean the flip coin to that one is basically they will still like it more if a guy does it for her. So it's the same with like every time I hear a girl say I need no man, I make my own money, and then I see that OnlyFans link and my only part is, you know that it's men that are paying you for that, right? So technically you're being paid for men to just sell your body on the internet. Congratulations, it seems you still need men, because otherwise you wouldn't have any money.
They just want to control and be better and be superior. I'm just like, that is such a disgusting tweet.
They're like 22 years old. The f do you mean eternity? Who is this like 200-year-old man? So young men are snowflakes with hurt fifis because they're not the center of attention anymore. Got it. So are they poor little snowflakes, boo-hoo, or are they scary fascists that are gonna turn America into the Handmaid's Tale? Because they can't be both. You either care about the future, or you don't. You cannot simultaneously hand-wave away men moving to fascism, but also fearmonger about it. Hi, man here. Maybe men just need to stop being absolute pieces of dog shit. It seems like the easiest thing to do.
Ah, yes. Hi, man here.
Are you sure?
I've been brainwashed to think that if I side with the women, they're gonna give me
the sex
of their time, and I might get a JJ. Hi, I might get laid if I speak that. What a pick me. I don't know what a male
Pause.
Pick me is.
Rude. We call those simps. Simps are white knights, not pygmies. Pygmies are female. What are you doing?
For himself, he's looking in the mirror and practicing. Okay.
Jeez.
I don't feel alienated or uncomfortable with democratic messaging because I'm not a complete wannabe fascist cheese dick incel loser who thinks he's the good guy. Reddit and its consequences have been a disaster for the male race. They just need to get off their asses, stop playing video games, and get real jobs.
Ah, yes. But the jobs we want are being given away to other people.
Hi, man here. Can we stop using 5% of the world's population called the US as universal referral? No.
Then we use actual men and not soy boys.
Video games. And here I
Stop
was
playing
just
video
about
games.
to
Never.
play some video games later.
First of all, what real jobs? These guys are coming out of college with useless diplomas and there are no jobs. Also, what an out-of-touch boomer-ass take. Get off your ass and stop playing those video games from the generation who watches TV 24/7. I don't want to hear it. Tell them to get therapy. Tell them whatever you told or gave to women in the 1950s. They made this bed, let them sleep alone in it. Or be f***ing better men. Any other group of people and it's, oh boo-hoo, poor baby, let me rewire all of society so your feelings aren't hurt. And then with men it's get therapy. Be f***ing better. While there is truth in messaging needs to be better from Democrats as a whole, I reject that telling young men they need to be better is the problem. They are trash in their nature, and if they can't do the work to not be toxic waste of seed, that's on them.
Oh.
Dude, these people must be trolls. They have to be trolls.
Sounds like a brown man is hearing too many things about how brown men are so superior. Let's start getting the facts.
Trash. And like, again, excuse me, but like, these men were raised by you and your generation. They were raised by people, educated by people.
Well, hell no. Like, I'm for like the little bit of educating the youth that I do, which is mainly my nieces and nephews. Like, I am the crazy uncle, but they also know they have to behave when I'm around, because I'm not afraid to slap someone. But it's like we had like the youngest of my nephews got like in his temper tantrum because one of the other nephews accused him of doing something that he didn't do, so he got angry, and I was like, my first reaction is I go to the youngest one, I go like, if you just run off shouting, I will only know that there's something wrong and not what has been done wrong. Like, I need some info before I can see if there is a punishment to this. Second of all, just come sit with us then, because he was sitting on like the kids table and I was on the grown-ups table. But I went over to him because he was like crying in the hallway, so I went to the hallway and I went like, just, if you're angry, just sit with us for 5 to 10 minutes to cool down, play a game on your mom's iPhone, whatever. And after those 5 to 10 minutes, you come to your mom, you tell your mom what was wrong, what has been done wrong, as calmly as you can. Because if you're going to start shouting, I will just tell you to shut up, and then we are not getting anywhere. Or that you do not need to raise your voice. Like, just explain calmly what has happened. Your mom will process that information, get out what the punishment should be, and we're done then. I haven't heard him for the rest of the night.
If they turned out to be trash, don't you think that's a system?
We had no temper tantrums for the rest of the night.
Previous generation problem? It's like,
I think the worst thing I ever said to one of my nephews, just because, well, worst thing that I did, it was basically he was having a temper tantrum, and my sister has this part where they put you into a corner in the house and you stand there looking at that corner until they think you calm down or you got the point that you shouldn't do that. But the youngest nephew of us has this weird ability that is called, oh, you put me in the corner and I will just walk out of it part. So basically what I did, I was sitting next to a corner basically, and I just grabbed him by like, not the scruff of his neck, but like the clothing around it, by his collar, put him in the corner, and I just held one arm stretched out so he was looking at the wall constantly, making him look at that corner. He struggled for a minute or two, and then he gave up. And 5 minutes later I was like, alright, now you can get out of your corner. It's like, if you're gonna struggle, you're gonna stay longer in that corner, because I have the physical capability to keep you in that corner indefinitely. So either struggle against me and you're gonna be there indefinitely, or struggle, or don't struggle and you will be there for 5, maximum 10 minutes and you'll be out.
Wow.
It was that hard for him to understand.
It's wild. It's honestly wild to see that people are like that or actually believe that.
I just explain things usually with like.
Dude.
Vote for my team by.
It also depends who you're talking to, because it works easier with boys that way because it's just like action, consequence, action, consequence. Like struggle, you're gonna stay longer. Don't struggle and just stand there. It's gonna take 5 minutes and you're out. With girls, on the other hand, I leave that to the mom. They're not my children.
By the way, we may not want to hear it, but this is what the data reflects. There is a massive loneliness epidemic in this country which is disproportionately affecting men. Instead of calling them incels or mocking them, we should be willing to hear out their concerns.
Oh boy,
wow,
that person got
surprisingly
roasted.
good tweet in a sea of bullshit. That's nice to see. I could be wrong, but I'm assuming you're a straight white man, so yeah, go do something about it. Why are you guys bothering the rest of us with this? Can't figure it out.
Oh my god, dude! How can you be such an insensitive ass? You're like, oh, we should be open, inclusive, listen to people.
Look, this is a very, very quick response to what you just said. How can you be so an uncaring ass? Just go to Twitter. Post something on Twitter. You'll get it. Or you get like me, you get almost no response. That's also an option.
People are depressed and lonely. It's like, do something about it. Oh, it's a guy? Oh, it's a white man? A straight white man?
But,
Ooh, never mind. Like,
exactly.
Is the issue. If you're straight and you're white and you're a man, you might as well move country. Apparently. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I need to move country.
Oh, I cannot fathom.
I'm gonna go to the more Slavic countries, I think, or China or Japan. They still like men there.
What anonymity does to these people. Like, honestly, clown world, yeah. Imagine just posting shit like this. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing to better the world? You're being a keyboard warrior online, spewing toxicity, making people feel bad, making people believe them, retort, and being a dick.
Hey, let me be my keyboard warrior, okay? Let me be a dick. It's part of my personality traits. Come on now. Don't take away my personality traits now.
Like, you are the actual problem.
No, I'm an asshole. I'm not a problem.
Public lynch? Hey, let's not go as far as lynching them. Just store some freaking sense into the world.
Common sense is that.
Need to like realize the impact that they're having. Be forced to be in front of like 50 young adults that are all looking at him or her. Just look those people in the eye and say the sentence. I dare you, they won't be able to. I dare you, they'll fucking piss their pants and they'll be afraid. They'll be afraid of actual consequence.
Because I would like for Democrats to win the election. Why do you care about men suffering? Because I want to win the election. Amazing. This is the issue right here. Start seeing men as people and not numbers in polls. That is step one. You can't even do step one. Anyway, there were thousands of these kind of tweets in response to this guy. You get it. We've seen it all before. If I went through all of them, this video would be 3 hours long. White dudes for Harris wasn't the only strange attempt the Democrats threw out at the last second to get the male vote.
Hey, white dudes.
Yeah, bring shame back. Like, I feel like people just are shameless. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm weird, but like, I don't post stuff that I don't believe in, and I wouldn't be comfortable saying them face to face to someone. I'm not going to go there and be like extreme just because it brings me more. Not to mention, Twitter in itself is fucked up, okay? It is honestly super fucked up because there is an incentive to be controversial, but not too controversial. Just shitting on men won't generate community nodes, right? So you can shit on men all you want and you make ad revenue. There are people that have accounts that all they do is shit on men and they get thousands of dollars from ad revenue because they have the blue check mark and because people engage with it, be it against or be it with. So they profit off of it. It's worthwhile, and you can't community note it to like get rid of the revenue. So it's literally a cesspool. That platform is meant to be antagonizing, to make you fight, to make you see things that will piss you off and trigger you. Like, it is so bad.
So, I think we're all pretty sick of hearing how much we suck. Every time you go online, it's the same story. We're the problem. And yeah, some white dudes are. Trump and all his MAGA buddies are out there making it worse.
Are you f***ing kidding me? Years of these people saying men suck and are the problem, and now they're like, hey fellow men, are you sick of being told you suck and are the problem? The audacity. Apparently, Kamala Harris has a secret weapon to win over male voters.
Kamala Harris is turning to her running mate, Tim Walz, hoping he is the secret weapon who can chip away at Donald Trump's support from men.
Much like how Trump chose Pence to win over.
Yes, I do love a good political point at the opponent and say, he's so much worse than me.
The more establishment Republican voters, Kamala seems to have chosen Tim Walz to try and win over the white male vote. And boy are they trying. Now, I don't hate Tim Walz. In fact, I was pleasantly surprised when they chose him over Josh Shapiro. I like a lot of his policies, like his universal school lunch policy. That's an amazing policy. You'd have to be an insane freak to disagree with that, or a libertarian. But I repeat myself. And there are a few times—
Yeah, like, as someone on the outside, right, I do find American politics to be comedic. It is sad, but it is also kind of funny. It's just like, wow. But it is sad. It's funny, but it's funny sad. It's one of those things where, like, you look at it and you're like, how do people not see what's happening? And then you realize, well, they have to fight all sorts of diversion stuff that's being thrown at them, including apparently racist campaigns. I'm just like, yeah.
Times where he was speaking where I completely forgot he was running to be Kamala's VP and not president himself. And he actually brought a lot of energy to the Democratic stage for once. So what the f*** was this? Putting out a bunch of ads of Tim Walz changing the air filter in a car, clumsily shooting a gun, and drawing a political football play-by-play. Trotting out Walz like some kind of minstrel show of a white man. Like a man dressing up like a man for Halloween. You don't gotta do all this, bro, I promise you. And they don't shy away about how that's exactly what they are trying to do. Tim Walz is clearly a Midwest man's man, but he's the antidote to toxic MAGA masculinity. Despite his typically masculine resume as a Midwestern football coach and veteran, Walz is utilizing those qualities to push forward a more progressive, compassion-based form of masculinity.
Yes. How do you manage in your campaign to want to make men be on your side to still somehow blame them? Like, huh? Just how? How do you end up as a marketing team and go like, yes, see this guy? He's the perfect example of what a man is. Doing manly things. But he's pushing for less masculinity, more compassion. I'm like, okay.
Part of being a vice president is understanding that you are just that. Someone who is there to aid and support the president. Walz simply being there on the ticket with a woman and taking a back seat to his running mate, Vice President Kamala Harris, is him embracing his leadership role in a positive, masculine way.
Seriously? That makes me want to barf. That makes me want to barf. I like, Walt's being there with a woman. You know, we gotta insert the with a woman over there. And saying, I'll take the back seat and make sure to step up in case the woman fucks up. Was this article written by AI? It feels like that. Oh. I'm just like, wow. Good job. Yeah, he's gonna waltz in. That's a good one. Oh. The bicameral system in America forces you into not voting or voting for the person who pisses you off the least. Yeah, that's why I said, like, it's literally, you get to pick between who's the lesser evil. Who does less damage in your opinion? It's just one of those are like, what the fudge, man? What is this? It sucks.
Football coach and cheerleader. How Tim Walz is defining masculinity. Amy Deal, a sexism researcher and author of the 2023 book Glass Walls, told USA Today that men like Walls who are intentional about rejecting traits and beliefs commonly dubbed as toxic masculinity.
Men like Walls who are intentional about rejecting traits. All the while he's a football coach, changes the oil in a car and acts as a father figure, which is like all pretty male traits by any consideration. I see. I'm like, he's just doing normal shit, man, and just living his life, and you're just going like, you see how positive he is? That's literally like you're saying he's toxic while also saying he's not toxic and he's embracing a vice president role. He's like, oh, yes, I'm the safety net. That's fun.
Are the tonic to harmful stigma associated with
Reading does makes me want to pour
He
bleach
shows you
on
can
my
be
eyes.
masculine, but also not threatened by women as equals or women who are in positions of power. In fact, you can be cheerleaders for them.
Oh boy. No one told them that that's just real life. That this whole being threatened by women fiction that people keep shoving down people's throats as if that is really what's happening. Is made up bullshit, man. And the fact that like, oh, you can be cheerleaders for them. You mean every good husband for their wife? Yeah. Sure, there are some bad husbands out there and some bad wives, and there are people that you don't want to cheer them on because they're shitty people. It doesn't matter that their gender is fucking feminine. It doesn't matter what their gender is. If you're a shitty person, you're not gonna get cheered on. If you're a good person, people are gonna cheer you on. Like, what the actual heck is that? I'm just like, what is this article? It's baffling, it's pissing me off. It's like, dude, America, you need to leave America and see how the rest of the world is. Maybe that will open some eyes to some people that this is made up bullshit propaganda. Cult personalities disagree.
Notice the common theme here. Taking a back seat. Cheerleading. Like 5 different articles I read specifically use this word cheerleading. Even a few about Kamala Harris's husband, Doug. God knows we need an antidote for all the lousy men in the news, and I think I found one. A lovable goofball who was happy to cheerlead for his wife, the vice president of the US.
You mean every fucking husband?
Thank God for Doug Emhoff. Successful guys can support their wives and be respected. You don't have to be the quarterback to play the game at an elite level. Emhoff and his breed of dudes who are giving it their best shot may never be as come hither to lost young men as the militant Andrew Tate models of manhood, but they are out there, and, not unlike good husbands, will appear when they are needed.
Instead of learning what Andrew Tate did to garner such a massive following, and literally be able to, like, play men and young people on a fiddle. Instead of learning from that, all you do is you bash men. You bash them and you bash masculinity and what you think is good masculinity versus bad masculinity versus what's considered supportive masculinity or toxic masculinity.
To be honest, to me masculinity is mostly, it's just a leadership role. That's what to me being masculine is. But leadership is also the thing, like, if you take the leadership role, it's also the part where you have to look out for everyone's benefit and not just your own. That is what good leaders do, in my opinion. Which is forgotten a lot of these days. But that is what I think that actual masculinity is. Provide and protect for sure, but you also have to be the leadership role, but you take it, but it's also the part where you take care of others. Which is, according to me, a fact that is forgotten a lot. It's basically the part that a leader actually looks out for others and not just his own. stupid examples that I have about what I would call like oh, hey, that makes sense. Sorry, I was on checking my Discord. Seems that Abyss was busy. But yeah, leadership role is always look at your look at the people around you and try to make them better and also better yourself. But mostly it's get the group going, get the group moving in a good direction, get people moving in a good direction. That is to me what a leader is. It's not the psychiatrist, because you don't have an answer to everything. But it's also knowing where people can go for help, or where people, if they actually have an issue, that they can go to places as well. So those are all things that do happen and can happen. But yeah, as I said, it's kind of weird because these days leadership and stuff like that is leadership these days is usually said to be something completely different. So that is kind of my issue with the entire thing. That is to me what like peak masculinity is be the leader, but be a good leader for everyone, not just for like certain people.
Bruh, these people clearly, they're throwing their beliefs down people's throat and going like, why aren't you chugging it down? I'm giving you like the best, and you're like, this is slop. I don't want it.
From the outside looking in, the right promises young men a return to the good times of the glorious past. You know, the one your grandfather had. The Coca-Cola ad rose-tinted version of the past. Back when you can afford a house and support a family on one income. While the left, which historically, in my opinion, had the policies you can still do that, just not in the US, to make that happen, are instead trying to sell men a vision of the future. And well, the future is female. A future where you're no longer playing the game, men. You're on the sidelines being a cheerleader. Doesn't that just sound so exciting? Like, what the hell is going on inside these DNC consultant meetings?
I mean, there are plenty of men that would be happy to freaking be house husbands. Like,
it's gonna be a 50-50 on that for me personally. Just because it's not because I'm going to look down on like the guy's husbands. It's more of, if I'm gonna take that rule, there will be probably the streaming involved at night to at least try and contribute a little bit, or else I'm gonna feel completely useless, even though I won't be. So yeah.
I know so many that would be happy to quote-unquote cheerlead, aka stay at home. And I'm just like, I don't think they need to be told that. They choose that.
Yeah.
I'm like, what happened to choice? What happened to people simply deciding for themselves? What happened to just letting people exist?
I really gotta know. Does anyone have any ideas on how to appeal to young men? And please, for the love of God, do not say we have to offer them anything or change in any way.
I got it.
What? Camo hats. We did that. Vasectomies us. We did that.
What? You offered...
Vasectomies on a bus.
You offered them a free vasectomy? Are you for real?
Why not? You mean...
Why the fudge would a free vasectomy get you a vote?
Nobody knows.
Just like, what? Vote for me, I'll snip your balls.
No.
Yeah, vote for me so that you might not even be able to have children in the future.
I am sorry, but I'm rather attached to said balls.
Vote for me so you can please your lady more without the risk of a brat. Save on condoms.
Hey, it's less rubber in the world. Think about it. Less rubber and plastic in the world. Think about it.
This is so sad and pathetic.
Nagging them. Yes, yes, we've been doing that. Say, you know that whole male loneliness epidemic thing? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Oh yeah.
It's a really nice place. Have you been here before?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite spots. I bring everybody here. I said I go on a lot of dates, but...
Seriously?
Ah, that man dodged a bullet there. Man's dodged a bullet there.
Oh my god, I need to watch more of the freaking campaigns for Harris. Oh man. Who came up with that idea, man? They should just go to Japan and hire them for ads. Because Japan at least has good ads. Oh my god, I can't, like, how do you just try and convince someone, like, okay, first of all, you want to appeal to the Latinos, and you want to appeal to the white men, and, the ad campaign, ladies and gentlemen, the ad campaign, I don't even think what they're appealing to anymore.
No.
Ice Wolfgang.
Fuck you. Brilliant. Young men should know that if you vote for Trump, you're basically never going to get laid. I mean, is it incorrect? Don't think so. Trump gives girls the ick. Vote Harris, get laid.
What are they going to do? Give me a woman every time you vote for Harris? Here's a free fuck because you voted for Harris.
You gotta think that they really look at men as these dumb idiots that are just horny and incapable of thought, that this level of a campaign would work. I'm just like...
Clearly it didn't
How
work.
low do you think of men? How do you even think that? They probably don't think.
Correct.
Who hires these marketing teams?
They are not feeding the pretending to be progressive to get laid allegations with this one. Literally just endorsing woke fishing. When men pretend to be more progressive on dating apps to get laid. Do not do this, by the way. Be open and honest about your opinions. And no, you cannot fix them. Also, pretty weird and like low-key sexist to imply like women are some prize for voting the correct way. Hey, and if all else fails, go after the Gooner vote.
Are you kidding me?
Sorry, you can't do that.
What the hell, man? How'd you get in here?
I'm your Republican congressman. Now we're in charge. We're banning porn nationwide.
I'm sorry. I love this ad. The one time they speak to men directly, and it's, hey men, the Republicans are gonna take away one of the only vices you use to numb the pain. So vote for us.
Dude, are you for real? First,
Nah.
they give you a vasectomy so you can get laid without risk of
Take my
children.
porn away. What am I going to do?
They tell you that if you don't vote, you don't get the date. And then they tell you that if you vote wrong, your porn's going away.
Nah.
Yeah, they really...
Nah. Don't
they
take my
really
porn away.
do think men are dumb.
What else am I gonna do if there's no more prom?
Oh... Yeah, these are real ads.
Speak. Just the absolute state of the world right now. Also, was that Germa? Believe it or not, this wasn't the worst of it.
Seriously?
Guess who
Vote
these guys
Save
are voting for?
America.
Harris.
I'm a man.
Harris.
I'm a man, man. And I'm man enough. I'm man enough to enjoy a barrel-proof bourbon.
Neat.
Man enough to cook my steak rare. You think I'm afraid to rebuild a carburetor? I eat
I eat carburetors for breakfast!
Yes, I see. Your stomach shows that.
dude, half the young people don't even know what a carburetor is.
Carburetors for breakfast. I'll tell you another thing I sure as shit am not afraid of. Women.
When I first saw
Ah yes, congrats. So you basically told every person that potentially, I don't know, reached adulthood during COVID times where they didn't have any interaction with
These
anyone.
ads only get better
and they
and
had to
better.
study at home. Now that they're afraid to interact with people in general, that they're pussies and wusses and not men. They're not men because they might be afraid to talk to people. Yeah. And they might be afraid of, you know, false allegations for simply approaching someone, or getting thrown in jail, or being baited, or being catfished. Yes. Insult them. That.
The only thing I hate most is like keeping someone on the line. Keep someone interested enough that they stay, but then never show more interest than having that potential there, and then just keep them like there aligned as long as you can, and then suddenly after a while suddenly go like, I'm out, bye. That is what I hate the most.
That's gonna get their vote.
Immediately get a few bells ringing of names that I have.
Yeah.
America.
I thought it was a parody created by Republicans to make fun of how hard the Democratic Party is trying to pander to men to get their vote. But alas.
I love women. I love women who support their families.
Women who decide not to have families.
Women who take charge.
I love women who decide not to have families. Then why are you in the picture?
Yeah.
What do you do? Are you a fuckboy?
Yes, you
Is
are
that
you
your
are
thing?
the
You
you are
just,
the
like,
object
go
of her
in, have a
sexual
quickie,
desires.
and
That's it.
then you love women that don't want families for what reason exactly? Well, like what's your role there? I
Because
don't
he can have an
understand
easy fuck every night if they don't.
Oh, freaking watching fetish. Oh. I like women who take charge. Congrats, man. You're a sub. Thank you for sharing something about you that should be kept in the bedroom. But thank you. Thank you. We appreciate it. That definitely makes me want to go vote.
And I'm man enough to help them win.
I'm man enough to help them win. Really?
Yeah, let them be strong and independent. They don't need
Really?
they don't need the help.
How exactly? With the hay bale? Are you gonna help them win with a hay bale? Or sitting on your ass? I'm just like, which part of how are you helping them? With words? Oh man.
Let me have my words at least.
Dude, when will people understand that you, first of all, these ads are dumb, and second of all, if you wanna help someone, you show it, you don't say it. Freaking actions speak louder than.
I would be the asshole if I ever get into a campaign like this that goes like, I'll take the money for like this entire shoot and this entire commercial the moment it airs, and people like what people will do is like put comments under this, and I would just answer in the comments, you know, I'm not voting for Harris. But I accepted her money for this ad.
Words, always, forever. There's not a single woman in this video. Not a single fucking woman. You would have a much better time just having two co-workers being filmed and say that they weren't sexually harassed, either of them. They have great chemistry. They rotate who closes at night, and they make sure that if someone's bullying someone, the other has their back. You'd have a way better time convincing someone than putting this show.
Everything from them directed towards men has to have like this tone of irony or self-deprecation. They can't even do it sincerely. But apparently, white men aren't the only demographic Kamala is struggling with.
This is the Democratic margin among black men under the age of 45 in presidential elections. You go back to November of 2012, what do you see? You see Obama by 81. Clinton
No
only
shit,
won it by 63. Then we're all the way down to Biden last time around by 53. A tremendous drop already. And then you take a look at the average of the most recent polls, and Kamala Harris is up by only 41 points.
Democrats deployed their ultimate weapon, Barack Obama. At a campaign stump for Harris on Thursday in Pittsburgh, Obama said that despite Harris raising upward of $1 billion, we have yet to see the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running. That lag in energy, he added, appears, quote, to be more pronounced with the brothers.
Oh, yay.
You're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses.
Like, let's be honest, Barack is not one of the brothers. He's one of those high up people that already forget how things are when you don't have that kind of money and that kind of political friends.
I've got a problem with that, he said, because part of it makes me think, and I'm speaking to men directly, part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman for president, and you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that.
Yes, you guys are sexist because you're not voting for the woman.
Some Texas, finally.
Again. Yeah, that will
Finally, I
win
get the
people over.
recognition I deserve.
Congratulations. Nice. Absolutely amazing. Makes sense. 10 out of 10.
Definitely 10 out of 10.
I can't, man. I can't. Like,
once again, their only tactic seems to be getting in a man's face and going tisk tisk bad boy. Like a dog that just peed on the carpet. It's not 2014 anymore, Barack. Nobody cares about sexism, motherfucker. We can't afford groceries.
Exactly what she said. I'm just, bruh, get off your sexist train. Stop telling people that they're sexist. Instead of listening to the reasons that they're giving, you're dismissing the reason. You're gaslighting them, and you're saying, nah, you're just making excuses. I know the truth. I am better than you, and I know. Way to shit on the people that supported you. Like, Jesus Christ.
What's crazy is, as far as I know, Kamala herself has never played the woman card. She has never played the sexism card. In fact, she actively pushes against it.
You've been reluctant to lean into, to talk about the historic nature of your candidacy on the campaign trail. Why is that? Well, I'm clearly a woman. I don't need to point that out to anyone.
Yeah.
The point that most people really care about is, can you do the job? And do you have a plan to actually focus on them?
I was...
Can you imagine?
Imagine.
Like, no one cares that I'm a woman. It's like, everyone will care if I can do the fucking job. It's like, why would she play the card?
People
it's
have
like,
decided
there's no
you
point
cannot.
in that. You're not gonna win points. If anything, you're gonna alienate even more people. Because why the heck should I vote just because you have a vagina?
Proud. They finally learned from Hillary Clinton's failure. But that didn't stop the media or Barack Obama from doing it for her. Thanks, Obama. For all the Zoomers, thanks, Obama was a meme. In like...
Yeah, it would be damaging for her. Obviously she would play it if it wouldn't be damaging for her. But it would be damaging. Like, I was told, like, as a completely separate segment to the entire video, I was told when I was playing Diablo 4 and I reached level 100, I was told that I should say that I'm the first woman level 100, and I'm the first VTuber level 100. You know, claim the glory, right? It's like, okay, but I wasn't first. Why? Because it's optics and people care about that. Because it's rare that a woman races and doesn't sleep and games more. Obviously, I don't do it because, like, I felt cringe. I felt so cringe.
It is cringe.
Like, I'm good.
Yeah. It was funny back then. That would have slapped. While I was writing this video, Kamala and Gretchen Whitmer were getting ready to film a video at a bar together when Kamala was apparently caught on hot mic saying this.
Yeah. Oh, we have microphones and listening to everything. I didn't realize that. Okay. So, well,
You'll
now you
bleep
tell me
my
afterwards. We just told all the family secrets. Shit.
We need to move ground with men, so what we're gonna do is pretend to drink beer at a bar. Men like beer, right?
Cheers.
Just talk about policy. Just be yourself. Just listen to men and what they want.
It would have been better
That's
if she
too hard.
actually spoke with a man at the bar while having a drink, but then people would think she's unfaithful and cheating. I don't know if she's married, but or that she's just having the time of her life, right? Not taking the candidacy seriously. So like, no matter how you do it, you can't fucking win.
Time to bring in the guillotine. Everyone who loses a
But
presidential
what is
candidate
this
is
optics
going
of,
to
like,
get to the
I'm one of
guillotine.
you. You're not. You're literally running to be the president. Like, you're not one of the common folk. You can change their life. You can do better for people. You can do great things. Instead, no, just tell them that get laid more and drink a beer at a pub. That clearly will tell people why they should vote. Marketing, I hate it.
Kamala, all you gotta do is talk. Actually, no. Now
Jesus.
that I think about it, that might make it worse.
I could
Let
actually
Tim
get
Walz
my
out
mic
there,
away.
okay? Let Tim
Couldn't
Walz
mute,
do the
mute
talking. Don't dress
sadly.
him up as a man. You want to know how to speak to men? Go to where they are. A good place to speak to young men is the Joe Rogan podcast, which Kamala hinted at going on, but then that never happened, and instead Trump went on, and that episode hit like 20 million views in a day. But like, can you blame her? Joe Rogan is just one of the most popular podcasts in the world with a majority young male audience. I hate it here. Every time this topic comes up, so does the...
But you can't go to the young male audience and, you know, actually talk to them.
Because they would
No,
roast
that's too
her.
direct.
topic of like Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson, internet algorithms, Gamergate, whatever.
There is a massive amount of right-wing radicalization that has been occurring, especially in younger male spaces. Any hobbies whatsoever, whether it's playing video games, whether it's working out, whether it's, I don't know, listening to like a history podcast or whatever, everything that they see is right-wing sentiment being expressed by individuals that they find charismatic.
But you can only blame internet algorithms for so much for so long. This automatic assumption that any
Just let me listen to this documentary about the Roman Empire. I do not care about right or left wing. It's the Roman Empire. I want to see them kill people. That's it.
sent from liberal mainstream.
I have a very
could only be
simple brain
caused
on that
by
matter.
Manipulation or brainwashing from podcasters is honestly a cope, in my opinion, and just an easy excuse for failing to reach anyone beyond your own subreddit. As if this all wasn't the result of like a stagnant neoliberal corpo hell world that created a vacuum that was just waiting to be filled with any kind of populism. The crazy thing is, the Democratic Party did have a candidate who successfully spoke to the demographic that they are currently trying so hard to reach. His name was Bernie Sanders. And every time he did speak to that demographic, or say he was concerned that the Democratic Party didn't do enough to speak to that demographic, he was called a sexist, a racist, he was backstabbed multiple times, and cheated out of winning the Democratic primaries. His fans were called Bernie Bros, and constantly berated as sexist and misogynists. His campaign was too white and too male, and this apparently was a top priority to remedy in future campaigns.
Yes.
We
Too
were
white
told
and
he
too
was
male.
just like
Interesting that now they want men and white men.
Right.
They remedied it so well that now they have to backpedal because they erased a bit too much. Nice.
like
You went
Trump
too
and
close to
quote,
the sun. Get
appeal
back.
to angry white men. Well, who's trying to appeal to angry white men now, bitch? It's almost like Bernie's hyper-focus on working-class issues, bread-and-butter issues, and populism was naturally attractive to men. No football or beer required. And you know what? Maybe this shift with young men has less to do with who's holding the football and more of what happens when the DNC spends all their time and energy trashing the little bit of populism in their movement. And if you ask me, handing conservatives a monopoly on anti-establishment rhetoric on a silver platter was probably their first mistake. They kind of gave up on that bread and butter New Deal stuff for identity politics, and if you deny this, you are either lying or coping. The physical manifestation of the left has gone from the vision of the blue-collar union worker to a nagging, scolding fat woman with blue hair, barging into everyone's spaces and culturally colonizing them. Change this, change that, I don't like this, I don't like that. It's just incredible for me to witness
And
years
I don't
of
care.
anti-male rhetoric finally come back to bite the left and Democrats in the ass. Watching these chickens come home to roost has just been both incredibly depressing and deliciously vindicating to me in a sick way, and I'm not sure if I should lend out a helping hand or Mufasa them off this fucking cliff. Some Democrats are nervous.
Move fast on them over the cliff. Do it. Do it now.
In a way, it kind of is karma.
Also, I'm going through my games that I can play right now, but yeah. I don't really find anything at the moment that I can play. Sadly, but it is what it is. I'm even thinking that I might need to delete the game to get another one on, so...
Yeah, you'd think at one point people just got sick of being shoved around. Yeah, you think patience and tolerance.
No, you're doing it wrong. You said you're
To
thinking.
realize the problem. These Democrats worry that the party has focused too much on courting women voters, LGBTQ voters, and culturally progressive voters, alienating too many men in the process. There's a recognition that we're losing
Sick
men,
and tired of
and
being
things
sick
we're
and tired,
doing
yep.
around men haven't been working. I think a lot of it is a reaction to social
What we've been doing around men? What? Blaming them even more? Yeah, I'm sorry to tell you, but like you already beat them into feeling so tired and so sick of everything and being depressed and being lonely and being sad that it's not gonna work if you're just gonna go like point at them and go like, you're gonna keep being lonely. I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of resolved. Like, I'm kind of okay with my lonely status at this point. I think I'm better off even.
Yeah.
Bruh. What? Like, why is it so hard to look at it and notice? Why is it so hard to even just have conversations with regular people? Just go out and canvas regular folk. Not in rich neighborhoods. Just working class individuals. Just go to them. Ask them how their life is. What their problems are. What they're struggling with.
Do you want them to start talking to the peasants? My lord. The nerve to think people will talk to the normal
answers out
people.
of people and then work on how to address that. Yeah, why is it so hard to act like normal people? Like, I feel like they forget the fact that they plan to lead the country and they have a duty to the people. The heck is this shaming and pointing fingers and changing people? You're supposed to do better for them, not to have them molded around doing better for you.
progressivism done the wrong way, says David Hogg. Young men, he says, feel like progressives look down on them for saying the wrong thing, even when it's a mistake. That discomfort is enough to drive them away from the Democratic Party, even if they don't necessarily agree with Republicans. They would rather be around someone they don't agree with who doesn't judge them, than somebody they do agree with who judges them constantly. Men aren't moving right because they are choosing fascism. They are moving right because the left made them the villains in their anime fan fiction. It's not that they all...
No, not in my fan fiction. Anyway, it's time to play some games. This was enough politics and videos for the moment. I also ran out of videos. Which is either a blessing and a curse, you decide. Let's start with... No. You see, I clicked something, please react. I clicked something, please respond. Alright. Daikire, daikire.
姿じゃなくていいの私らしくあればただを立ってほしいだけよ
Eh, Lisa over there. Tonight. Sarai, sarai, sarai. Whoosh, whoosh. And I know. Again. Fire! Silver sheep. Well, Arigato, again. It is very bright though. I have a family. We got his color. Oh, lava bucket. More lava buckets. Ah, Ichimi. Mildred Shark, Destruction. I heard the sign what you're fighting for. I am happier when I heard you. It's as cold as fall. I am happier when I heard you. You're fighting for. I am happier when I heard you. It's the coldest storm. I am happier when I heard you. To the grave that called me cause my name. What you're fighting for. I am happier when I heard you. I'm gonna try for my normal setup, even though I never been able to finish it on this map. That's right. I hope you find what you're fighting for. I am happier when I hurt you. This is the coldest one. Happier when I hurt you. That's why you call my name. Damn it, thought it would be faster. I am happier when I hurt you. Ah! Let's do this. There's more damage. Damage is always the name of the game. I could level this, yeah, sure. No misery. There's the sand, the same, down up. Now the rising sun. Oh, to see my shine. Yet your eye. It's pulling me in like gravity. You will be bowing on your knees, yeah, pulling you in close to me. What's my glory and might? Follow you like a high tide. The rage will never stop. The sun begins to rise to the top. Watch my power and might. Follow me like a high tide. Oh wow. Yeah, bright enigma. This was surprise, yeah. To the brilliance, what's in the fire? I forget orientation. Make love to my blinding radiance, yeah. Into the night sky, what do you see? My shine. Try to close your smile. It's pulling you in like gravity. You will be bowing on your knees, yeah, pulling you in. Rise to me, that's my power and might. Follow you like a high tide. The rage will never stop. The tide begins to rise to the top. With my power and might, follow you like a high tide. Like a high tide. Oh wow. Shine the brightest in the night. All you in, like gravity, you will be bound on your knees. Close to me, where's my story and mine? Follow you like a high tide. The race will never stop. The sun begins to rise into the top. But my power and might, follow you like a high tide. Jimmy, leave me alone. Oh no, fall into the abyss unknown. Feel the other heartless all alone. Ayo, ayo, no control. Ayo, ayo, don't you dare apologize. I don't think about the gold night. Don't think about the bad advice. We're out of time, we're out of life. It's taking over like a renegade. Eye for an eye, I'll make you cry. Luna! Ain't calling me a sana. Oh shit. Yada yada. Making the crown like you're calling me king. You gonna be on my skin. Yada yada. You do what I want, make sure you don't forget it. I'm Maria, but I'm sick and I cry in the line, wanna see the way you bleed. It's taking over like a renegade. Eye for an eye, I'll make you cry. Hold on, keep calling me a sonar. I don't think so. Yada. Luna is gone, okay. Yada. I want it all, so give me some more. I need it out to the car. I'm gonna mind just rise. You're not my enemy. Baby, you're got to me. Hear my voice is screaming out loud. La, Chimeria, la, Chimeria. Chimeria. La Chimeria. La Chimeria. I do not have a ski. Huh? Oh. Definitely. Let's go. I may have lost my knockback, but I got more damage in return. Ow! Hatame! Stop sending your fans after me! No sheeples, stop it. There are too many sheeples. No, Toa senpai! Not you too! I think I might be needing these sooner than I would like. I saw. There are two things down here that I probably should get. Increase speed. Woo! Bitches, bitches. Now I can keep them at a distance at least. Yago, give me my money. Woo! Money, XP, everything. Give me everything. Damn. Come inside. Huh? Got that on now. I know there's supposed to be a boss somewhere. I can't seem to find said boss. Which is only a small problem. Oh shit! Okay. Woo! I think I find said boss. Oh yeah, I'll run through it. I'll take that bit of damage over being surrounded. Feed me, you're not get to the tea. Eyes are about me. I know that you love me, love. How you think I'm bothered? No, I'm nothing like the others. Afraid of Are you ready for the night? Are you ready for the night? There we go, damage has been fixed, kinda. Nope, 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 it has not been fixed. Nope, nope, nope. Not even kinda. I've been thinking about me, maybe on the daily. Feed me, you're not get the fatty. Talk about me, I know that you love me. Tell me how you think I'm bothered. No, I'm nothing like the others. Alright. Oop! That's a big no-no. I'm gonna burn you down, well, baby, I'm done with you. Guys coming back for you. Let me introduce myself. ready for the monsters, monsters? For the monsters, monsters. Are you ready for the monsters? There we go. This is like the entire setup I usually have. And I fear it's not gonna be enough here. I'm getting close to Pecora. Like 30 more seconds and then Pecora would drop her mech. It is Pecora's level, this one, right? Here she comes. I'm back here. I might actually finish this level. There we go. Defeat the hard stage bosses. I have 1,000,000 coins. Reach level 100 in one game. That's just an endless match I have to play. We're almost at 50%. I tried this one, but I failed miserably at it.
Calliope, Mori. Waste your thought and gratitude. We're mad at you, so grab a few defenses. You'll be glad you screwed. Wanna fight with you? Wouldn't waste some time. His rights, let's go around the gunners on line. Place to run, don't you ever hide. Only time I wanna see you down is on your knees on the side.
Yeah, we can say a queen.
So about the hand that feeds you if it's holding a knife. Still got your tongue tied, guess you better give me your life. Give you a kiss, give talking shit, you only exist to get pissed, get fight, sober, no shit, what you gonna say now? Tired of the ones that are running the game. There's no escape, you with the box, bosses, no caution tape for that monster. Rest is over. For you. Don't bite the hand that feeds you if it's holding the knife. Still got your
That's like this, you better give me a line.
Don't bite the hand that feeds you if it's holding a knife. Still got your tongue tied, guess you better get me alive. You're on the wrong side, isn't that the same way you die? It's been a long ride, we'll reclaim the queen of the night.
わがままでも OK ほらだって私って特別あらあら泣いちゃって可愛くってカプってしちゃうから
Can't believe the words that came out of your mouth, your mouth. Never thought that what we had would go this route, this route. Can see the clock is ticking, but I just can't stop thinking. Every little memory's tormenting me. Counting all our mistakes. Wanna say, but it won't happen. Waiting for the day break. I'm wide awake, reliving the past and still haunted by the ghost of you. Everywhere I look, it's like you're always there, despite the fact that I'm on my own. I'm in my feelings, like rainbow on the ground. They're soaking through the sheets and drenching every single inch of me. I'm in my feelings, it's falling all around inside this never-ending downpour. Is there no escape to hope for? I don't even wanna look you in the eyes, the eyes. Thinking about the night you left and your lies. That morning I'd awoken, my heart that first and broken, feeling I could drown in the tears I'd cried, sinking down in the boat, like I'm submerged in water, chilled straight down to the bone, struggling to breathe, just thinking about it, still haunted by the ghost of you. Everywhere I look, it's like you're always there, despite the fact you left me alone. I'm in my feelings, like rainbow on the ground. They're soaking through the sheets and drenching every single inch of me. I'm in my feelings, it's falling all around inside this never-ending downpour.
Alright,
Is there
so
no
I will
escape
get
to
to
hope
hop on. Good morning, motherfuckers.
what you're doing? Where you going? I don't wanna know when you're coming back. I don't want you to call me. I don't need you to love me. Don't want your weak explanations. Knew that I never met your expectations. Now I just want you out my head. Wanna move along, carry on, hold my head high. But I'm in my feelings, like rainbow on the ground. They're soaking through the sheets and drenching every single inch of me. I'm in my feelings, it's falling all around, but at the end of all this downpour is the hope we waited for. Yeah, I'm in my feelings, feelings. Yeah, I'm in my feelings, feelings. Ooh, yeah, I'm in my feelings, feelings. At the end of all this downpour is the rainbow I have prayed for. Taking you up below, taking you up below.
No luck, end up in my lineup. Always play. Sorry, corruption here. Yeah, I know where to go. My son. You're guilty heart. We're not gonna stop it. Just a start. Like that, like that. Get down, 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 down. Up, up, up. Let's go. You know it. Run in the light, almighty oh. What's wrong, what's right with you? No, you never know, as a boxer, below you should know. Yeah. No, my music's done. Happened when you took my hand. Everyone in mind destroyed everything just to get a bit ahead. Don't know how much, but no, I'm ready. Keeping up with the beat of my heart, just can't get enough. I just get lost to the sun's up. Not the dark, take me away. Stuck in my heart, it's all okay. I'm just going for like some easy rounds here. Doing Grace, what is it called again? A fandom. Another day.
Look at what we've done, we're too extreme. Pour me your favorite drink, so much until we
Start
sink
throwing
down
stuff.
to the bottom, don't wanna miss a thing. The track we're on might crash, or what am I to do?
Blaming on it, all the avenues. Nah. Luckily I'm right here with you. And just now, keeping up with the beat of my heart. Just can't get enough. I get lost in the fun. The dark take me away. Like a heart, it's all okay. Accelerate me until I'm there. Like the end of this, but rolling until the bubbles fade. Crazy just for you. When the dark take me away, it's all okay. Carry me until I'm there. The end of this, we're rolling until the Bible says, oh yes. Carbonated love. Let's take this. I don't really need other items at the moment. We're already past 10 minutes, so it's only 10 minutes more and then I'm done with this level. Let's play. You don't know why I'm fucking giving you don't know why. Things happen to you. Gonna roll the dice.
Open the cage or fly away, my new horizon. Only need one chance. Wanna hear I've been running so
long, go rush it to me until you can't breathe. No way.
living on the edge of heart, half from where you to the light. Alive, the sound of ecstasy.
Siren, siren, siren. You know how I like it. Run around, rock the sound. Let me hear the siren.
Just about you, try to make a move, take that too. Look around for help, it ain't no use.
I know this. I'll let you know this.
You keep down, comes back around, admit you like it. Open the cage or fly away, my new horizon. Only need one chance. When I hear siren, 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 you know how I like it. Siren, I could do the light. Siren, siren, I know I am.
Running the
Need a rewind, don't care what's wrong or what's right. Turn it up a notch, make it dangerous. Drifting through the night, we're outrageous. Coursing through our veins, you can't tame us. Turn it up a notch, make it dangerous.
I should stop trying to focus on like gathering more things. Finish up the collab items I have. Siren, siren, siren. You know how I like it. Like it.
Time to get this party started. Fire, fire, light the fire. Brighter, higher to desire. Chasing all that we aspire. Spreading out like wildfire. Never, ever have I ever been a sinner, been a dreamer. Take a chance and with my lighter start the fire. Come pull me out. I'm out of secret. Joke is overkill. Saddle stories wearing me down. Step out of the system. Break out, everything. This is our time. We're yours to discover. But you are gone. And free us from the
That's happening. That's
fire, fire, like a fire, brighter, higher as you desire. Liar, beating heart, dancing to the flame of light. Dancing to the end of time.
Hell no.
Fire, fire, like the fire, brighter, higher as you desire. Night a beating heart, dancing to the flame
Get it. What would be a good one right now?
I know that I can still be the feature of this story. I know that I can be free, the one and the only. They tell me that I'm crazy, I'll never let them stop me.
Fire, 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 like a fire, heart, I found like one anvil, I think, maybe two. Alright. Now am I gonna get all the fucking... Yep, when I'm done. I think I might BRB for a bit. What I think about what am I gonna do after this, as my options are dwindling. Oh yeah, I'll keep the music playing and I'm going to walk my dog real quick, so BRB.
プライドいてゴリッチしのぎはまでもかっこつけゴリッチ謝りゃ終わるが何が邪魔してるのかいちゃんとスマイルスマートさ知らないかい素直はダサいからひねくれとしっち見苦しさは嫌だから美徳としっち自然体お天下こびてないにこびてた品がない人笑う人笑い軽く自覚なきやしさがズバッと響いさはり君の上品美しさじゃ救われん一人耳を選択とびっきりの義を品がない品が品がないや We are the God病気の相手 We are the God 人のもっては手になんで We are the God もみちぐさたもり振り合みやしないや We are the God 時に悪いということ違ってて We are the God 時に悪かしげず愛して We are the God そうなりえなくなったもののだ神に愛されたくて遠くを一歩出しに使うお得ような弱者とキス思想が甘いだと切り捨てた賢者も人工甘味賢治欲の虜不健全なくらい健全じゃつらい天然もらい成分入っちゃうふっとした深海はふったできる吹きこぼれちゃう前に抜いちゃうぼかしモザイクセンサーの目隠しビヨンがクレイジーさじゃない分けりゃいいわけじゃなくてくだらないに溢れたとびっきりの愛を品がない品が品がないや We are the God 病気の相手 We are the God 人のもって空を置いて We are the God 気をえそう未来見れだって教えてありゃしないや We are the God 時には見てる背中さすって We are the God 時にはまでほっといてくれ We are the God 落ちくらいの原因が欲しいって
Falling, I've been down here before, almost like I'm back home. Fade, slowly it all begins to fade. I got no power left today. I don't know if things would ever change. I think I'll just be stuck here anyway. Those nights when your energy is nowhere to be found. Do you see the light or does it feel like abyss? Oh, it's bottomless. I'm trying to figure out how to stay afloat in this world and all of its gravity. When every day the pull is grabbing me, and it's easy thinking nobody here's understanding me. Maybe I'm not alone. Maybe I'm not alone. Aim. Somewhere along I lost my aim.
I'm trying to figure out how to stay afloat in this world and all of its gravity. When every day the pull is grabbing me, and it's easy thinking nobody here's understanding me. Maybe I'm not alone. Maybe I'm not alone. And I know I'm not alone. Not alone. All these faces with the same frustrations. Not alone. Not alone. Part of me, part of you, we're not alone. But somebody's out there just like me, feeling all the same things. I don't know what I should do. At least though you like this too, I found a bit of comfort. How to stay afloat in this world and all of its gravity. When every day the pull is grabbing me, and it's easy thinking nobody here's understanding me. Maybe I'm not alone. Maybe I'm not alone. And I know I'm not alone. Not alone. All these faces with the same frustrations. Not alone. Not alone. Part of me, part of you, we're not alone.ふわふわもこもこ魔界の冒険してたこの世界に爆弾バトルですバンバンふわふわもこかいふわファイスもこわふわもこいふわふわもこかいふわファイスもこわふわもこいウェイクアップしたら君に前にニューな出会い話聞かせ察知してドキドキドキ右に左ポンポンポン悩んでいても来ちゃうフューチャーまずは目の前の道ステップしてハッピーラッキーポッピー一緒に歩こうよドーナツの穴の中にはきっときっと夢が詰まってるからふわふわもこもこ魔界の冒険してた2匹が揃えばもう大騒ぎもわもわハロハロ迷わずにゴールへ君の絶対味方バウトルですポンポンふわふわもこかいふわファイスもこわふわもこいふわふわもこかいふわファイスもこわふわもこい一人じゃないよ We are together ハートつながってる君をチャットしてラッピーワイスピーヤッピー一緒に歌おうよドーナツの穴の向こうへきっときっと君が待っているからふわふわもこもこ魔界の冒険してた2匹が揃えばもう止まらないお耳も尻尾もお触りは勇気あるスリル満点爆弾バウトルですバンバン Hey my friends, kept you in time. Can I get a heck yeah? Let's You're here to hide my star. Are you ready? モコちゃんこの曲は可愛く歌うねって言ったでしょポンポンじゃあ B メロからせーのドーナツリングに誓ってずっとずっと笑顔を守るからふわふわもこもこ魔界の冒険してた2匹が揃えばもう大騒ぎもわもわハロハロ迷わずにゴールへ君の絶対味方バウトルですこの世
Now, we all love
We all love grilled cheese. You're wrong, I can't eat cheese. Okay.
Beef Wellington is not for the faint of heart. It takes skill, it takes time, and if someone's willing to make it for you on date night, they definitely a keeper. This classic dish has components that require detail and finesse to make sure it exudes the luxury that it's
Hey,
known
Marta.
for, and no one
Welcome
executes
in,
it
dear.
better
Welcome
than
in,
Chef
Raiders.
Gordon Ramsay. And considering the storm I gave him for his veggie ramen, it's time to get
Welcome
a
to the
reminder
Devils
why.
then. How was your stream, dear? How was it going? I just got back from doggy walking duties, so I'm warming up a bit. Oh, at least I can close my Twitch now. Welcome, welcome, my kitten. Welcome home. I'm just gonna watch some clips of like probably Gordon Ramsay and other chefs commenting on like food and stuff. So that's nice. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. God, I wish I had the same in League. Yeah, I saw the change of game to Tomb Raider. Like when I well, while I was looking, of course. Yeah, you enjoyed Tomb Raider? Is it it said something like Tomb Raider 2? Was it? Is that like the one with the visual update? With younger Lara Croft, or like how do people even call it these days? Yeah, it's nice. Raiding tombs is a fun pastime for sure. Oh, okay, okay.
Chef Gordon Ramsay is the man. You know that's Blondie's favorite dish.
I haven't really touched any Lara Croft games. Like I think I only touched Lara Croft game once, and that was with the typical square booby Lara. So that basically shows how old I am. Yeah, grab a drink, grab some snacks. Make sure you're in a very comfortable position, and I'm gonna see what the people think of this beef Wellington, because I haven't made it in like years. I think I made beef Wellington twice in my life, and the first time was horrible. Second time was okay. It was doable. It was eatable, which was what I was aiming for.
She's been begging me to make it at home. Before I go on with today's episode, I do want to give a special shout out to my amazing new patron, Mud and Beard. Thank you so much for your support. And with that said, on to the reaction.
beef. Your sauces, and it would definitely be on my last supper menu. My version is a lot lighter and sexier.
Is he hot? Is he on speed?
A fillet of beef. It's beautiful.
Fillet of beef. Filet mignon.
Filet mignon.
Filet
Filet mignon.
Yeah, every time I call Paul, he answers.
Alright, have a nice look, dear. Get a little kiss while you go. Mwah. Bye bye.
Pre-order your Let Me Finish tea. Pre-order your Let Me Finish tea. Link in the description below.
better presented.
Yes, it is. There's a bigger surface for it.
Sticks out
Yes,
more.
yes.
The most important part is to sear it. Salt, pepper, the fillet is the leanest and the most expensive cut of beef.
Yes, it is.
Underneath the lower backbone, a part of the animal which has very little
You
muscle.
see, I don't mind putting the pepper now on this because you're not searing it that long. You're not cooking it all the way through at this point,
right.
and then you're gonna cover it. So
Yeah.
the pepper is not gonna burn.
Yeah, yeah. You're of the mindset you don't like to put the pepper before the cooking process.
Yeah.
After.
Guga disagrees with you.
I would disagree on chicken and stuff like that. That's when I usually add it. But yeah, I think I added a lot also before, but it's also like you put pepper and stuff on it for like the color and stuff, so you can do it in the finishing touches, but you know.
But, yeah.
No, you can taste the bitterness. Like no,
I like the fresh pepper on, like you the way
at the end
you do in the dining room, the fresh pepper right there. That's my favorite way to have it.
when
Personally,
it's just freshly cracked. There's nothing. You can tell the difference right away.
Gordon was talking a little bit of the reason why filet mignon is so coveted.
Mignon.
He mentioned that
Filet mignon.
inside of the rib cage, it's a muscle that's
dorsal.
Say it like a fucking
So
Frenchie.
the cow doesn't use that muscle.
Yes. Thus,
so that's
it is
why.
Filet mignon.
And if you look at the muscle structure of it, you'll see the fibers are very fine.
So if I were to eat your filet mignon, your filet mignon would be tough. Why? Because you're standing upright. So your filet mignon is really tough. It's like you're using that muscle. A cow is like this. So now he's not using that
Look
anymore.
at you getting into all this sciencey this show.
Yeah,
That's
but you see
my
how
job.
but you see how I keep it short and sweet.
Hey, there was someone who recently commented and say, Brian, you keep giving those long-winded explanations because I like them. You don't know who's listening.
Oh, I unsubscribed him. Can you do that?
No, you can't.
That would be funny though. Unsubscribe.
Yeah, it's like, stop validating Brian. Unsubscribe.
Very, very hot pan.
I don't like it when
Olive
people
oil,
have my
and
name.
literally roll it around the pan.
I really.
We're not cooking the beef.
Olive oil, okay, but high heat, clarified butter.
Yeah,
Beef
hold
tallow.
on.
Yeah.
I agree. Clarified butter is the ultimate cooking fat.
Duck
Flavor-wise, duck fat, yes.
I definitely also need to start working. I am going to start looking tomorrow for to start my cooking videos myself. For what would I feed a VTuber basically, like specific recipes with specific VTubers. I think I have 4 names on the list now that I can make a recipe for. So I'm gonna probably start that. See what the cost is gonna be to edit those videos, or else I have to like squeeze it in my own schedule to get it done.
Clarified butter.
All animal fat
is
will
gonna
have
be
a high heat.
High heat, smoke point. Olive oil is fine. Olive oil has a high smoke point versus extra virgin olive oil. Extra virgin olive oil, you 99%.
It's raw. You need to consume raw.
Yeah, have it raw, or if you're doing like a super fast saute, I'm okay with that too.
No.
But generally, don't
listen
put it
to
on.
Brian.
Don't put it on high heat. But clarified butter, it's butter that's been clarified of all the milk solids. The thing that burns in butter is the milk solids. Once you remove
The
that,
milk.
you can
Lele.
Remember what I
clarified
said
butter
about
to the
long-winded?
highest of high temperatures.
I would like right now whatever he's on because I'm falling asleep.
Lovely. Now use the side.
Lovely.
So the beef sears down the back when you tilt it.
Yeah,
It's a
I don't
secret
like
to
this
get-
because then all that fat is. You're obviously not cleaning up after yourself. You motherfucker.
Clearly not.
You can do that. No, I'm not doing that. I don't want to clean up the mess, all the grease all over my
You know what I
goddamn.
have at home? My wife buys from the Japanese supermarket these aluminum foil, like
that you could cover.
Yeah, it's like a not a wall, but like a partition,
Yeah.
like a disposable partition, and you put it around your pan so the splatter doesn't.
Yeah,
get
we do
everywhere.
that for the soft shell crabs downstairs.
Oh yeah.
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 We create like little walls.
Yeah.
Nice.
Because they pop.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
oh man, more than once.
Once you've got the colour,
That's why I have so many burn marks. I don't cover that up.
very carefully lift up the beef and sear it on top. And sear it on the bottom. Out and onto the plate.
I don't know if that's the
English mustard.
camera, but I would have given it a little bit more sear.
I
What
would have
this
given
does
it a little
now,
more sear.
it gives it a bit of heat. Just lightly brush
Mustard.
the mustard.
Dijon.
That's the mustard?
over the beef.
I would put a lot more mustard than that.
Yeah?
Yeah. I love the taste of the mustard.
Yeah.
So really important that you do this.
But
as the
it's
beef comes
Dijon.
straight out of the pan. And as the beef starts to cool down, it absorbs all that heat from the mustard. Horseradish is a really nice alternative as well. Just leave that to sit
Horseradish.
and relax. As the fillet
Why don't you do both?
Prepare the filling, which is called a duxelle. Put 700 grams
mushroom
of chestnut
duxelle.
mushrooms into a blender.
Oh, you're not doing it with
Chop
your
clove of
knife?
garlic. Season with salt
Lazy.
and pepper and blitz.
Dude, do you know how often, how many pounds and buckets I had to do with this stuff? Oh, all by
hand.
all
By hand.
I think using a food processor is smart for this because, like, no one's gonna see the duxelle after it's been cooked.
Oh, but a real duxelle, you can see the squares.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm not talking about chop. Like nice.
Yeah. No.
Even in
No.
Yeah, because you could see the.
Oh right.
You could see it.
No, no, no.
If
I
you-
would.
If you're just like.
I would do the quick
Yeah,
tuck,
but
tuck, tuck,
that
tuck,
was
tuck.
Super high end.
It's super high end.
That
Yeah.
was
Listen, all the duxelles I've made have been just
chopped. No.
Yeah, because you cook it too, and
I'm telling you.
Christmas wouldn't be Christmas without chestnuts. And just crumble them in.
No.
The chestnut's sweet, nutty flavour works brilliantly
Oh,
with the earthy
it's
taste
not
of the
that
mushrooms. And because they contain more starch and less oil than other nuts, they have a much softer texture that is perfect for the filling. That smells amazing. It smells like Christmas.
Smells like Christmas.
Once the mixture is finely chopped, cook in a hot, dry pan. This removes the water from the mushrooms and intensifies the flavour.
I liked the chestnut.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Water coming out instantly. Such an essential stage, really critical.
So the beef Wellingtons I had to do were individual ones. They were small individual.
Oh,
ones.
yeah.
Oh.
So
I've
that's
done those,
why,
yeah.
like, you can refine each single ingredient. With
Mm.
this, he's doing like, and you're gonna slice into it.
Even the individual ones, I still use that style of duxelle.
Move on.
Take the mushrooms up even further, some fresh thyme in there, which will make it really nice and light and fragrant. When all the water's been fried off, remove from the pan and leave to cool. Then start assembling the Wellington.
Should mention duxelle is not very pretty looking.
No, that's why you should might as well put some
No.
truffles in there too.
Truffles,
These
no.
wonderful slices
Too expensive.
of
Yes.
Parma.
Yeah.
And look, beautiful. Overlap it and set it there. So the secret of overlapping the Parma ham is to make sure it contains all those juices coming out of the beef. In the traditional recipe for beef Wellington, a thick chive and spring onion pancake is used instead of ham. But the Parma ham makes the dish much lighter, and its sweet, salty flavour really complements the mushroom.
The way
and
I
chestnut
made
filling.
it, remember making culinary school, they put crepes in there. But I like this a lot. I'm down with that.
We never made it in culinary school. I made it on a whim. And as I said, the first time was a big failure, and the second time was mediocre, but it worked.
I was never a fan of the crepes.
Neither was I.
But that is a traditional way.
Yes.
And the idea was that the crepe would keep the juices inside and not wet
the puff pastry. Yeah.
A little touch of pepper, no salt, because the ham is naturally salty. Just a little twist of pepper. And then from there, your mushrooms.
Did he season the? Yeah, he did season the mushrooms.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So you see how he seasons all at every stage.
Every stage.
I mean, that is critical.
Yeah.
Critical.
So far, Gordon Ramsay.
This is
crushing it.
Crushing.
Crushing it.
Crushing.
Crushing it.
Crushing it.
But yeah, it's also one of his signature things that he always uses. Like in every like Hell's Kitchen and shit, you see this being used. So I would be amazed if you wouldn't be crushing it.
Mushrooms go on. Use the back of the spoon to spread them nice and thinly. Half an inch from the ends. And ruffles. No. Hop it.
What's his name?
Ruffles.
Every time there's meat.
Ruffles.
You like dogs.
I love dogs.
You have such a soft spot.
Wow,
for dogs.
I always tell all my kids, and I have tons of kids, like if I had a dog first, I would not have a single kid.
Oh.
They don't think it's funny,
Yeah.
Because you know
I
what?
think it's
true.
Very carefully.
And to this day, because to this day they're like, oh, Daddy really loved that dog.
fold that over. Now, we're going to lift that up and wrap the beef nice and carefully. So all that mushroom and parma ham.
But my dog died. My
Man, you're
ex,
still on this dog?
Yeah.
ex-wife called me. She's like, "How you doing?" She was like, "Are you okay?" She was like, she knew I was.
Push it nice and tight. Roll it nice and tight. And go all the way over.
Yeah, and then
Now,
you usually.
The secret from here is to really let the cling film do the work. Just nip it at the ends and squeeze.
Start squeezing.
And what we're doing is just creating this wonderful sort of cylinder shape off, and then just twist it.
And then twist.
Nice and tightly. And the tighter it is, the more perfect the shape. Then
And if you
place
go
it-
too tight.
Pastry, do you keep that original thickness?
Yeah, generally.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't flatten it out a little bit? No. Okay. Even if you could put a lattice on top of that one, like if you do a two-layered, you know, you do the.
I've never done 2 layers.
Well, no, but the lattice where it's like the decorative.
Oh, I've never done that.
Oh.
Yeah, I've never done that. I don't have extensive experience making
French food.
We used to do a beef Wellington at Beauty in Essex when I was the chef there, and it was the individual style.
You can get away with the smaller fillet, right?
Yes.
What was it, like
Nice.
4 ounce?
4 ounce, yes.
Half the fillet, and you're selling it for 4 times the price now. That's the beauty of these.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of labor,
Yeah.
and it's very intensive work.
Yeah.
And then the problem with it is like they don't keep.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so you have
to make it fresh.
You have to make it
every
fresh.
night.
Yeah.
But no, we never did a lattice. We put a little truffle oil on top and some Malden salt and a sprig of fried thyme. That was it. That's all we.
And then finally, you don't have to do this, but it's a chefy thing. A little bit of decoration. Back of the knife, down.
Oh, you can
and
do
then
that
just
too.
twist and mark the pastry. When it comes out of the oven, it's got that wow factor.
The lattice is even better.
It's more wow,
I used to have to
but
make
yeah.
PTVA. You know the PTVA? I have to do those knife skills. What he's doing, but I have to do it on these baked
Oh,
puff
God.
pastries, like
Right,
cakes and
right.
everything. Oh, I used to love doing that.
Bake in an oven at 200 degrees for.
To be honest, I love making the pastries and like desserts as well the most. Because there's just so much more you can do with it than normal food, I think. Anyway.
Around 35 minutes, depending on how red you like your beef. Once out of the oven, it's crucial you let the Wellington
that.
rest for at least 10 minutes. This allows the meat to relax and reabsorb its delicious juices, making sure it's tender and succulent. Nice and gently.
So if you have a dinner party and you pull this out,
This is the bit I've been waiting for. Oh wow.
Oh
my god.
it looks.
Yeah.
And I don't even mind that it's medium.
There's gonna be so much moisture from the
Yeah.
duxelle, butteriness
And it's
from
fillet,
the.
it's gonna be
It's
tender.
gonna be tender. It's totally fine. I'm okay with my fillet being, medium territory. You know, it's so tender already.
Exactly.
It's almost when it's medium rare, it's almost gelatinous. Does that make sense?
It depends on the thickness of the cut.
Right.
The thicker it is, the more you want it to be medium.
Yes. Actually,
If you get a
very good.
tournedo, I don't mind a medium rare.
Right. Yes.
Tournedo,
actually.
yeah.
Because you're getting
Well
a,
said,
because you're
yeah.
getting like a black and blue sear on the fillet,
Oh.
like a thin fillet, like a tournedo.
Yeah.
Oh,
Actually, you're absolutely right. I actually really like the end piece. Has a lot of the puff pastry, a lot of the duxelle. You know, even
Yeah.
though the beef is cooked a little more well, I always like that.
But if you're cooking it as a chef, I've already eaten those 2 pieces.
Correct.
You know.
Yeah.
I'm in heaven. And for me,
I would be too.
Yeah.
if you want a really nice change to roast turkey, this
Lacerated knife.
is for the
Oh.
ultimate for the table. It smells Christmassy. The chestnuts, the mushrooms.
I'm drooling
and a
right
nice
now. We
crisp
just ate.
pastry on the outside.
Oh, where's
Look at
those end pieces? Where'd the end pieces go?
You eat them already.
Eat them. You eat them.
You're the chef, you eat those.
That's that's like the oysters on a roast chicken.
Yes.
The chef gets to eat those.
Never give that to the
I know,
customer.
but no, people don't even know what those are.
Yeah, the oysters are these muscles right in the lower back of the chicken. Just
It's the 2 little back dimples.
little
Ah.
chunk of meat. It's
Yeah.
delicious.
Delicious.
And the thing they will say is, you put those on the fillets. No, you don't.
Now, if I was a billionaire, and that's a billionaire with a B,
Yeah.
I would have just those from like 50 chickens. That's such a good idea. I would have just the oysters from the chicken. You know,
But sir, what do we do with the rest of the chicken?
I don't get.
Okay.
That was therapeutic.
That was good, right?
That was good. That's what he does best.
Yes. Again, we on his ramen, not ramen. What did you call it? Dirt noodle soup.
Dirt noodle soup.
Dirt noodle soup. Listen, we totally on that. We totally on the grilled cheese.
You know what that dirt noodle soup reminded me of?
What?
You know those people who don't drink coffee, they drink those fake coffees, those mud teas, and those like
The mighty ramen, noodle texture like no other. Broth that is salty, that is gelatinous, that is an absolute umami bomb, and it's everything you could ever want from a savory dish. In fact, it is so good, even the cheapest version of it is eaten across the world. Not just eaten, enjoyed, absolutely loved. And on today's episode, we feature a ramen done rather well by Andrew Rea of Binging with Babish, and one done by Gordon Ramsay that was f***ed up so bad, Frenchie and I had to get good ramen afterwards to rinse our mind of that terrible mother. Before I go on with today's episode, I do want to give a special shout out to my amazing, similar to Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, the latest
Raid Shadow Legends.
QR code. Dude, it does for both new
or at least we've gotten it started. You can find links to these techniques in this video's description.
I have that one. I have the Nova.
Yeah, the Nova.
Yeah, I use it a lot.
I have none of that.
Marinated soft-boiled eggs. I have here some soft-boiled eggs, which we have soft-boiled, shocked in an ice bath, and peeled. And now we're going to make a super simple marinade of equal parts soy sauce and...
Is he making like a fake 1,000-year-old egg?
No, 1,000-year-old eggs are like they're the pickled ones that are like black throughout. This is a soy sauce egg, essentially.
Okay. Isn't that still a light version of the 1,000-year-old egg?
You know what? Let's look it up.
I think it's the same thing, but you're just leaving it in it longer.
1,000-year
egg recipe.
Alkalized or preserved egg are a Chinese egg-based culinary dish made by preserving duck, chicken, or quail eggs in a mixture of, interesting, clay, ash, quicklime, and rice hulls for several weeks to several months, depending on the processing method.
Okay, so it's not even close.
Not the same.
Not even close.
Not even close. This is.
But there is a fake version of making those. I know that.
Listen, growing up with a Chinese background, these are basically soy sauce eggs.
Chinese?
Yes. My father's. Yeah.
Oh, I did not know.
I did not know.
Gently add the eggs, and they're going to float, but just make sure that there's enough liquid in the bowl to theoretically cover them. I'm going to add a little bit extra soy sauce and mirin to make sure that they're well covered, and then we're going to put them in the fridge, agitating them after about 2 hours, refrigerating them for a minimum of 4 and up to 24. Then it's on to the business of making tare, an ultra-flavorful, umami-packed soup base. Starting by heating a good squirt of vegetable oil over medium-high heat,
Look at
and
that
adding
stove.
a smattering of dried anchovies, and letting
That's
these
an industrial
guys really
stove.
soak up the heat for 3 or 4 minutes.
So it's not really
Good
to
and seared,
average
and you want
home cook.
a good layer of fond on the bottom of the pot. This means letting them sit and stick. So take a thematically inappropriate sip from a martini and let them sit
Hell
in
yeah.
the pot.
What kind of guy?
Stuff forms.
I like his style.
It's so dangerous to be drinking and cooking.
I'm gonna
Very
copy.
dangerous.
Yeah.
Not that it's ever stopped us.
Yeah, but we're on autopilot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But still, it's dangerous. I've seen.
It's dangerous for a lot of reasons, but for my main reason would be like, if you're in a kitchen, there's always some kind of alcohol nearby. And remember, you're drinking alcohol near fires.
And then
Huge
mirin.
mistakes.
Stir, get it nice and hot
Yeah.
before adding
Accidents.
Some bonito dried fish flake. I know
Yeah.
this
Oh,
is
bonito.
sounding pretty fishy, but really it's just an umami bomb that's going to
I
help.
was just
set
about
off
to say it's an
our
umami.
tender
Umami.
broth. You can see that I've taken it
We're
off
back
the heat
to
because
the
I want that
umami.
bonito to sort of steep like a fish tea. And then I'm
Dude,
gonna add
that's
a couple
it's
tablespoons
even his
of
oven is
sake.
nice
Put
and
that back
clean.
Sake.
Peel off, strain, and there we go. We've made tare. You can refrigerate this until ready to use.
So tare is the added liquid you add to the end of the soup,
No, so
or
it's, with ramen, you have the
the
broth,
broth,
which
and
is that base, and the tare is like the super potent
seasoning
that you put on. So if you
at the end.
Usually at the
during?
beginning.
At the
So
beginning.
If you ever go to a ramen place and they're making like 5, 6 of them, you'll notice they'll set out all the bowls and they'll put the tares in each bowl.
Okay, so they're not cooking it. It's they're combining it.
Yes, they're
Okay,
combining.
that was my
Yeah, yeah.
question.
No, they're not.
Are they cooking with this again in the ramen, or are they putting it together?
They're putting it together at the end.
Okay.
So it goes tare, usually tare, then
And the broth?
the ramen, all the dress, all the fixins,
then
right?
the broth.
And then
Then
the
the
broth.
broth.
So they're using the same broth usually for all these.
I do it
ramens,
wrong
but
then.
It's the tare,
Huh.
you know, the miso tare, this tare, that is what's going to differentiate them.
Tare in French. Oh, this is bad.
What's this?
Tare is a shortened term slang for. All the woke people don't know what tare means.
Now everyone
Tare,
knows.
toi?
Yeah. Not that I don't
Tare,
think too many.
toi?
I don't think too many woke people watch our channel.
No.
No.
At 250 degrees Fahrenheit for 1 hour, this changes the pH balance of our baking soda and turns it into a mild skin irritant.
And how
so
do we
make
know
sure not
this?
to touch it.
Because it was used as a torture device.
Was it? Oh, I did not know that.
240 grams of all-purpose flour, to which we are adding our alkaline water mixture and combining with a wooden or other spoon. We want a shaggy but cohesive ball of dough, and as you can see, this is a little bit too dry, so I'm going to add a little bit of extra water. Think pasta.
Wow,
dough
he's
for
making his noodles from
consistency.
scratch.
Once it comes together into a cohesive but not
Respect.
sticky ball of dough, we're going to pat it into a disc. dust it
More
with
flour.
flour, letting rest for
Red
about
rest.
1 hour, kind of just like pasta dough. Take this time to go clean up your apron because you've made a mess of yourself, and then once half an hour has elapsed, extract the dough from the bowl, and then it's time to start rolling out.
So that alkaline water, you can actually buy it at the Chinese supermarkets called kansoi, and
Kansoi.
it's a very common ingredient when people make their own noodles at home. It gives a very specific, just like ramen noodles, that very specific bounce and texture that.
And how are you careful with it?
The kansoi, at that point when you mix it in water, it's like whatever. I think he's talking more of the straight up baked baking powder. It's so.
I've never been irritated by that. Have you? Have you experienced it?
No. I have to be honest. Every time I make noodle, I use the already made kansoi.
God forbid you put any of that in somebody's jockstrap or.
Oof. Anyway, we're going to give this guy one final lamination before rolling him out and cutting him up. So let's give it one.
Oh, look at
pass
this
on
tattoo.
the
The
widest
pasta on the.
Folding into thirds like a you-know-what, rotating 90 degrees.
That is
and
such
beginning
a
to roll out ever
90s
thinner until we're at about a
all the
2
chef
and 3
tattoos.
on our pasta
I
press.
never
If
got
the
a
edges
chef
are
tat-
too ragged,
any chef
if it's too
tattoos.
apart, just go ahead and laminate it a few more times. This is getting a little bit too
First of all,
long
I
for
wouldn't put a tattoo on my
individual
body.
noodles,
Who puts a bumper sticker on a Rolls Royce?
As you can see, we're also giving this an extra dusting of bread flour before the most satisfying part of our day, running this through the noodle cutter. Dust with even more bread flour and twist into little ramen nests on a bread flour dusted rim baking sheet. At this point, these can be refrigerated or frozen. I'm just going to cover mine with plastic wrap and refrigerate because it's almost ramen time. Picking up from where we left off in the sous vide episode,
Dude,
our chashu
I would.
pork belly is
I do this to my porchetta, but then you want the crackling. So
Oh yeah.
You go to the crackling. No? Okay, never mind.
It's delicious.
Yeah, but he's not going to do a crackling.
No, he's not going to do it properly. He's making, chashu.
But I would take a chachu to make a porchetta. Don't you think so? Can you buy these already made?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I know Lafrida makes them for me.
and onto a rack and a rim baking sheet that we are then going to place round side facing the sky under a broiler until it emerges deeply browned and crisp.
There you go.
Excuse me while I stare at this in awe for a moment. Now, ideally, you want to chill this overnight so you can get it nice and firm and cut super thin slices.
that.
But I'm really hungry, so into some boiling water go the ramen noodles. We're not letting those cook for more than 3 minutes, and I'm going to test for doneness after about 90 seconds. Into the bottom of a warmed noodle bowl goes a few tablespoons
Now,
of
the
tartare,
pasta
followed by
water.
a few
How I know for Italians, you want the first dishes are you're kind of sacrificing to create your pasta water
Right.
because then you're using it the rest of the night.
Right.
You get that. At what
Mhm.
point do you change it, and at what point is it relevant here?
I got to be honest. I've never worked at a ramen restaurant before. I used to have a Taiwanese noodle restaurant way back in the day, and honestly, we didn't give it. But also the principles of that style of cooking and noodle soups. We didn't use the pasta water to thicken anything or in the cooking process. It was literally just a means of boiling the noodles, and we didn't really use the stock from the noodles.
Okay, so this is going to lead into this. So then why not cook it in the broth?
But then it'll change the broth. And then the broth will change throughout the day.
Into the bottom of a warmed noodle bowl goes a few tablespoons of our tare, followed by a few ladlefuls of steaming hot broth, followed by our freshly cooked and
I'm very impressed. This dude made everything from scratch.
And now it's time to
Minus-
get all dressed up with nowhere to go.
I love
Into
all
the
of
back of
this.
the bowl goes 1 to 2 slices of our chashu pork. Onto the side goes a single sheet of nori, or dried seaweed. Then we're slicing in half
Nice,
one of our
generous
beautifully
portion.
soft-boiled
And look at
marinated
the
eggs,
size
placing
of that
that
pork in
Ah.
comparison
It's
to
a
the rest
porchetta.
of the bowl. Yeah, it is. Essentially, it is. Yeah.
I mean, ideas. We could actually do a porchetta recipe and slice that. and put
I
that
want to
in
eat
there.
ramen
You
again.
know, have the all interior and all the seasonings of that. Maybe a conflict of flavors, but it could be cool.
Who gives you? You know what's the best part? Trying to find out.
Negative.
Handful of scallions, optional.
Yeah.
And I like a few pieces of spicy menma or fermented bamboo shoots. And there you have it. After 2
Spicy
days,
megma
I think
sounds
the
like
freeze is
schmegma.
completely
Schmegma
worth
too.
it.
What's schmegma?
Schmegma is that the infection you get on your.
You've come a long way from that 39 cents a package crap you used to eat in college and that I admittedly still eat from time to time. So grab some chopsticks, dig in, and prepare to have your mind blown. And don't forget to loudly, proudly slurp your noodles. To not do so is rude to the chef, which is you.
Wasn't that a great example of ramen? Almost as great as our new merch drop. Pre-order your Let Me Finish tea. Pre-order. Gordon Ramsay.
You already fucked up. No ramen.
3.5 minutes. Beautiful seaweed, scallions, tofu, ginger, and cauliflower.
Said no one ever when they decided to make a delicious dish.
Cauliflower. Like I'm
Why?
just thinking, like right now, the stench of boiled cauliflower. That's like right there. It's right there.
These are the secret ingredient. These are the dried shiitake mushrooms. They're going to go into the water and they're going to rehydrate. Now, traditionally, you can start this with a chicken stock, a vegetable stock, or just plain water. Today, we're going to start with plain water.
What's the enemy of flavor, Frenchie?
Wata.
Yes.
Wata.
I'm surprised you didn't say Jamie Oliver, but people want that T-shirt.
Well, we should.
Yeah.
I give him a break.
Yeah.
We can start off with boiling water. First of all, season that water, okay, nicely. Now, in the next pan, I've got a rolling water. We're going to put our eggs in there. Get them on a spoon and drop them into that water, okay? Please, time me 6 minutes. Justin, bring it out to the boil.
Soft boiled?
Soft boiled,
6
yeah.
minutes.
Sort of
Oh,
brown
boiled,
on the
yeah.
outside. Boil them gently, and I want to boil that with a little bit of sort of yolky bit in the middle. Mushrooms into the water immediately.
Yeah, get your dirt juice going.
Okay, usually when I rehydrate shiitake mushrooms, you just hydrate them in water overnight, and then you dump out that water after it's been hydrated, because that is dirty.
It's dirt water. I just
Gnarly.
He did. I just hope he's not using that as the base of his broth. He is. He totally is going to. No, you should. You should.
That's his flavor.
And now we're going to start creating that base. First off, a tablespoon of miso paste in.
Miso paste.
Okay. Oof. You never put the miso early in the cooking stage because you don't want to manipulate and change that miso flavor. You want to keep it as pure as possible. So when you're making a miso ramen, you put it in at the beginning, then the noodles, then the broth,
Can
right?
you see the beat?
Yes. Yeah.
Can you see the beat? Oh, Miss Honey. Oh, Miss Honey. Oh, Miss Honey. Me love you a long time.
Oh, yeah.
To Live Crew,
Yes.
80s, baby.
Hell yeah.
And the exciting thing now is that they're starting to give flavour to that water.
We're gonna give it flavor now. And he talks like this, and I'm gonna give it flavor.
Touch a mirror. Okay, that gives it a little bit of lift and a bit of a bite. And then, one of my favourites, togarashi spice. Beautiful Japanese.
No.
What, Togarashi press spice?
That chili, that Japanese chili powder. You
No.
serve, that's on the table.
It's on the table.
Yeah.
Even I know these.
Yeah.
Lightly season it.
I'm still waiting for that cauliflower. What the fuck is that gonna do?
In, okay? And then from there, turn off the gas, okay? That's right, turn off the gas.
Oh, so that is his broth.
Yeah, like you requested, you want to cook the ramen in the broth, but no, this is not going to work.
This is all kinds of
He's
ramen.
using his dirt water.
Delicious. Touch more salt, okay, for me. And then a little bit of salt, and look, the seaweed. Scissors.
No, you don't put it in now. You you serve it on the side last minute, right before it goes to the
Or on the rim of the bowl.
You want to keep it crispy. Look who's here! It's a blonde.
Hiya, Blondie.
Blonde's here.
Oh, look at you.
I like nice, long, sort of almost stripped like julienne.
This is criminal.
Okay, and every minute this.
So now we have.
I do that, but then I make basically the like my broth out of the seaweed. Maybe that's weird as well. Because then you also don't have to like cut the seaweed up. It's like you just put like what? How many do I do in? Like 4 or 5, maybe 6 sheets of it to make like a broth of it.
In seaweed soup. It's not a ramen. It's definitely a soup.
This is soup noodles.
Yeah.
Soup
There's
noodles.
nothing ramen. He didn't even use ramen noodles.
Wait, are you just pointing out what I already pointed out?
I don't even remember anymore.
Taste again. Good. Now it's nearly there.
That is not good.
Tofu.
Huh?
Tofu.
Don't slice this.
And listen, I like tofu.
Okay. Just literally.
But this is not
into
ramen.
Nice, long, beautiful strands. Lift it up and just place that on top.
That's not strands. Those are cubes.
But how is it going to be on top when he's going to transfer all that to a bowl? I don't understand the point of. Okay, don't let it just sit in. Okay, move on. I'm. You see.
It's already.
Oscar, please pan down. Have a quick look. Now you can see. Look. It's almost like this smorgasbord of delicious ingredients.
No. Wrong word. Wrong word. Smorgasbord is basically everything but the kitchen sink. Basically, that's what it means.
Everything
like
but
you
the
have
kitchen
everything.
sink.
You're just throwing them, hoping that it.
That looks like what I.
Throw everything at it. It's when what.
This.
It's what we say when we're tanking Final Fantasy. Yeah, we say use kitchen sink it. It's basically use everything except your home. At this point, it's basically use everything except everything that is correct.
What is he doing now?
Number one, that's a lot of sesame oil. Sesame oil, a little bit goes a long way.
It's potent.
Yes.
But what is he doing?
He's putting a fragrant oil in the ramen broth, in his ramen, whatever he wants.
And it's ramen soup.
Finish it with that?
Like he just did. But it's very common to finish a ramen with some form of fragrant oil. But
Correct.
he's just ugh.
He's overdoing it.
He's overdoing it.
Let it simmer.
Correct,
Gas
he is
off.
overdoing it.
Okay. Eggs are boiling. Time, please. 3 minutes down. Right, 3 minutes down.
3 minutes is already too long.
Yeah.
This gives us a gesture to the ramen. It's a great way.
I don't think I'll be reading into Fifi. We'll pause
Especially
later
those
on.
eggs. And then from there, look,
Wait, what is he doing?
No.
almost sort of
With cauliflower? Oh no 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 no.
cut round there. Okay.
What the?
Just slice.
Did you see that?
He's getting rid of the good parts.
He's getting rid of the good part. He literally just pushed it off the cutting board like these good parts.
Let me take the core.
Let me just take the core.
And these stalks are so delicious.
No.
I like the stalks on a broccoli. Open up that.
I mean, I like him too, but
I like him too, but
Put those stalks. in
this
there.
makes no. Use the good parts.
Another layer of flavor.
Oh, that latent cauliflower flavor? No, it's not gonna be good. Sorry.
Lightly season it.
Yeah, no.
Salt and pepper. And then lightly dust that with some rice flour. Now that's going to give a little bit of crunch.
What is he doing?
I have no idea where this is going right now. I'm not a clue. Listen, I have had vegan.
British chef does
Grilled cheese, this
something.
recipe.
He did just grill cheese this recipe.
Dude, he overcomplicated it.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I don't know what this is going
Why-
on.
what the
why you
why
do
is
this?
For any of this right now.
Okay.
It's just the why you do this at this point.
Crunch and texture to the cauliflower. So when we fry it, it's almost going to be like this beautiful, crispy.
And you're frying it?
cauliflower.
Could have done that if you kept your seaweed dry.
That helps to
Now you're
give
adding
a coating.
flour, and it's
And it's almost like a sort of.
like you're better
a nice
off
little shallow
buying.
hot pan.
Okay, people, buy the 50-cent cheap ramen.
Yeah.
It's gonna be better than
Yes,
this.
yeah.
I would eat that cheap ramen 100 times over this.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah. Totally.
At
agree.
least you're getting ramen.
Yeah. Actual ramen noodles. Yes.
Man.
And you know what? It's a lot quicker than 10 minutes.
Yeah.
5 minutes down. Now, get that all up to temp. Touch more salt in there. whilst that oil's waiting. No, it's gonna be there.
Okay, this is
This is like the longest 10 minutes of my life.
Yes, yes, it is a very
Right?
long 10 minutes.
This is like gym 10 minutes.
Yes.
This is plank.
Yes.
10 minutes.
Yes.
This is like crunches 10
minutes,
minutes.
yeah.
This is cardio 10 minutes.
10 minutes never ends.
Sprinkle that in there, and look what's happening.
Uh-huh.
More cauliflower.
I mean, I could use that in another recipe.
Yes, yes. I think you and I both agree that would actually be delicious in something else, but this is not for ramen.
No.
And the thing is, I also agree with you. I would rather have the prepackaged stuff. I'm pretty sure there's prepackaged stuff that is vegetarian.
Yes.
That a vegetarian would rather have than a Gordon Ramsay made vegetarian ramen.
This is such.
I really get it nice and crispy. I'm not using that much oil. Okay, it's a light shallow fry. But look at the colour of that cauliflower. Beautiful. Now it's going golden brown.
I mean, this is his thing. He overcomplicates.
Yeah.
I mean, 1 time, 2 time,
Yeah.
3 time.
Right.
Like, this is a
Hey guys.
Yeah, this is a pattern. When I make the
I have no idea, my man. Apparently ramen? But I'm looking at this and I don't see anything ramen in there. Like, I like to, at this point, I would just like to go to like any Chinese like store here and just buy cup noodles and go like, ah yes, the true flavor. Because this I have no idea what this is.
ramen at home, I will overcomplicate it by I'll cook the broth with some
Okay, I
kimchi.
swear I have no idea.
scallion,
And thanks for the follow, man.
You got the oil,
Appreciate
like
it.
all of that stuff. And that's still less than a couple of minutes.
And that's like that's overcomplicated.
Also, this is the last video of the day though, because I have something to do tomorrow morning.
This ramen is not simple.
Take a little slice of kitchen towel, get that ready, and then look.
How many pots?
I just like to watch these things because it's always good to hear other opinions on like any kind of food or recipe that you have. And this is one of those few times where I go like, this is just horrible. Like, I don't see the ramen in this entire recipe. Like, I don't. Except for the noodles, maybe.
It's used.
Yeah, 10 minutes, but it's gonna take you like 30 minutes to clean up.
As someone who likes cooking,
Go get ourselves some ramen because I'm kind of depressed right now. Oh.
And I like to slice them a little bit thicker.
No, not for ramen.
Sideways this time. Okay, I'm saving the nice sort of tops for the garnish.
Please tell me not all that is not going in.
Again, I'm just going to sprinkle in.
Wow.
That is just like a
Dude.
beautiful
He's cooking those.
So tops go.
So instead of having that nice crunch from a thinly cut,
it's gonna be one of those sappy
Scallion
things.
fillet?
Ugh.
That you cook and you put like those root ends of that's very common.
Yeah.
That's fine. But like now, and the thing is, it's gonna cook slimy now.
And the tofu now is sort of taking on that stock. One more final taste.
dude, no way.
In there. Oscar, come in, pan down, please.
That looks like.
Delicious.
Correct, it looks like shit.
Now, eggs. Take them out. Always like to sort of put them into cold water first before
This
I
is
start
so complicated.
peeling them. And look, little
Yeah.
trick.
Look at how.
You always put them in ice water or cold water. Like, I don't know why he goes like, I always like to put them. You have to do that. Yeah, it definitely is a stew more. Like, as they call it here, it's a noodle soup. And the flavors are wrong as well, in my opinion. Like the shiitake mushrooms that were dried that he put in there and that he's using for the broth. It's like you have to either filter that, but usually that is even most of the time it's not enough. So as the other guy said, usually if you want to rehydrate shiitake mushrooms, you throw away the water you rehydrated it in, but now you have the dirt and everything in it as well. And the scallions, normally you don't do that with scallions, you use them only in the end as garnish. There's the miso paste, should have been if you would have been using it apparently I think around now, or if you're gonna use it, like put it into the bowl you're gonna eat from and then just pour your broth over it like this.
I see.
Everything is like nobody's doing this.
No one's doing this.
Nope.
I hope
Even
nobody
Gordon
is doing
Ramsay
it.
fans. And even non-professional cooks was like, no, I'm not. This is no.
Yeah.
Just get the base, crack it, and set it in water.
Oh, interesting.
Time to serve. Get your bowl. This is a very generous sort of family-style dish. Okay.
No, ramen is not a family-style dish.
Ramen
It
is
not
normally
a family-style
it's
dish.
normal for one person, isn't it? Like
The whole
individual.
point is you get your own goddamn
Yeah.
bowl.
90 seconds. Look.
It's a 10-minute ramen. You cannot make your ramen in 10 minutes. It takes at least 4 hours.
That's incredibly bad.
That doesn't mean good.
Pickled ginger.
Spring onions. And then look, this beautiful, nice, crispy cauliflower on top. Amazing cauliflower. Now with the eggs. Time, please. 50 seconds. So tap, tap, tap. Pull, and then just put it in your top of your hand. And blow.
Why?
And there. Literally.
I would rinse that.
Should be slightly runny in the middle.
Yeah.
Runny.
Alright.
Perfect egg.
And then look.
The only thing that's good on it is the egg. And here we see it.
No, there's no salt.
They don't even know what cilantro is.
Holy.
You got the egg right.
Yeah.
That's the only
It's not
thing.
even marinated. Oh,
Horrid.
Where will you be when depression strikes? Watching a Gordon Ramsay video. I'll go say hi to Pulse. I actually just recently found this streamer out through to YouTube, so let's go and say hi. Tomorrow I will be back because it is D&D, but I have like an entire morning that I'm out as well, so I will start later than today, most likely. So yeah, I will start later, but finishing times for D&D is also like 2 hours from now, usually, so we'll see. Thanks for being here again, Kitten. Thank you for your raid in here, and yeah, I hopefully see you all tomorrow. Have a great night or rest of your day. Bye bye.